This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Welcome everybody to a new era of British Championship Motocross, the Motul MXGP. Round one here at Hawkstone Park are brought to you by us here at Dirt Store MXGB TV. My name is Jeff Perrott. I'm joined by Phil G. Phil, it's just always great to come back to Hawkstone, but there's a definite vibe about this one.
Yeah, definitely. It's a beautiful end of March day, glorious sunshine, crowds coming in. A real buzz about the place for this new structured British Championship, and can't wait to get into it.
So far, we've already had some qualifying and racing going on. We'll talk through that in a short while. Obviously, big up to the guys at Dirt Store, first and foremost, for making this happen, basically with the MXGB TV. So big thanks to them, Nick and everybody there, because without their support, it simply wouldn't be happening. Their support has given us the opportunity to live stream all these rounds free of charge. Let's not forget that. You're not even having to subscribe or pay a fee. I mean, you have to put up with me and Phil, but that's...
Yeah, there's always a downside.
But, no, so big up to them. And, of course, you know, the guys at Motul as well, getting behind the series as the new series, you know, main sponsors. So, look, I'm rocking the hat, so big up to them. So, yeah, and it just feels a little bit different. We've got a new format. We've kind of stripped out... Well, we haven't kind of stripped out. We've stripped out some of the youth classes, and we're going back to... You know, just 6 races of high quality.
Yeah, we've got a 125, the RFX 125 class. Obviously, that's the kind of the feeder out of the youth ranks now into what we would call, you know, the main British Championship for the pros, our MX2 Championship, and then obviously the Pico MX1 class. So 2 races for each class each day. Qualifying in the morning, LCQs, which we've just seen drama in. We'll come to that later on. But yeah, a beautifully well prepared Hawkstone Park. It's been really dry. The damp that we saw at the International, I don't think it's probably rained much since then. And it will be a very, very different Hawkstone to what we saw back in February.
It's completely different. There's no two ways about it. I mean, you're right. We always complain about the wet winters we've had, and then all of a sudden, like the last month, it's really dried up. That's not to say the track's not in good nick, because the guys have done a good job. It's going to obviously get rougher, but it's going to be faster with more square edge bumps, I think, than we certainly saw at the International.
And we've got the holding area there. We had a lot of our youth riders yesterday over in the Michelin hospitality area. Their involvement with the youth side of it as well. That's really big this year. So thanks to Michelin for coming on board and supporting that. We had yourself and Justin Morris giving the guys some pointers on everything that they need to do to be doing to kind of move their motocross career on. That was really nice to stand at the back and see how well received that was. So our MX 125 guys, the RFX 125 class, then already starting to gather in the holding area for our first race of the day, and we're looking forward to seeing the action that, if it's anything like what we saw this morning, will be top draw. There is the 5:48 of Hayden Stat. Then he's one of the main men in this one.
Yeah, because the qualifying, it was quite interesting this morning seeing some of these young stars come out. Remember, they are young, some of them, you know, as young as like 13, I think, is the youngest rider we have in the class. Really healthy lineup of 125 riders. Phil's just getting the old bifocals on.
Oh,
so
give me a break.
It's all right, I'm the same. That's why I'm letting you do the reading, so I don't have to get my glasses out. So Phil's going to lead us into here who did what in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, so qualifying this morning, fastest was the number 30 of Charlie Richmond. He did a 2:16.3, just under 0.9 of a second faster than the 55 of Ryan Waggett. So the Spencer Briggs commercial rider Charlie Richmond then topping the timesheets from Ryan Waggett. The 5:31 of Lucas Moncrief on the 3-flow Crescent Yamaha, he was third. Then it was 14 of Freddie Gardner. Then it's the 5:48 of Hayden Start. The 4:18 of Drew Stock was sixth. 21 Lewis Spratt on the Lewis Spratt Racing Yamaha was seventh. Then the 212 of Mason Jones. 17 of Harry Lee, and 10th was Cameron Greenhalgh. So that is your top 10 qualifiers.
Yeah, so that's the basically the youth class. We said the RFX 125 class. Just to reiterate the new classes for this year at the British Championship. As we said, the Motul British Championship, we've cleared out the youth classes. They're going to have their own separate championship for 65, small wheel, big wheel 85s, and a separate MXY2 class. So we've got that going on. Here at the Motul British Championship, we have the RFX 125 class. We then have the MX2 class, which also incorporates the Under-21 Championship, which is brought to you by the Jude Morris Racing Foundation. So big shout out to those guys. Obviously, Jude, still very much in our memories. Top talented rider that unfortunately lost his life. So big up to those guys. And, of course, in memory of Jude. So we got that going on. That's a championship incorporated in the MX2. By the way, the MX2, if you're watching, you think you would be like to be the title sponsor of that, get involved. That's still open.
It's still up for grabs.
So we can do that. And then we have the Apico MX1 class. So basically 3 classes you're going to see today, 2 motos for each. On one of the most famous tracks on planet Earth.
Yeah, I'm talking to all the people in the going through tech control yesterday. Everybody's revved to be here. It's a new season, new way of looking at things, and we can't wait to get going. Youngest rider in this class then, all the way from Aberdeen, the number 300 of Dylan Thorndick, 13 years old.
Fair play. I mean, not only that, travelling from Aberdeen.
He's not the only one. We've got a good Scottish contingent here. I think we've probably got half a dozen guys from Northern and Southern Ireland as well. In other classes, we've got a couple of Frenchmen. We've got a guy travelled over from Oklahoma as well. So a truly international field on top of the likes of Gien Dunson and MX2, who we would have expected to be here. Still a few guys that travelled a long way. And also we've got people from Newquay, travelled the length and breadth of the country.
But that's what we're talking about. That's what we want to get it back to, that prestige in the British Championship, and for it to mean something. Like we said, we've now got qualifying. We're taking more than 40 just registered riders. So you're actually now taking up to 60. So if you're an expert status rider in the UK and you don't race the British Championship and there's one coming to your town or within the region, get involved. Enter, give it a shot. You've got a chance of getting into the fastest 40 there and making the grade.
Well, that's exactly what it's all about. As we see Lewis Spratt there just doing a bit of a warm-up with his elastic band, and the 418 of Drew Stock. So second year on a 125 for Drew Stock. He's one of the guys that's doing the MX 125, Jeff. So he will... we had this discussion yesterday about, everybody who had a good pre-season. They're the guys that didn't go and do AMX in the mud in Spain and all of the drama that came with that. A big trip for them, and not a great deal of racing, quality racing at the end of it. So they will be a little bit behind the 8 ball with regards to their pre-season prep. But for the guys that have stayed home and done the pre-season races here, everybody pretty much as ready as they can be. And we've had decent weather for the start of the season, so that's been good. We've not had what we've had in the past few years where everybody is literally up to axles in mud for 6 weeks and already over it. We've had some good weather for people to prep. And hopefully the pre-season races being as good as they are, everybody's going to come here firing on all cylinders.
Isn't that nice? I mean, I'm a big believer anyway with our weather in our UK that we should maybe not look to start the outdoor series to April anyway. So that's cool, and it's just nice to turn up at round 1 and for the weather to be nice for a change. So that's pleasant. As you can see, people there soaking up the rays, working on the old tan.
Yeah, there's people there in shorts. I committed to shorts on Friday when I left home, and it was all right on Friday. Not so nice yesterday, but a beautiful spring day today here at Hawkstone Park. One of the most historic tracks that we've got in the country. We've been racing here since the 40s, I believe. And it's really nice to still be coming here all these years later.
Absolutely. This is pre-war, before they started riding here. There's some actual pictures. They've put a picture. I actually might try and get the crew out there in the winner's circle to film it. in the mechanics area, they've put a picture up of, I think, the 1948 British GP.
Oh, right, okay.
And the crowd is bonkers. Like, the only thing you can see where there's not people stood is the track. And so I'm going to try and get the guys. So a lot of history and heritage here. Obviously, the famous Hawkstone Hill. We've seen so much drama here. Obviously, me, personally, I started in motocross in the 80s, so it was more like the 500 GP era. Thorpe crashing in the whoops. Mike Healy, I remember rocking up and laying it flat on the jump through the trees.
One of the best ever GPs here for me was that first 125 GP.
Yeah.
We'd never seen anybody race a 125 that fast. It was fantastic. Track prep then obviously been going on in the break.
Yeah.
You can see that they've tracked in a lot of the ruts and stuff on the face of that jump as they just come down to under the bridge. But as we said earlier on, the track itself in great condition, and it's had a lot of changes over the years, but it still maintains its level of originality. The run through the trees, the hill, it's just absolutely. You feel. I mean, I came first here racing in 1978, and I still feel like I'm coming back to the same place. And it doesn't. You don't get that in many places these days.
Look, hands down. If you've never been Hawkstone, wherever you are watching on planet Earth, this is one of the most demanding motocross tracks in the world. And no matter what the conditions, dry, wet, it just sorts you out. There's no respite really. Obviously, they've modernised it more, sort of tabletops. The big famous double jump where George Jobé jumped over Mellor is now a tabletop. You could argue as a racer now, when you get a bit of air time, you get a bit of air into your lungs and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, there's not much time to rest around Hawkstone.
You can rest in the trees in the summer when the leaves are on it because nobody can see you doing it. But other than that, there's like I say, there is no hiding place at Hawkstone, and this is one of the reasons why it is one of the tracks that separates the men from the boys. The gaps in lap times are not tenths; it's seconds. And if you get a good run through one part of the circuit, you can pull 2 or 3 seconds really, really easily. But so this, 125s, then these guys all in the box, raring to go. And I'm pretty sure that obviously nearly all of these guys will have raced here many, many times before. Whether they'll have run the full hill or not, I don't know, because obviously for a lot of the youth races, we use the hill up the side of the track there, up the side of the main hill. But certainly if these boys did the 125 class at the International, then they will have definitely used the hill.
I like to think that a lot of them would have raced it by now. Again, going back a couple of decades, sorry to do the whole rose tinted glasses thing, you didn't really have too many youth races come to Hawkstone, but over the last decade or more, we've had like other championships where they have youth classes. So I'd like to think most of these riders have ridden here. But like you said, the youth classes didn't always get sent up the hill. They got sent halfway up. So maybe some of these riders, it's the first time they've actually been all the way to the top, and gets pretty gnarly up there, Phil. But there's a lot of sandstone.
It is rock.
Bedrock.
It's bare rock up the top.
Yeah.
That's another place you can have a rest.
Yeah.
It's you kind of catch your breath, and then and the plunge from the top. Our camera catching that really, really well through the trees, the drop down the hill, but it does not give you any idea how steep that hill is. So the riders then look like they're putting their goggles on in the holding area, Jeff. So.
Yeah, they'll be coming out first and foremost for a sighting lap, remember. They don't go to the line straight away, so they're going to send them off on a sighting lap. Then we get them stacked and re-racked, and that's when we're literally dropping the first gate drop. We've had an LCQ. We'll explain that just in a minute, who made it through in the 2 MX2 classes, but this is the first championship race of the new 2025 Motul MXGB British Championship about to go down. And what a class it is as well. 125s. You could probably hear in the tone of our voice how me and Phil got excited just talking about the I think it was 1989 125 British 125 GP here, because when you've got 40 125s tearing around Hawkstone, it's really something else.
There's nothing better. And one of my favourite things to do any race, I didn't get to do it here today, obviously being in the booth, I've got a lot of stuff going on, is to be halfway up the hill, listening to these boys go by, and you know who's got motor.
Yeah.
You can hear the difference in the bikes. The guys who've got something underneath them and those guys that are getting everything out of what they've got and it ain't enough, that's the place it finds out.
And you can probably see the frustration in the eyes of the riders that know that they don't have their horses. And they're just hanging off the back of it, giving everything they got. But no, it's going to be really good. Let's just take a quick moment while these guys are on the sighting lap. You obviously just watch them go round. I'd just like to highlight that I think they just brought that corner in there. It used to go up round the other side of the tree.
It used to go a long way further.
Yeah, so they've just shortened that, and I think they've done that again for viewing, really, more than anything, so we don't lose sight.
It's been like that for a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
The chute from the bottom of the hill into that hairpin now is probably a quarter of the length of what it used to be.
Yeah.
We'll dub that one the Bell hairpin because obviously all the Bell banners around the outside there, and they've come on board as a series sponsor. And we're grateful to them, and obviously we've got a massive list of people who've all chipped in to make this possible.
Yeah, we have. Let's just quickly run through some of the incredible partners and people in the industry that's got behind us. Obviously, this is an ACU British Championship, so shout out to them, the governing body, the only one recognised by our actual government, the ACU, obviously been around a long time, and all the prestige of the ACU British Championship. So thank you for everybody, ACU, working with the new team to try and take this forward a bit more, and really, they've been really supportive to the.
Did I see ACU chairman was here?
You did?
Wandering around earlier on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were hoping to get him. He's a bit camera shy, I think. We were hoping to get a word with him later on.
Yeah, Tim Lightfoot's here, so good to see Tim out. Okay, so regards to series partners, I'm just going to list them by name because honestly, we have so many people jumping on board. So we've got Aero Helmets, Apico, Bell Helmets, DP Pipes, obviously Craig and the team doing the stuff there. The guys at Dirty are doing stuff with us again, so that's Ryan doing good stuff with us. Dirt Store, obviously, not only getting behind MXGB TV, but the championship in general. We've got Fly and Fox, FXR. I mean, just there, Phil, that's three massive motocross brands.
And FXR have kitted us up nicely
They
for
have.
our studio attire, so thank you to them.
Yeah, Gaon Boots, Honda. We've got obviously the Jude Morris Racing Foundation, Kawasaki. So Honda and Kawasaki getting involved as series partners, two obviously huge Japanese manufacturers. We've got K-Tech Suspension, they're here doing servicing. Of course, Michelin, like you said, they're in charge of doing the VIP over there and Fan Zone and getting behind the new Youth Academy.
And that went really well last night, as I said earlier on.
Yep. Moto Verde, the guys with a great cleaner, Steve, the mad scientist, who locks up so many good products.
Oh, you tried this?
Yeah, I know, it's incredible. Obviously, Motul, I'm doing this in alphabetical order, obviously, I think you've worked it out by now. Oakley, Phoenix Tools, because we're actually doing the Phoenix Tools Fastest Lap Award as well.
Yeah, so Phoenix Tools will be offering some prize money to the fastest lap in each class.
Then we've got Planet Moto. Loads of you guys be aware of obviously what those are, what they are. Max, that's holidays down in Spain. Go and check them out. But we're also doing the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award, which we've done previously at the Fastest 40.
Yeah, so that's going to be the fastest the first five guys over the line in each race will score 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 point respectively, and over the course of the season the riders will winners of that will get a holiday in Spain. Here is our top 40 qualifiers, Jeff.
Yeah, there you go. So that's how they qualified in the order they are. Obviously, the red box is their race number. Down the left-hand side there clearly is where they qualified for this opening moto. Back to the sponsors, of course, Prox, who just do pretty much every little engine component and everything you can imagine. Clutch baskets, pistons, everything. And don't forget to watch the Prox Pit Pass on socials, because we're doing a lot more stuff on social media and YouTube. So between rounds, we got the team out there doing a bit like of a vlog, basically going around and catching up what goes on off the track as much as on it. That's the Prox Pit Pass. So keep an eye out for that on socials on YouTube. Of course, RFX, who are actually supporting the 125 class. Again, loads of components. Go and see those guys. We got Spiral, we got Stasic as well. The balance bikes getting involved.
They're a big thing now, and they're starting to hit really big in the non-moto community as well.
Yeah.
Kids who are not moto kids are wanting Stasics, and then they're I want an electric bike, and then I want a 65. We've seen that over the last 3 years as well, so that's great to get them on board.
Absolutely, and we got Ride MFG, so that's Chad, Yarrington and the team there, a new British basically motocross clothing brand, kit brands, and they're doing good stuff, supporting a lot of riders. So we got them involved. Triumph, British manufacturing,
My hometown,
coming into it. Great to have Triumph on board, obviously, and that's a bit of a success story already with what they're achieving in such a short space of time. Troy Lee Designs, awesome brand, great to have those involved. And last, and certainly not least, because I've done it in alphabetical order, the guys at Yes Brand Goggles. Good stuff from them as well, delivering a real top quality product. So there you go. That's a comprehensive list of series partners backing British Motocross. So there we go. So we've listed off all those sponsors, Phil. I think we should maybe have a word from them.
Yeah, we are. Let's have a word from some of our sponsors.
Okay, here we go. I'm genuinely, you and I have been around this game a long time, Phil. I'm genuinely getting a bit, not nervy, but I can feel the butterflies as they start to line up.
Look, like you say, this is not our first rodeo, and I'm looking at this. Well, we can see, obviously, there's the 418 of Drew Stott comes to the gate. Yeah, it's a buzz, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's great. I love it. Particularly this 125 class, because let's be honest, they are still young men. They're exuberant. I love this class because they roll the dice. They're going to make mistakes. Mistakes make great racing. If they make a mistake and mess up, they're obviously really disappointed about it, become a grumpy teenager like you totally expect them to be. But for us as fans, it makes just entertaining racing.
The biggest thing for me, obviously, you try and have no favourites, but I always want to see the bloke in second pass the bloke in first, so I can then cheer for the bloke in second to pass him back, and that's what we want to see. Good bar to bar racing. The 548 there of Haydenstadt. He's choosing to go in there quite close to the doghouse next to Charlie Hucklebridge, but we did see, I think, Charlie Richmond and Ryan Waggett right down the far end of the gate on the outside, which is sometimes at Hawkstone, especially when it's dry, the preferred end of the gate.
Yeah, it's the reason for that. I'll just elaborate a bit more on what Phil said there. Is it's just a little bit firmer ground up there because it's a bit higher and the water runs down into sort of this end of the start that you're now looking. It's just firmer ground. Not obviously they're starting off the mesh pads and everybody's got this. There's no advantage there. But the minute the wheels drop the gate, just a bit firmer ground down that left-hand end of the gate. So let's see if a whole shot comes from the far left. We've seen many from there, Phil.
Yeah, we have. The 105 there on that black bike, that is Harry Keat. Now I don't know whether you know Harry Keat. Only been riding a year and a half. Former World Championship level BMX racer. So he is.
That's a cool story, man.
Yeah, and he's also lost a season with a broken leg. So I think he's already finished. I think he finished top 20 in the NPC a couple of weeks ago. But definitely having some good results and loving couldn't commit to what the cycling side of him needed for BMX, but loving his motocross. So we'll keep an eye out for Harry Keat.
So Harry was a BMX racer.
A World Championship BMX racer, and he was going to be part of Cycling GB's. They take them up to live in Manchester and do the whole thing full time, and he just wasn't in a position where he felt that was a thing for him. So he's now here at the RFX 125 class. He qualified in 25th, but like he said, he hasn't had much bike time over getting ready for this, and but he's feeling rev for it. So World Championship level BMX racer. Who else do we know that did that?
Oh, Jeremy McGrath was pretty handy.
Exactly.
But he wasn't too shabby. It worked out for him,
It
the
worked out for
transition.
him. So here we are then, as we wait for the 15-second and the 5-second board to go up for our first race of the day here at the Motul MXGP British Championship. The revs will start to rise. Here we go then. And they're away. Oh, bad start in the middle for somebody who got the jump. Was anybody from the outside? Looks like a sweep in from the outside.
It did very much so.
Oh, killer hole shot.
Yeah, that was Waggett. I think that's Ryan Waggett.
It is. It's Waggett, Jeff. So Waggett takes the whole shot on the number 55, our second qualifier. Absolutely nails it then off the start. Fired it into the bank.
Commentator's dream, because he's wearing Larry kit and a Larry lid, isn't he?
He is indeed.
Multicoloured bike as well. He's easy to spot. So Waggett looked good in qualifying, I have to say.
Looks like Richmond there in third, Jeff on the 30.
Yep, and that is Freddie Gardner, I think, in second spot. It looked like Gardner to me. Number 14, obviously riding for his father's team, Matt Gardner Racing. Yeah, that's Freddie there.
Into the waves for the first time then. Little bit of a breeze here at Hawkstone. One of the things that you were talking about in the Michelin rider training thing last night was judging the wind in the jump, and a big send then into the sandpit for the first time for Ryan Waggett on the number 55. Makes his way over the famous Jobé Leap, now a tabletop, and under the Ashbrook Bridge to bring this first lap to a close.
That tabletop looks nothing, does it? Like it's so big. And it gets really rutted out. It's already rutted out. However, this is a good opening lap here then, and he is going to take the Ryan Waggett is going to take the Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. Obviously, we're not doing a complete full lap, okay? It's just, we call it First Lap Leader, but it's basically the first rider over the finish line area. Yeah. So it was Waggett that took that then from Freddie Gardner, Hayden Stapp third, Charlie Richmond on the number 30 fourth, and Lucas Moncrief on the 5:31. He came across the line in fifth, so they will take 5, 4 and 3, 2 and 1 points in the Planet Moto First Lap Award as the guys drop down the hill for the first time. And it's still Waggett then at the front. He'll be trying to get away. High, wide and handsome in the berm there. Oh, get on, Ryan. He's feeling it.
That was a send, that was, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? I love that, because I actually think it helps you relax. If you, like, just go out there, express yourself early doors and get the feel of, how you feel on the bike. So, Ryan looking loose, but looks like he's enjoying it. This is going to be an absolute barnstormer. Look at the talent we have in this. Ryan Waggett, Freddie Gardner, Hayden Stapp. All these guys, they're going to be going off and doing the EMX 125s. They've done some already, obviously, to good effect. So, yeah, this is really good for the future of British motocross. I'd like to think what you're watching here, there'll be a future British champion in MX2 or MX1 further down the line.
You'd like to think so. So Waggett then, the 18-year-old from up there in Carlisle on the Raji Racing KTM. Not getting away massively from the number 14 of Freddie Gardner on the Matt Gardner MX Gas as they make their way down into the wave section down the far end of the circuit for the second time. And it is indeed, I'll say, Richmond, Moncrief and Spratt. That's fourth, fifth and sixth. That's a massive send on a 125, Jeff. I cannot... Well, look at that, they're all getting over it. Nobody was doing that on a 125 at the International. It was far too wet.
Oh, God, no. It was way too stodgy for that. But as you can see, okay, it looks like they freshened up this tabletop. That is different to qualifying. That got pretty rutted out. So the track team have been out there and tidied that bit up. Watch for that as we progress, because at the time we get to MX1, that looked like the devil has literally drawn his claws across over that. It was
like I say, they freshly tracked it in before the side lap. But here they go then, up the hill. Waggett then, like I say, he's got some horsepower up there. Wait for the second rider to come in shot. The gap then, 2.5 seconds. We've got to change for second. That looks like Stat has gone through.
Yeah.
On the 5:48, Jeff managed to find his way past Freddie Gardner.
Yeah, he did. Fair play, because looking at the racing line, somehow he got that up the inside. By that I mean, you would have thought he'd have had to back it off at the bottom of the hill, but he got up the inside of Freddie Gardner. Gardner coming back
at him. Through the trees, he's going to appear around the bell hairpin And it's still Stat. So Stat had obviously got the better line at the bottom of the hill. Richmond then still there in 4th, and those guys just starting to gap out a little bit from Lucas Moncrief there on the 5:31. He's the next man along in 5th.
We're 2 laps in, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. Well, because it's the future. Like I said, I spot there's 4 riders, well 5, list them all, as many as you want, but some genuine talent, all already really like racing hard. Because that was a great return move from Freddie Gardner. He didn't like, oh, okay, roll over and have my belly tickled. Instant retaliation.
There's too many riders who don't have that ability to fight back, and on the flip side of that, there's some riders who don't know when to give up. But I think that was a nice move by Gardner. He tried to make the pass back, but Stat had got him lined up nicely, and obviously where that you go left and then right, put him on the inside line to go around the bell hairpin, and now obviously Stat on his way to 2nd place. He's got 4 seconds, probably even going to be 5 seconds to Ryan Waggett to try and close down in this first of our RFX 125 class races from the Motul MXGB British Championship here at Hawkstone Park, round 1. Like I say, massive send. That is a huge leap on a 125. So there is your race leader. He's been and gone. 2nd place then Stat, 3rd Gardner, being challenged by Charlie Richmond in 4th, the number 30 on the Yamaha, the man from Reading. So Charlie Richmond, again, he was decent at the International and showing his form. It's pretty much a KTM Yamaha lockout this class, with the odd gas thrown in for good measure.
I've got to say, he performed well down at the St John d'Angely as well. For the most, he did the recent EMX down in France.
Yeah,
made the cut, qualified.
Hey, making the cut at that level of race is a massive thing, because if there's anywhere that's good at 1-2-5-2 straight racing, it's the Spaniards.
Yeah,
they love a bit of it. Richmond, then, is he going to get a run up the hill?
And I want to give a shout out while we're at it to his team, the S Briggs team, really getting behind youth talent this year, putting the team together. Obviously his teammate Zane Stevens as well. So everybody over there at S Briggs, keep doing what you're doing. We need people like you supporting British riders to take them to EMX 125.
Exactly. Spencer Briggs Commercials, then they've been a big player in like the vet and the Evo scene for a number of years, and then they stepped up with a decent team in the Honda Cup in the Fastest 40 last year, and then here they are with the youth. Gardner's not give this up, has he?
This is brilliant stuff. I mean, look at this
side.
Have that, there's no messing about.
Look over the shoulder, and Richmond all over the back of Stat as they go through the avenue then.
Meanwhile, I've got to say, props to Ryan Waggett, because just like that, he's gapped them by nearly 6 seconds.
Checked out, hasn't he? And you wouldn't expect... I mean, Ryan's a decent rider, but in this class of field, you wouldn't expect to see him riding away from these 3 guys at this rate.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. There's the times coming up, but if you're looking at the top 3, that's obviously the gaps between them. So there you go. Ryan Waggett is 0.59 seconds ahead of Hayden Stat and so forth. So there you go. If you're new to our beautiful sport and want to know what those times are, that's basically what's going on there. And
an ice cream van in March, and he's going to be doing a roaring trade today, because it is beautiful out there.
To be honest, we don't need to put the times up to tell you the difference between these 3, because they are virtually all in the same, same frame.
Richmond's up to 3rd. He's put the pass on Stat. Well, I was watching Gardner there, so as we were looking at the gap. So there's your race leader into the sandpit. He's away and gone, but this is the battle for 2nd place. Oh, again, big set. Oh, Gardner makes it.
Oh, it's Stat. He hung it up. That's going to cost Stat. Look at this. I'll tell you what. If these 3, literally, talk about putting a tent over them. You actually could have at that point.
Round the outside then.
Brilliant. I knew this class would be epic. This is brilliant stuff. You can
Stat goes back to 4th. He was one of my fancied men, but let's not forget, he is only just up off an 85. So I think Hayden's been having...
You've got basically what's going on at the minute. You can also see that Waggett is now really checking out. Look at that. I mean, he's gone. He's nearly got the gap up to 8.5. So we're going to stick with this battle. I mean, we're not taking our eyes off this. Lucas Moncrief is there in 5th, somewhere behind these guys, a little bit further back. But all due respect to the other riders out on track, we're just going to stick with this for a while because it's that good.
What a race. So it looks like Stat just struggling to hold the pace of Gardner and Charlie Richmond. So they make their way around the bell hairpin at the far end of the circuit and then come back down over this tabletop. And again, this tabletop a nicer landing than it used to be. It used to be quite tight. And Richmond then trying all he can on that number 30 Yamaha. And Spencer Briggs, commercial man. Only 16 years of old from 16 years of age from Reading, and he's all over up against the bank there. That chestnut fencing does not let you off the hook at all, does it?
Just want to highlight as well, very early doors in this championship. It's going to get very interesting as we go along. So you can see them all racing and racing hard. I think it's fair to say, and this is no disrespect to the other guys, but the firm favourite coming into this championship would have been Jamie Keith.
Without a doubt, we've got to give a nod to Jamie, out injured then, and unfortunately not with us this weekend. Has he?
No.
We've got a return, Jeff. Do we know when he's going to be back?
Well, he'll be back for round 2, of course, if he stays fit and healthy.
Yeah.
He felt like he could have ridden this weekend, but obviously his new team, JK Racing, and he's there to race the EMX 125, and Yamaha Europe said, look, we know you're keen to win a British Championship, but look at the bigger picture here.
Yes.
So he's sitting this one out, which means he's then going to, it's going to sting, but then regards of the championship, Phil, as we go forward, he's going to be playing catch-up. It's going to be a very intriguing RFX 125 British Championship.
It is, indeed. So
it looked to me like Richmond...
Have we got a rider gone down there somewhere?
Well,
or is,
no, I thought
we've lost somebody.
Yeah, we have.
I think we've lost Richmond. I did see a flash of a yellow flag in the Honda hole.
No, I think it might be Freddie Gardner that's gone missing, is it?
No, I think Gardner's gone through.
Oh, you're right. Yes,
yeah,
it was.
We've lost Richmond.
Yeah, because Stats
there in third. Well, the timing is not updated, but
no,
that
not
is
yet.
definitely Gardner. There is Stat, and there is no Richmond in sight. He's definitely not checked out. So that.
Let's just So. Just the totem pole, that might change in a minute. That's just a bit lagging at the minute.
Yeah,
that's
not what we're seeing actually on screen.
So that might need refreshing. Obviously, that's up to the technical gurus to do that. Me and Phil would do it by visual right now.
Yeah.
So just as a minute, the top 5, just kind of ignore the timings on the left-hand side because that needs to be freshened up. It might have frozen.
Waggett then going out of sight there, just started to get into the back markers then, the K-Tech timing pole not updating, so...
To be fair, we also, a little while ago, we had the actual countdown clock going on the top left, and that's disappeared as well.
Yes.
So we're a little bit in the dark here regards of how long left. This is a 20-minute plus 2-lap moto, by the way. Luckily, me and Phil are right opposite the finish line. And we can see the flag marshal, so if it all gets desperate, we can at least see when the 2-lap board goes out.
Yes, definitely.
But right now, no mistaking the race leader. Ryan Wagger is on an absolute march here. He is just simply checked out. At least we believe he's still leading. But you can see, again, you can see by the DP pipes flags there, a little bit of a breeze starting to build up. They have said, weather report, is effectively that it's going to get windier as the day goes on, and that really will dry the track out.
So there was Waggett then just jumping into the sandpit as we cut to the 105 of Harry Keat going up the hill. But Waggett then, our race leader.
It's updated now because Richmond's dropped down to 5th past Moncrief. So Lucas Moncrief up to 4th. Great debut 125 ride from him. His first year 125 rider. Stepping up off the 85. And he's out there representing the Yamaha Blue Crew, as obviously so is Hayden Stat, Charlie Richmond. All those guys have all signed up for the Yamaha Blue Crew to try and get to the super finale.
There's our race leader going up the hill. So Waggett then 8.2 in front of Freddie Gardner. And Richmond dropped to 5th then, as our timing has updated. So their Stat just going out of sight.
Yeah.
It's a long way back though, so that's pretty much done. There's our race leader then. So after that brief flirt with about 3 or 4 back markers and the loss of the timing, we're back to where we need to be. And I will say that this is an impressive first RFX 125 moto from the man from Carlisle, Ryan Waggett.
Well, they do say, Phil, if you're going to wear pink kit,
be fast.
Be fast, and he's definitely doing that. I was just looking out of our window there. I could see that Lucas Moncrief has probably got about 4 seconds on Charlie Richmond. So Charlie obviously lost a fair amount of time in that crash. It'd be interesting to see if he can close up to Moncrief. Moncrief, as you can see, is a fair ways behind Hayden Stat.
So just going through the rest of the riders then in, so 5th is Richmond, 6th is the 418 of Drew Stock, then it's the 171 of Cameron Greenhalgh in 7th, the 213 of Mason Jones in 8th, and then it's the number 17 of Harry Lee on the 723 bikes. KTM, he's there in 9th, and 10th is the number 80 of Zane Stevens on the 2nd of the Spencer Bridge Commercials entries. So they've got 2 riders in the top 10. It's a decent day for them so far.
I'm going to go out on a limb here because at the minute we've got just tiny little timing glitches. I don't want to highlight that too much. At least we're seeing who's doing what here. We've also got the Phoenix Tools Fastest Lap Award,
yes.
and I'm just going out on a limb and saying it's Ryan Waggett. It can't be anybody else, can it? I mean, he literally is pulling away. He must have set the quickest lap of the race. I don't know that for sure, but obviously we get that sorted for the MX2 race coming up.
Nice inside line there. You can see it's really nice and dry. This corner's usually feet. Oh, he went the right side of that slower rider there. But that's where your race can suddenly disappear.
They've changed that part of the circuit a little bit over the, I think, was it this year or for the International? That used to be a bit of a bomb hole, bit of a dip.
That's been gone for two or three years.
Yeah.
So I think one of the best changes that they made here at this Hawkstone Park circuit, certainly recently, is taking stuff out, because this bit from after the bridge, it was more of a step up into that hairpin.
Yeah.
There was a big bomb hole after it, and then there was a jump between what was the last corner and the back of the pit lane, and it all got very, very one-lining. Now it's really nice and open, and everybody can go where they want, and as a result of it, the racing is so much better. The track stays pretty much the same all the way across. There's not one line that gets chewed out, and these guys can go where they want to go.
And to be honest, Phil, with a track as beautiful as this and natural terrain, it sorts itself out. That's the point of it. You get the inside line was suddenly, after a motor gets so rough that you have to start, you're constantly having to change your lines, even, I'd say definitely between motos, but even during a race. If you've got your eye on the prize, you should be looking for those new lines all the time.
So there's Gardner and there's Stat. So that's the battle for 2nd and 3rd then, as our race leader then comes through. If we can hold the shot and pick up the battle for 2nd between Freddie Gardner and Hayden Stat, that's the number 14 Gas of Freddie Gardner and the 548 of Hayden Stat. And be in the background of the shot. It's beautiful in the trees. Now again, not the background, not as big as it used to be.
Also, down the years, it looks like they've cleaned some trees out as well.
I think they've cleaned themselves a lot. In there, can't. There's a lot of stuff in there that needed taking out.
I got a sneaking suspicion. We've lost our countdown clock here, but don't worry, we're on the ball with this. Looking out the window, but our flagger here on the checkered flag looks like he's getting set potentially to. He's watching his stopwatch like an eagle here. It's going to be touch and go whether Ryan Waggett gets the 2-lap to go board here. But do you know what? If that timing is as it says it is, he's got 8 seconds to work with, and he doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon, Phil.
So there's a battle for 2nd then coming into shot, and Hayden Stat is all over the back of Freddie Gardner as they go under the bridge. Here's our race leader. Is he going to get the last lap, 2 laps to go board?
No, he's not. No. So at least 3 to go, which is brilliant because we've got an epic battle going on for 2nd. Yeah, okay, so that is really shaping up. Stat is right there now. They're going to come into view. If we hold this, we're going to watch 2 riders giving it their all on full gas.
Who's going to be first into shot, Jeff? Is it going to be Stat? No, it's still Gardner. There's Stat, so he's right on him. 2 bike lengths as they get to the top of the hill.
Then there's a 13-second gap by timing to Lucas Moncrief.
Yeah.
Having a solid ride in 4th. I'm going to look out the window. He's still there. He's safely over the line. But let's see how close now.
So that's Gardner then on the number 14 Gas.
Drew Stock has actually made a move on Charlie Richmond and gone up into 5th. And he is now closing down on Lucas Moncrief with 3 to go.
Okay.
So we've got another battle going on there between 4th, 5th and 6th. Let's keep an eye on that one.
So it is all starting to tighten up. The 94 is a lap down, but as we watch Stat, the 548, disappear into the trees. He's not giving up the chase on Freddie Gardner. A second between them as they went through last time, but there's Gardner, and there is the third place Stat, and it's more than a second now, Jeff. That looks like it's out to a couple of seconds. So Stat on the Yamaha, the youngster just lost the toe on that lap a little bit, I think.
Yeah, well, when they went up the hill, he was much closer than that. So I don't know if he's made a mistake or Freddie's just got that section of the circuit dialed, because he, as you said, he's definitely gapped it out. They were much closer than that going up the famous Hawkstone hill.
Yeah, so Gardner then on the number 14 Gas. He's definitely got a wriggle on over that last half a lap, and as a result of that, the Matt Gardner Racing entry looks like he may well hang on to that second place in this opening RFX 125 Moto.
Oh, it's been so good. We got a whole year of this. Oh, it's just brilliant. Like 16 motos are going to be like this, and of course, as we said, it's only going to tighten up. And as the championship gets towards the end of the year, it's brilliant stuff. Love it. Loving the way they're getting over that. As Hayden front end really pushing the bike in there.
There was guys on 450s not doing that at the International just because of the conditions, but to see these boys sailing it on a 125.
2-lap board is out, I can tell you, Phil.
Yeah,
so
we can see that there, Jeff. The 2-lap board has gone out.
So Ryan with a nice healthy lead here over Freddie Gardner. I think it might be coming down a little bit, but I just think that's race management from Ryan Wagger. He's in a nice comfortable position. He doesn't have to override. He's got a bit of time on his hands here.
He's done the hard yards already.
Yeah, exactly.
And this time, Stat not as close as he was on the previous time round, and that gap now, as we can see, out to over 2 seconds. And with 2 to go, I think that Freddie Gardner has done enough to break the back of the challenge of Hayden Stat. And then whether Moncrief can hold off Drew Stock now, that's kind of the other battle, but I'm not sure how close they are.
Oh, let me tell you. Right, we need to get cameras on this, because there is an epic battle going on between Lucas Moncrief, Drew Stock and Charlie Richmond. There's a couple of seconds between all three. I don't know if we'll be able to find riders number 4. They're just going up the Hawkstone hill right now. So Moncrief leading that charge, but my God, he is under pressure with 2 to go. So hopefully we can find those 3 on track, because the top 3 now look like they've kind of settled down.
It's all settled. There is Gardner, and then he's managed to put a back marker between himself and Hayden Stat. So yeah, if we can pick that up, that would be brilliant. But the MXGB TV team doing an excellent job of following the action here in our first race of the day at Hawkstone Park. A bright and breezy Hawkstone Park, it has to be said. Now the wind is starting to pick up, but there is your second place man Gardner with Stat in the background, and you can try and look through the trees, but that other battle's a long way adrift, Jeff.
Yes, it is, but it's some battle going on, and it's that's the beauty of this class. You know, we're going to see racing from top to bottom. 125s, the very nature of how you have to race them makes it like that. But when you stick a bunch of like 13 to 17, 18-year-olds on them, all of a sudden things get a little bit leery. It's brilliant.
They do indeed. So, is this our race leader? No, that is a back marker.
There's Freddie in second.
Yeah, so Stat has definitely, I think he's given best and decided that the chase is over for him, and he's going to settle for 3rd position. 1 lap to go then, race leader across the line to start his final lap. Oh, big moment there for Gardner, nearly took the front.
So, this is going to be epic to the flag. Still intrigued to see what's going to happen for 4th, 5th and 6th, because that's some battle going on. I'm going to make my way out, Phil. Hopefully going to be speaking to the top 3. I'll let you bring this in. Hopefully we'll have the top 3, if they remember, to come to the winner's circle.
Well, if you're out there standing waving your arms, Jeff, you've got a chance. So into the last lap then of this first RFX 125 Moto, and it is still the number 55 of Ryan Wagger. Took the whole shot, disappeared, took our Planet Moto first lap leader award, and has gradually moved away at the rate of about a second a lap. Here he comes down out of the bell hairpin for his final circuit. And said the man with the pink gear and the pink bike, the 18-year-old then from Carlisle on the KTM, has been the class of this field, but it was a good battle at the beginning. We wait for Gardner to come into shot. There's Gardner then. But our race leader, Ryan Waggett, qualified second. And Charlie Richmond, our fastest qualifier, he tipped off He's managed to fight his way back up to 4th, but a long way adrift. They're 30 seconds back from the race leader. So if we can follow our race lead around, and then we can pick up that battle to come to the line for 4th, 5th and 6th between Richmond, Drew Stock and Charlie Richmond. But really nice form over that tabletop. Perfect landing on the downside into the waves. We've got a decent crowd here as well. I've got to ride it down on the upslope there, not quite sure. That's the 2:59, I think that is. And it might be Fabian Junior Morrison. But our race leader into the Honda hole gets the plaudits of the crowd for a great ride. And he will come across the line for the victory in the RFX 125 Moto 1 here at the first round of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship 2025. A great win then for Ryan Waggett. Second across the line should be Freddie Gardner, but they're about 12 seconds adrift. If we can pick up the guys over in the Honda hole and see what the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th is. They come across the line. I'll pick this camera up, and so Gardner comes across the line. He takes 2nd. And then it will be a distant Hayden Statt who just backed it off on the last few laps. I think he just realised he hadn't quite got what it was going to take, and then it's going to be a long gap back to the 30th Charlie Richmond, Lucas Moncrief and Drew Stock. And they will be coming into shot any second now. Those will be the 3 boys that come into shot, looking like they're all still in a hurry. So there's no, that's not Richmond. That is a back marker. But that front 3 absolutely checked out. So that's the 30, I think, of Richmond coming across the line in 4th. We've lost our results tower, so we'll wait for that to come back up. But that was a fantastic race. Ryan Waggett then doing everything that he could do. And there is your results then. A win for number 55 of Ryan Waggett, 2nd, number 14 of Freddie Gardner, 3rd, the 548 of Hayden Statt. It was Charlie Richmond that fought back to 4th, but 5th place on the final lap then for Drew Stock, 6th Lucas Moncrief on the 531, 7th Cameron Greenhalgh on the 171, then 8th Zane Stevens, 9th Alfie Geddes Green, and 10th the 212 of Mason Jones. Hopefully Jeff will be over in our winners circle with our top 3 to get a quick word with Ryan Waggett, Freddie Gardner and Hayden Statt. The rest of the riders then come across the line at the end of Moto 1 of the RFX 125 Championship. So Jeff is down there ready in winner's circle. We will go over to him and he can talk to our top 3.
Right, here we are with the RFX 125 race winner, Ryan Waggett. We like you in the commentary booth because you're wearing bright pink kit, you got a Larry helmet, and you just went out there and like literally annihilated them. You got to be happy with how that first one went.
Yeah, it was a good race. Glad I got the whole shot, made the race a lot easier.
So what about, where's Paul? I saw Paul Winrow in your camp over there. Did he give you any top tips? Just massage his ego a little bit, go on.
Nah, he's all right on a quad.
So how are you feeling? Obviously really good. I don't think you top qualifying, did you? Or did you? I can't remember. It's already losing track of what's going on today.
No, I was out front at the start and then Charlie got me like 2 laps from the end or something.
But you got to be pleased, so confident going into the second one after that. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, everyone who helps us out, my mum, dad, Blues Tyres, Rip and Roll Goggles, Motor Coach 38 Dan, and everyone else who helps me. What's alarming for me as an old man now is how quick you lot are growing. So I can still remember you down there like on a little 65 ride. Now look out, you winning the 125 races. Well done, mate. Good stuff. Thank you. There you go. There's Ryan Waggett, Waysmith. We got 2nd and 3rd. We've actually got them to turn out. So if you want to just roll out, Hayden, let's just get them in. They can come without their bikes. We'll keep this rolling. Freddie, what a great opening moto. We've got Hayden as well. I mean, straight away, this championship is going to be stacked, and you're racing hard. It's going to be good for you as well, I should imagine. Prep for EMX. It's not an easy championship.
Yeah. There's like 6 or 7 of us that can all win it out there. and we all really want to win. So we're kind of, it's aggressive, just like the AMX, especially them first couple of laps. But yeah, it's great.
You two, I'm just going to highlight, I'm glad he said that, because you two, midway there, or early doors, was having a right old ding dong. You're going at it, but you obviously you two get on and racing hard but fair, Hayden. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, of course I'm happy with that. With my first year on the 125, I'm pleased to be finishing third in my first British race so far. And yeah, obviously great battles with Freddie and everyone out there. It's going to be a good year.
What he said, it absolutely is, because I was genuinely excited watching you guys. So was Phil. So well done to you both. Good luck in the second moto, fellas. There you go. We're up and running with the Motul British Championship MXGB here, and that was the RFX 125 class. And like me and Phil said right from the outset, what a brilliant opening moto to start the series. So don't go too far. We're probably going to run a few adverts now, because coming up next we've got MX2, so don't go too far away. That's going to be an absolute ripper as well. And don't forget, we've got the under 21 championship incorporated into that, and that's supported by Jude Morris Racing Foundation. So thanks to them. Don't go too far away. MX2 coming up next.
Start you want.
Most important lesson my dad taught me was, on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile, you just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, never want to give up.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Introducing the 2025 Light Racewear Collection, available in 5 colorways and youth sizes. The light jersey is built with premium performance in mind. When you think light, think minimalist. The lightweight design from Fly Racing incorporates stretch materials throughout this top-tier jersey and provides unrestricted mobility and an athletic fit. The multi-panel construction is enhanced with mesh ventilation, allowing for heat management on those hot race days. The Fly Racing Light Pant is your ticket to comfort and performance on the track. These pants feature comfort mesh panels in all the right places. The BOA Fit system ensures lightning-fast, precise adjustments, so you'll always have that snug fit. Minimalist feel with high-performing features, that's the Light Pant. The Fly Light Gloves are a perfect complement to the Light Racewear line. Their ultra-lightweight minimalist design offers a perforated spandex mesh to maximize airflow. A touch-screen compatible Clarino microfiber on the palm and fingers has a premium soft leather-like hand feel. The Fly MX 2025 Light Racewear Collection is the pinnacle of minimalist performance and forward-thinking design.
So then here we go, our second race of the day, our MX2 class action just coming out on their sight lap. We've already seen some race action from these guys earlier on, Jeff, because they had to have so many of these guys signed up. We had to have an LCQ, and the 20 rider field went 12 minutes plus 1, and got us very much up and ready for a day's racing.
Totally, by my reckoning, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, and if we're both wrong, somebody will definitely correct us. I don't remember having an LCQ ever at a British Championship. We've had qualifying and stuff like that, but but never an actual LCQ race to determine the final spots on the line.
No, I seem to recall that obviously we used to do. There was always there was a repechage for the support classes when it was a full British Championship, and the 250 and 125 ran separately. But yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
But somebody out there in. Somewhere there out in Motoland will ping Jeff or myself and tell us that we are right or wrong. But going back to our LCQ results then, and it was a win for the 133 of Tom Canille, the man from Lille in France. He took victory from the number 4 Works scaffolding triumph of George Hopkins. Then it was the 28 of Charlie Griffiths, and holding on by the skin of his teeth, number 20 Calum Mira, who just held off the hard-charging 544 of Ollie Bubb by just a few bike lengths at the end. But it was a cracking race to get the blood pumping first thing this morning. So those are the guys that made it in through the LCQ. But our qualifiers then, 2 groups split into 18 this morning. And obviously the way that it works, they do a ballot on Saturday to see who goes into what group. And the fastest 18 from each of those groups go through. It's not the fastest 36 riders out of the 2 groups, because obviously track conditions for the second group of riders is considerably worse than it was for the first group. So for fairness then, the way that it's always done, you qualify per group. Fastest 18 out of each group were in Group 1 was Bobby Bruce. He took pole position in that one from Maxi Werner, number 594, and Charlie Heyman, with Ben Musto 4th, the 456 of Ollie Coleman 5th, and Jake Nichols 6th. And in Group 2, we saw Gian Doonson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM go fastest from the 441 Dirt Store Triumph of Billy Askew, with 100 of Tommy Searle there in 3rd on the Dirt Store Triumph, and the SAS TPC KTM of the Frenchman of Florian Mio in 4th. 5th was Josh Fail on the Phoenix Racing Fantic, and 6th Glenn McCormick on the Chambers Racing Husqvarna. Now I would expect that we will see Bobby Bruce go to the line pole as he was fastest in Group 1, followed by Doonson, etc, etc. So
there you go.
I'll look at that, and there's
right
the graphic.
So what I love about this...
Any surprises there, Jeff?
Not really for me, no. I mean, Josh fell a little bit, just because he's been to make the top 10 when... I'm saying he's not capable of making top 10, but he had a pre-season injury, or late pre-season injury.
Yeah.
So, so he's been off the bike a little bit. So actually, fair play to him for breaking the top 10.
Yeah.
But no real surprises is what you expect. I mean, Bobby is a super talented rider, hasn't really hit the ground running with the MX 250 yet, but that's not to say. I was talking to him earlier, and he said, look, I'm going to ignore the noise. It's all about rehabilitation for me. He wants to, he doesn't want to, he had an injury.
He did have an injury,
season.
And once you lose a season at the age that he is, it makes a big difference. So there's the qualifiers back up again. So let's say, any surprises? Good qualification from Charlie Heyman then on the.
See, that doesn't surprise me with Charlie, because I think he's had a couple of years now to. We all know his talent. He was prolific in youth motocross. Again, finding his way a little bit. You heard Conrad say that last night at the Michelin Youth Academy. How it's brutal. Like it's high-end sport now. They're at the high level, and the mental approach you have to have. You can be talented, but if you're doubting self-belief, all those little things, and it's hard at the top. Simple as that.
Only showing 25 on there, but it is a full grid of 40. Obviously, the times combined from the 2 groups. Then we just got to get our graphic to mash all of those to get the full list, because we had a few guys from the LCQ. But it's going to be a full gate drop, and I'm really looking forward to it. We've just had a fantastic RFX 125 class race, which was a great battle there, and for me, this has got the potential to be the class of the year, because In MX1, you've got 2 or 3 guys who have got the potential to win, but I think there's 10 guys in there who think they can steal a moto win.
Absolutely, and what I like about it is if we are going to get every round, we're going to get more than the 40 riders, so we have to split the groups of qualifying. It makes it feel a little bit like a GPs used to be, and I love the fact that we actually don't see them pitted together until the gate drop, because we've had 2 groups. So look, Bobby topped his group, but so far he hasn't been up against like Doosan or ACU.
No,
and now we're going to get to see, because we didn't see it in qualifying, is the point I'm making.
No, so again, bit of a different stuff. There'll be a lot of guys who've never had to go through this, have got to get a head around it. There was people out there who were just, oh great, I've qualified, and you're like, well, there was never really going to be a time that you weren't going to qualify, but they've still got the relief of, oh well, at least I'm in. And then you go, oh, well, I'm only whatever in my group, and then you'll be like, oh, I'm 14th in my group. Well, that's 28th to the gate. Yeah. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm in, and then you're like, oh, I'm not in the top 10. I'm going to get a really bad gate pick.
Exactly. That's the bit I like.
You still don't know where you stack up until the gate drops.
Look, I appreciate everybody watching. Of course, it's round 1. You know, we have, you know, inevitably in our sport, you know, as the series goes on, some people like drop out for injuries. It's part and parcel of our sport. It's how it is. But for round 1, you know, to make sure that we've got 2 qualifying groups, the new format. So we're not just taking 40 registered riders. We can take 60 per round. And as I've mentioned before, if you're an expert rider and we're coming to town, you know, we obviously got a round up in Duns in Scotland, so any Scottish riders that don't race the British Championship.
There's a lot of them down here, though.
But there's more, and that's the point. And I just want to give a shout out, actually, to Johnny Hamilton and everybody up there with the Scottish Championship, doing great stuff with that, by the way.
That's gathering pace as well, and that's great to see.
So big up to Johnny and his team up there. Yeah, and it's just fantastic that we're actually going to have, like, hopefully, as we go to every round, pretty much full lineups. I mean, Kevin, who does a lot of the entries, was telling me, you know, we've had a few people that have just kind of, like, for whatever reason, dropped out, but the registrations are good, and hopefully, you know, come and get a ride, get some exposure, live stream exposure. One more time, want to give a big shout out to Dirt Store for getting behind the live stream as title sponsor. We couldn't do it without them, so thanks to them. Obviously, Motul as the series partner as well, lead sponsor. But we're going to go through a bunch of, there's so many brand partners that we're going to mention throughout the day, but thanks to everybody.
Well, let's mention the Jude Morris Foundation then, because we've also, in this one, we've got the Jude Morris Foundation, the Jude Morris Under 21 Championship. So there's a separate series for riders under 21 that are in this race, and we have got a lot of them, and I will quickly list them off. We've got the number 4 of George Hopkins, we've got 5 of Liam Bennett, 7 of Chester Hyde, the 14 of Harrison Greenoff, the 19th of Sid Putnam, although I'm not sure whether Sid made the cut. Then we've got Josh Bassett, Ezra Blackwell, Sonny Rooney, Rafe Broadley, Jake Walker, Tyler Hooley, the Frenchman Tom Keneal, Ben Musto, still at school, well under 21, Jaden Jones, Tyler Westcott, James Barker, Joe Brooks, Bailey Sutton, Charlie Heyman, Billy Askew, Ollie Colmer, Max Harris, Josh Vale, Maxie Werner, again, he's still a youngster. Yeah. He's in there. We'll shout out to Stephen Clark. He's the vet of the class, along with Tommy Searle.
Yeah, he's not in it.
Tommy Searle, a previous winner of the Under-21 Championship.
Of course, yeah.
Mackenzie Marshall, did not see him out there this morning, but I'll try and find him in qualifying. He's in there. Gian Doonson, Freddie Bartlett, Jake Rackham, Joel Fisher, Jack Davis, Lewis Proud, and Lennox Dickinson. That is 33, I think, guys, that are eligible for the Jude Morris Foundation Under 21 Championship.
Yeah, there's a fair few. I think Oliver Davis is another one that was a bit of a late entry, but more than enough of them. And of course, like you said, there's some heritage with that. Some great riders have won the Under 21 Championship.
Doonson nearly going down on the gate there. He's put his foot in a big hole. Now he's gone next to the doghouse. So I didn't see who went up the far end, Jeff. The Chambers KTM there of Glenn McCormick and the 337. He's down this end as well.
Of course, team manager for Doonson there. You've got Sean Simpson with a wealth of experience, not just from Sean himself. You think of all the experience that Sean got from his father Willie racing Hawkstone. I mean, there is a lot of experience for those two riders to fall back on.
Definitely, and obviously they came into the Hawkstone International pretty unprepared. Those guys were banging out laps in Spain on the hard pack, because obviously for the first 4 or 5 GPs of the season, that's what those guys were going to need to be racing. You don't need to teach these guys. These guys, Maxie Werner and Doonson, they don't need to learn sand. They know sand. They've grown up in the sand. But getting them the hard pack training that they need was their winter priority, and they struggled at the first round at Hawkstone. So it will be interesting to see how they go. He was obviously fastest in Group 2, was Gian Dunson. He was the only guy in the 12s, and he was just over a second slower than Bobby Bruce was on pole in Group 1. So about a second to a second and a half difference between Group 1 and Group 2, which is kind of what you would expect to find. But the track nowhere near as cut up as we would expect it to be across 2 sessions under what we consider to be normal Hawkstone conditions. As the number 4 comes to the line, he's the man who took victory in the LCQ. He's joined there by the number 28 of Charlie Griffiths, and then it will be Tom Keneal. And the final rider to the grid will be the number 20 of Calum Meara, the man from Northern Ireland. I've got his vitals in here. He's from Mooney's, sponsored by Mooney's. So here we are then, 15-second board ready to go up, and our first MX2 action of the weekend is here. 5-second board, away they go.
Gosh, cameraman getting absolutely roosted.
Or who's that from the outside? Looked like a green bike that took the whole shot. Somebody's gone down in turn 1.
Well, it was Bobby Bruce that's pulled the holy, but he definitely collided with somebody who went into the bank there. We got no idea who that is.
That was a big move, and I'm not sure whether the rider went down as he hit the bank or he lost the front on the marbles. That's McCormick there in about 5th or 6th. So that's Musto there in second, going for the lead by the looks of it on the 153. So Musto there in second. Is that Tommy Searle in third?
Tommy in third. Old legs akimbo as he comes out of the corner. Can't rule out Tommy Searle. You just can't. I know he keeps saying about like he's winding it down. This could be his last year. He's an out-and-out racer. He will not want to just roll over in this what could be his final year of racing.
I think this is about his 4th final year.
Yeah, I know. It's the long goodbye.
It is the long. But look, we love having him here, and it gives this class credibility. These guys know that Tommy Searle was a man that 4-time second in the World Championship. He still knows what he's doing. But here's our race leader then, Bobby Bruce, for the first time over the big tabletop on the bike at Dixon Kawasaki. And is that Searle still in second? Musto there in third.
Yeah, Searle up to second. Then it's Musto. But Bobby will want... I mean, every rider in this class will want to win it. But Bobby could really do with a race win here.
So Planet Moto first lap winner then is Bobby Bruce, then from Tommy Searle, Ben Musto, Dunson. So it wasn't Dunson went down, and Glenn McCormack. So I'm wondering if it may have been Werner. Werner is the one that's dropping down the leaderboard. Yeah, so there's our Planet Moto first lap leader graphic. So 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 for those guys then in that competition in MX2. But it is Bruce that leads on the Kawasaki. Steve Dixon will be pretty happy with that, I would say.
Yeah, I was talking to Ross Burridge from the head honcho regards of the racing programme for Kawasaki UK. He was waxing lyrical this morning. It just said how good the venue looked, how he felt it's glad to be back racing outdoors, and he was really optimistic about the season ahead, but not just for Kawasaki but for the sport in general. So that was good to hear.
So we'll have a look further down the leaderboard. Ollie Coleman, the 456, he's there in 11th as the rest of the field stream through. But it is Bobby Bruce then that leads through, back through that hairpin, quite deep, that rut. 1.7 across the line, that's a decent lead to pull out in what is basically 3/4 of a lap for this first circuit.
It's funny little things, okay, that might make a difference to a rider's psyche. One of them being, I see that Bobby has reverted back to his original race number as a youth rider.
79. Is that where he came from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that's going to... just little things like that can sometimes add to that little confidence booster.
All that kind of thing, superstitions and all that kind of stuff. It's you never think it makes a difference, but if it makes a difference to you, then it makes a difference. But here he is then. Is he going to really jump into there? He flies in. So there's Searle then, number 100 on the dirt store Triumph. He flies in. And then it should be Musto in third, followed by the number 574, the Gabriel SS24 KTM of Gian Dunson, the youngster from Holland, then making his British Championship debut.
His
first moto, isn't it?
It's got to be, yeah. Good ride from McCormick.
Josh Vale there in 6th,
yes.
recovering from a broken collarbone at the Hawkstone International, so that's a good start for him. Heyman 7th, Stevie Clark, my fellow 511 wearer, he was there in 8th. Liam Garland, a great 9th for him, and Gav Stevenson, the veteran there, he was in 10th.
Good to see him back. Basically, you know, the guys in there running in the top 10 like that. Like I said, Vale, McCormick, Garland, but it's nice to see Liam back. You know, a lot of us in British motocross know the story. He's always been blindingly fast. He's had, it's fair to say, more than one too many injuries in his career. So Liam will be hoping to just get a solid season together. And of course, they've put together a new team over there.
They have indeed, and I enjoyed their hospitality a little yesterday evening with his dad Dave. So that was all, you know, really just a nice little team. Liam Knight also coming back from what would be, you know, a really serious injury that kept him out for a long while. So both of those riders then,
they're riding for the SRE Services Field team. So good, give them an honourable name check. It's always good when you get new teams coming back in. Not new, loads of experience.
Oh, Musto just went down in the background there. So our third place rider just tipped over, buried the front in that hairpin. Jeff tried to cut across there, but still just. As he came out the corner, Musto just went in. He didn't throw it into the corner, but he just washed out on him mid-turn. So he will have gone down. Dunson will now be up to 3rd.
Yeah, it's just going to move everybody up. The point is, how quick did Ben Musto get up? How many positions is he going to lose there? We're quite early in this race, so if he wasn't up like a scene from Rocky 3 or 4 straight away...
I'd like to think he would still be in the top 10,
yeah.
But we'll have to see as Tommy jumps his way down the back on that Dirt Store Triumph.
We've got big wave yellow, so somebody's taking a digger here in the sand pit, trying to recognise who that is. We can't quite see the number on their back. Looks like 419 to me, but it's too far away. Look like a number in the 400s anyway.
Okay, well, our marshal's doing a great job as always there, slowing them down, so everybody wheels on the ground through there with the first aid flag. But here comes our race leader.
Here we go. Oh no, it's Jake Walker is one of them, number 99. I can see that was Jake. He stood up. Can't see the other right. It's a KTM that he's collided with in there, but we can't see. I'm trying to read that number upside down. It's not the bike, the stricken bike there. They need to clear that bike as well, which they were just going to do. Anyway, we'll leave that to the experts.
Right, Tommy then up the hill, and he's chasing after Bobby Bruce there. Gap was 3.5 seconds as they went across the line. Then it's Dunson. Charlie Heyman now up to 4th on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. Musto, has Musto come across the line in 5th? Let's wait. Yeah, he has. Musto didn't lose that much time, Jeff. So he's still there in front of Glenn McCormick. But the wily veteran Tommy Searle, I'd say 4-time second in the World Championship. He was, when you think of the guys that he had to race against, Antonio Cairoli, then when Cairoli moved up, Herlings came. The only person that you can say had it probably as bad as him was Kurt Nichol, but of the modern era, Tommy Searle,
exactly,
one of the legends.
You can absolutely say that, and I know people say, well, it's like that every year. Sometimes it's not. Every so often there's an exception talent pool that comes through. Bit like the tennis with Murray's era. You know, if you'd have got rid of like those other Murray would have won way more championships, and that's where Tommy was at. You know, he's done us proud. He is, hands down, been Britain's top rider for the last decade or more. So, well, not so much anymore, but certainly that era.
But at the Nations, no matter how his season had gone, you could always count on him for a result. We followed him all over the world and enjoyed what he's put on the track for us, and got us on the podium more than once. And to see him out here, you know, giving these guys a run for their money, and giving these guys something to fire at, and setting the level of the championship. We'll just try and look for see if I can see Jake Nichols in there anywhere. He's not currently showing in the top 20, so not quite sure what's happened to Jake.
Well, that might. Well, no, I'm not going to call it because I was trying to identify who else had crashed in the sand pit there.
But it looks like everybody's up, Jeff, so that's all good. And the race could continue. But Bobby Bruce then still away on the number 79, Dixon Kawasaki. He's got, looks like a 3.5 second lead from Tommy Searle, who's got 3.5 seconds on Dunson. But this is the battle. So this is Charlie Heyman. We stick with this battle then between Dunson and Charlie Heyman. This is the battle for the lower leaderboard positions for 4th and 5th, 3rd and 4th. And Charlie Heyman then on a bit of a wriggle. Ben Musto will be in behind those guys as well. There he is in the background on the 163 Ace United Gas. So the youngster is he's from Gloucestershire. He's recovered well from that early race crash, and he's kind of my dark horse for certainly a championship podium, Jeff.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I was just thinking about how Sean's mindset as a team manager, what he'd expect from Dunson in this first outing or whatever. I think he'd be quite happy, like if it, to walk away, podium, top 3, top 5, build on it. New track. I mean, I know he raced here at the International, but like we said, in completely different conditions. So, he's going to have, like any time, they're quality riders, but he's going to have to get to learn the tracks as we go along, because they're all new to him.
They are all new to him, yeah. And Musto is right there, a bit of a gap then back to Glenn McCormack on the 337 Chambers KTM. Then it's Josh Vale on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. The guys from down there in Newton Abbott switching manufacturers this year, and they're on the Fantic. So, and again, good to see Josh Vale. He's a guy that was a big fish in that 125 field last year, and he's moved up to 250s and got hurt straight away, but he's recovered really well from a broken collarbone, and to be in the top 10 in this one first time out, that's got to be that's setting the bar for him for the rest of the season as we look at the number 422 of Charlie Heyman.
As good as he's talented, obviously Josh Vale I'm talking about as well, what he has got is a lot of grit. That was quite evident when he really stepped up in the 85 class, got himself fit. He won't mind me saying this, neither were his parents, because I spoke to them about it. He was, he was a little bit chunky, a bit around the edges as a young kid. Then one year, we went away in the off-season, he came back, it's like, God, the kid's got himself together.
He's got himself lean and mean.
Yeah, and he's a grafter, no doubt about it.
So stationary yellow into there now. They still do that. So there's Bobby Bruce, then over the tabletop. And he's had an up and down few years, Bobby Bruce, and I think he'll be enjoying leading this one away. This is just what he needed to get his season off to a start. I know he had some issues at the first GP that they did of the year in Spain, I think it was. So he'll be very, very happy to be at the front of this one. There comes Searle across the line, and the gap just starting to eke out a little bit. I'll double check on the times if they're still.
I'm not getting any joy.
Again? Okay, well, we'll have to see as we wait for them. So that's. So
I have joy.
All right, there's Searle going up the hill. So there's Searle, and then third place is Dunson.
So we've also got the Phoenix Tool Fastest Lap of the Race Award. Currently, as you'd expect, Bobby Bruce has got that quickest time. I think he posted that on lap 2. So Bobby Bruce is currently, of course, that can be bettered as we go throughout the race. Whoever sets the quickest time, going to get some support there from Phoenix Tools, and I think a little bit of money's up for grabs. So shout out to Barry for getting behind that concept.
Yeah, there's also some privateer awards that's going on as well. So all of the riders who don't score, who don't pick up like legit top 15 or top 20 prize money in their cast, will all be getting a little bit of prize money. And there we are, the Phoenix Tools Power Buddy Fastest Lap Award. Nice graphic pinging itself up there. So at the moment that is going the way of Bobby Bruce. We'll get our race results back from the RFX 125 Championship, Jeff, to find out who took the result, who took the fastest lap in that one. And let's not forget, as a bit of a, what's the word, a bit of a taste, a bit of a change in the rules, I suppose you'd call it. The gate for race 2 is set from the race lap times of race 1.
Lap times. That is the point here. I don't think we've ever done that. It's a new concept. In AMA Motocross, they do it on your first race position. So even if you qualified first, but you had a shocking first moto, you go to the line where you finished. But we're actually doing it on times. So it encourages riders, even if they had a shocker and they think they're going to pull out of the race, get out there, put a lap in, because that's going to give you a better gate pick for the second moto.
So if you've got the lifetime up there, can you have a look and see where the second of our SS24 Gabriel KTMs is? Because if that was Maxi Werner that went down in the first
I'm sure
turn,
it was.
Is he still circulating, or did he?
Jake Nichols, by the way, is down in 30th.
Right. Okay. So he may well have got caught up in that, but again, those guys
he's showing 39th and 5 laps down, so he's gone out of the race.
So he's out of the race then, so not a great start for Max Werner.
I think it was Max that could have, I think I'm going to call it, I might be wrong, we couldn't quite see the rider's number on the bike, but I think that might be Max that was also then in that incident in the sandpit.
All right, well, we'll have to have a look, and we'll try and get some news on that. But the race as it stands at the minute, time is just updated there, Jeff, so Bobby Bruce then starting to eke out a little bit more over Tommy Searle, but Charlie Heyman only a second behind Gian Doonson. So as we get to mid-distance then, coming towards, we're just going to take a short break to thank our sponsors, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back then, still Ollie Bruce. Showing good form. So we're back then, back Bobby Bruce then, still at the front of the field, and had a bit of a dabble on a 450, Jeff, at the end of last season, and looked good on it, to be fair, better than I thought he would, but back on a 250, and I think that where he is in his career at the moment, he needs to be, the 450 is something that will come to him in time. Yeah,
I think it's just a genuine reset. You know, it didn't quite go to plan, so what do? Do you keep, you know, banging that drum, or do you go away, reanalyse, reassess? Of course, Bobby had those injuries as well. Yeah. And like I said, spoke to him this morning. He just wants a nice, solid, consistent series and build momentum. You know, he's not putting expectations on himself early doors. He struggled with that injury, and he just wants to have a healthy rehabilitation year, basically.
This is closing up at the front, Jeff, because this is the battle between Doonson and Charlie Heyman and Ben Musto. They are closing in a little on Tommy Searle as well, so we can follow this for a few laps. I think that we're going to find that this is going to turn into a 3 or 4 rider battle as they go up the hill. There's Searle, there's Doonson, and just in the background there is Charlie Heyman, and they're not far behind those.
They're all closing.
Is Ben Musto. Glenn McCormack is the man that's next across, and obviously that's a big gap for him to bridge. But again, great ride so far for Glenn McCormack on the Chambers Racing KTM.
Yeah, last lap around, Doonson took close to a second out of Tommy Searle. And of course, you know, Tommy, by his own admission, as much as you train and you do what you do with all his experience, you can't beat age, you can't beat time. Your body just naturally starts to slow down, rehabilitation. You know, he is much older than all these lads. So it gets harder, let's just put it that way. It doesn't get any easier as you get older to keep those fitness levels up.
No, but a great advocate for the Triumph brand, and a great person to have on board that project at this stage in his career, and it will certainly bring on that project. And John Gifford and the guys there over at Dirt Store Triumph will be very, very glad of Tommy's input onto that as we look at Charlie Heyman, a man very much at the other end of the career spectrum, early on in his 250 career. EMX rider as well this year, I think, for Charlie. So again, he's looking at making the step up to MX2 at World Championship level at some point, and he is closing in on the man from the SS24 Gabriel KTM team of Gian Doonson. That's the factory KTM junior team this year for Sean Simpson, so that's nice for him to get official factory back in, Jeff.
Absolutely. I said we've got some well-supported teams. Yeah, great for, and you know, and Sean will do things thoroughly. That's what I like about that. He was very thorough as a rider, and he'll be exactly the same as a team manager. SC Sports Homes as well, Husqvarna team doing good stuff. They, of course, have got into this nice little rhythm of going away and doing some AMA races. They go to Florida in the off-season.
Yes.
So, again, I think that's starting to show. Charlie's had a great off-season out in Florida. And I have to say, not too dissimilar. If you're going to find anywhere in America that's close to Hawkstone Park, regards of ground conditions, plenty of tracks in Florida with similar surface.
Yeah, but Tommy then starting to get closed down. Doonson goes around the outside just trying to find a different line. Getting cheered on then by his mechanic, but it is the 100 of Tommy Searle. Doonson then, just lights the back end up. Heyman there in close attendance. And Musto, I'll say hanging on because that makes that. He's after a tumble, he's still there in 5th. I mean, that's right, he was right behind Tommy Searle as he tipped over. Yeah. I think that by now he may well have found his way up to 2nd place. But this battle then for 2nd, Bobby Bruce 5 seconds up the track on the Dixon Kawasaki. But this is the race that we want to be seeing, and indeed we are. Here's Doonson.
I noticed as they were going up the famous hill there, They're all making sure that they're just to the side, either side, none of them following, because let me tell you, they are getting roosted. There's some...
Oh, yes. There's some big rocks there.
Yeah. They've been exposed, obviously, down the years as the track's just waters run downhill and all the track work. So you don't want to be in the tail roost going up that hill. It hurts.
Yeah, I've been there. So there's Sale Durnson closing in. It's definitely tightening up, as you said it would. And this is turning out to be a cracking MX2 race then, Jeff.
Yes, we are currently coming up to 18:51 on the clock, so we're going to start getting into the sharp end of it. There's still plenty of time in this one for stuff to go down and to happen.
And Durnson's had a couple of looks over his shoulder to see who it is bearing down on him, because obviously he won't have raced against a lot of these guys before, so he'll know who they are. I'm well impressed with Musto, the man on the ACU United Gas, keeping the pace of these boys. And he's actually closed down, I think, a little bit on the last lap. It'll be interesting to see what the splits are, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to tell you, last lap around. So actually, he was the quickest. Sorry, that was his best. He's been the fastest out of the three of them. Last lap around, though, he did actually lose a little bit to.
Here's a change,
Heyman
Jeff.
ahead
Is
of him.
Durnson around the outside of Tommy into the slant pit? Didn't quite make it. Oh, it's getting tight though. Tommy will know he's there. And he just catches the top of that tabletop, runs wide. Durnson's up the inside.
Well, he definitely knows he's there now because he's right. You can see him out the corner of his eye, pretty much.
This is where the looser top surface and harder base just making it a little bit harder for these guys. Normally, you can just wick the power on and you're away.
Most are running paddles, I've noticed.
I did see a few guys,
but there's a few not, because it is drier than it certainly would have been earlier in the year.
Durnson there up the hill. I was trying to get out of him what spec that engine was, and they were all a little bit cagey, but it's certainly not a stock KTM.
They're not going to tell you that, are they? Good try, though, Phil. Good on you.
I did promise not to tell anybody, but no, they were just saying, look, it's a great bike. KTM are looking after them well, and obviously with the fact that they are the official junior team, they're getting the kit that they should, and I think that's Musto looking down the inside of Charlie Heyman there. So the number, the 163 of Ben Musto, he was all over. Right down the inside.
Oh, this is good stuff, because I tell you what, Bobby Bruce is not that far ahead. He hasn't really checked out like I thought he would. I think he's managing it nicely, but
I think he's just doing, do you know what?
Doing enough.
I can do this for another 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm pretty sure Tommy Surley's hoping that he doesn't have to do it for another 8 minutes, because we've got about 5+2 left to go. And but Tommy will be happy that he can still see Bobby Bruce, and I'll say, and it won't be the first time that we've seen Bruce have a tip off here and there. I'll say that's where Musto went down on lap 3, and he's had a really, really good recovery, Jeff.
Yeah, he has. That's a good comeback, because whenever you crash, you just lose that little bit of momentum. Your breathing goes all out of sync, all that stuff. He's had a lot of race time to get back, but still, early doors when the adrenaline's pumping, he's made a nice recovery, Phil.
And these are quality guys that he's chasing down as well. We saw him going really well at the last penultimate round of the British last year before he took a tumble under the bridge, and he's recovered from that. But he's, like I say, still at school. He's doing this, you know, he's racing in the pro ranks, but he's still going to school and doing his exams and stuff. So fair play to him.
He's a gritty rider. Obviously, I got to work with him when we signed him up to Team Green, and that was one of the reasons we signed him up, just because he's a genuine grafter, gritty, never quits on it, just keeps pushing forward, and it's starting to show, obviously.
So it looks like Durnson's chase of Tommy Searle has pulled him away from Charlie Heyman a little bit, and maybe just Heyman falling back into the clutches of Ben Musto. But this still has the potential to be a four-rider battle for second place as we get to the closing few laps of this first of our MX2 races here at Hawkstone Park at the Motul MXGB British Championship Round 1.
Yep. Brought to you by, obviously, the guys at Dirt Store on MXGB TV. Let's very quickly just give you the top 10. Obviously, you're just getting abbreviated their names on the totem pole there. It's Bobby Bruce leading the way ahead of Tommy Searle, Guillaume Dussin there in third. Then it's Charlie Heyman for fourth, Ben Musto fifth, Ollie Colmer in sixth, Josh Fell seventh, Glenn McCormick for eighth, ninth Billy Askew, and that's James Barker in 10th.
Good ride for James Barker in 10th, and also a good ride for Ollie Colmer, because he's come from well outside the top 10 to get to 6th. So a good ride for Colmer as our race leader, and that doesn't look like 5 seconds anymore.
No, it doesn't, and that's the point I was making earlier on. It is, let's just see, last lap around.
Musto's made the pass on Charlie Heyman as they went up and down the hill, so Heyman back to 5th, Musto back to 4th. So the man from Norwich, he's made his way past up into 4th place on the ACU United Gas.
Tommy didn't gain, but he hardly lost anyway. There was only 3 100ths between them that last lap around. So they're kind of setting pretty much similar paces. I think you're right. I think Bobby is acutely aware of everything going on behind him. And I think he has got a little bit in reserve. Should Tommy give it that little push towards the end.
And Musto, he's not from Norwich, he's from Cheltenham. I can't read my own writing. No, I just looked at the... But that's one. Looking at where all these guys travel from every week, you just take it for granted that they're all from not far away, and that's very much not the case. No, that's not a million miles. We've got guys from Newquay and Aberdeen and all sorts of places here this weekend, giving us some top draw action. And to be honest with you, the weather, we've got a decent crowd in as well, Jeff. The track's like well lined. Sandpit, their area on the other side of the track, that's pretty full. There's Tommy, just clips his way in. Doonson not putting him under pressure, but this is Musto, and he's closing in on the Factory Junior KTM rider. I would say probably about a second a lap.
Yeah, he is. This has got to be a brilliant confidence booster for Ben. Particularly, remember, if you're just tuning in, he had a little tipple over at the start of this race, lost a few positions, quite a bit of time, and he has made a great recovery ride.
Charlie Heyman then starting to drop off that battle. So his charge to try and get onto the back of Tommy Searle looks like that's blown out a little bit, but still a good ride as they go up the hill. Doonson has a look over his shoulder, and he will see the ACU United Gas rider, like you say, going up the opposite side of the hill to avoid the roost. And then, as you can see there, Jeff, it's a sunny day. There's going to be a lot of shadows at the top of that hill and in the trees.
Yeah, that does play havoc with your eyes. I mean, it takes a little while for your eyes to adjust the best of times, but when you're riding a motocross bike at speed, it all happens pretty quick, and it can mess you up.
A lot of guys now coming right tight down this, what would be left as that we look at it, but right-hand side of the track to that jump. So obviously the lines there have changed, and there is Heyman, the 422.
This is on. I think Ben Musto has got the minerals here to get within striking distance and lay one on Doonson. I think, you know, what I'm saying is, even right now, I think he, with a good run on into an open corner, I think he could run it in there. He's just lost a little bit of time back. As soon as I say that, commentator's curse. But if he can close the gap to another couple of bike lengths, he's
going to be there. Doonson's definitely going to feel the pressure of the 163 of Ben Musto at some point in the closing few laps of this race. That is without a doubt. But here is the man that took a convincing hole shot, and has pretty much, although the lead has dropped down to 4.5 seconds, he's looked in control all the way, Jeff, and this will be a big confidence booster for him.
Absolutely. You know, as we said, he just wants to build and build, get back to where he was. Listen, everybody in British motocross knows that Bobby Bruce can ride a bike, and he has the talent, and he has definitely got MX2 potential. Stepping back down to the EMX 250 to gain a bit of confidence. You know, stick to the 250 all year, back and forth from 450, 250, that's going to help. And just get a nice solid year under his belt, and then push on for next year. That's, you know, in regards of MX2, that would be the ideal fit for Bobby.
So the yellow flags there as they came over the tabletop under the bridge, and the gap at the front is coming down. Tommy Searle is not out of this yet. They've come across the line.
Last time around, Phil, he took a second, basically took second 0.1 out of Bobby there, so he is pushing him.
And as they go up the hill, that's a lap rider there on the left-hand side, I think, but Musto still chasing down Doonson as well, about 1.6 between them. So it was 3.5 seconds last time after across the line, when it was 4.5 before. Have we got 2 laps to go?
Yeah, we're on 2 to go.
Two to go, so not long left. Has Tommy Searle got what it takes to run down Bobby Bruce in the last couple of laps of this race? Bruce has a look over his shoulder, and you will know that Tommy Searle's the last person he wants to be seeing. There's Doonson, and there's Musto. This is an absolute barn burner.
See what I mean? He just does not. Musto's so gritty. He hasn't let go of that.
He's not.
He lost a bit of ground.
There was a back marker in the middle there, Jeff, I think. So it was 5 riders. This is the 422 of Charlie Heyman. But here it is then. In amongst the back markers is Bobby Bruce, going to just get held up. So he's managed to put 2 riders between himself and Tommy Searle in coming into what is probably the twistiest part of the circuit. So that's He hasn't got to follow him through that hairpin. He's got a clear line into here. Gets that bike at Dixon Kawasaki out of the turn. And Tommy is...
I think he's responded.
I think
either that or Tommy's made a mistake, but that is definitely opened back out from when they crossed the finish line. Yeah, he's looking, he's hitting his marks. He doesn't look like he's overriding. He certainly looks relaxed at this point. I wouldn't say Bobby's looking flustered by any stretch.
So this is the visual that we got on the last lap that told me that Tommy was closing, and that's gone back out because the next rider coming into shot there. Oh, big mistake though from Bruce, but Tommy's not even into the sandpit yet.
No.
So that's...
in fact, Tommy was rolling into the sandpit and
Doonson on the outside,
jumping in again. So now Tommy's under pressure from Doonson on this as they come into this last lap. I'm pretty certain if we hold this shot, there's Tommy and that's Doonson. Yeah, he's right there. Wow, right. So all of a sudden, when we thought Tommy might be going for the win, he's now defending the second.
Yeah, so Doonson's right there. Ben Mustoe, I think he's done. He's put in a gallant charge to try and run down Doonson, but he's not managed to hold it. But there's your race leader going up the hill. The gap's gone out to 5.5, so Tommy definitely made a mistake. And this is the battle for second coming into shot now. There's a lap rider. There's Tommy and there's Doonson right on him as they go up the hill. Final time then. There's Ben Mustoe in an excellent fourth.
Well, we're going to get them coming down the hill. It's on for second place. This is where
there it is.
Tommy is going to need all of experience. He will be screaming at those back markers in front of him.
So look over the shoulder then from Bruce, but it's the battle for second. There it is. There's Searle. Doonson right there. Look over the shoulder from the back marker. I think Doonson's just dropped off a little bit. Mustoe's still there, Jeff.
Yes, he is. Obviously, he's there to pick up the pieces because, Doonson might run it in on Tommy. They might, there's still half a lap to go and a lot can happen. I'm going to make my way over to the winner's circle where, well, I'm not even going to curse him. I'm just going to get myself over there.
So it is Bobby Bruce then halfway around this final lap with a 5.5 second lead in the first of our MX2 battles here at Hawkstone Park for the first round of the Motul MXGB British Championship. Bruce then over the tabletop. It's the battle in the background that we need to see, and it's Doonson closing in on Tommy Searle. Bruce looking really comfortable. Less than half a lap to go. So a really healthy crowd here this weekend. We wait for the green Kawasaki to jump into the sandpit for the final time. Lower leaderboard, guys, but there is your race leader. He will come across the line. Tommy Searle still there in second. They're closing the gap. Bobby just throttled it down a little bit on the final circuit. Just make sure he makes no mistakes. A look over the shoulder as he comes up and round the final turn to come and take victory in MX2 Race 1 as they come across the line. It is a victory for Bobby Bruce, and as they run to the line, it's going to be Tommy Searle that just hangs on to second place from Cian Doonson, with Ben Mustoe coming across the line in fourth position. A great ride from the man from Cheltenham. Charlie Heyman will be fifth. Billy Askew climbs to sixth, the 441. He's made a real good charge through the field on the second of the Dirt Store triumphs. We'll wait for him to come across the line. A drone shot picking up the few riders as they come across the line. Oh, battles all the way down. That was a close one at the end. But MX2 Race 1 then in the books, and we'll wait for Jeff to get in position down in winner's circle, and we will have an interview with our top three, which will be Bobby Bruce on the DRT Kawasaki. There he is, the number 100 Dirt Store Triumph on the number 100, and the 496 of 574 of Cian Doonson on the SS24 Gabriel KTM. But a brilliant win for Bruce. Was never headed, took the whole shot, put a hard move on what we think was Maxie Werner in turn 1, although Werner might just have run wide in the... and then he checked out. Werner was a non-finisher. So that's your Dirt Store TV highlights. So Jeff is over there in winner's circle. We'll throw to him, and he will be there to talk to our top 3.
Side of the bike. Okay, here we are.
Okay, so just lost the wireless mic there for Jeff, so we want to work on that for a second. But yeah, a brilliant race. We had 2 fantastic races to kick off this first round of the Motul MXGB British Motocross Championship here at Hawkstone Park. It's been it's a beautiful day, blue skies, lots of people out there on the fences. Yeah, we're going to go back to Jeff. We've got the mic back, so we'll carry on with our interviews in winner's circle.
Live TV for you, lads. That's all right. Okay, we're back. We've sorted out that issue now. Bobby said it. To be fair, I'll give you a chance to get your breath back a bit more.
Yeah.
But like we said, you know, to come out swinging, you've got to be pleased with that. And obviously the team, after, you know, by your own admission, a bit of a difficult year last year, but looking strong, looking healthy for this year.
Yeah, I think all the pieces are coming together now. The bike feels really good. The team have worked really hard, and so have I. So, yeah, to start off like this, we can't really complain. But now we've got to go and back it up again.
Yeah. Your management was good there. It seemed to be that you had Tommy covered. You knew he was there, right? You had left in the tank to deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the start was crucial here. So if I could get out front and just put 2 good laps in at the start, I knew that it'd start training up behind. And Tommy's clever, so I knew that them boys weren't going to get past him, and I could manage him well. So yeah, it was a solid race, just ticking the laps off.
Fair play. They are on the bike at Dixon Kawasaki. Dad's happy. You're happy. Same again for the second motor, right?
Let's hope so.
There you go, Bobby Bruce, winner of the first MX2 race here at the Motul MXGB British Championship. Nice one, Bobby. See you later. All right.
Solid.
Okay, so they're just going to move the bike out. It's a beautiful sunny day here. We're now going to go to some adverts. Don't go too far, because coming up next we have the Apico MX1. Yes, you've heard it. So we've got the big boys coming out on the 450s. A couple of adverts. We'll be back with Phil shortly.
Introducing the 2025 Kinetic Sim Racewear Collection, available in 4 colorways and youth sizes. The Kinetic Sim jersey is built in our standard fit, aimed at being the perfect level of comfort without constriction. Its multi-panel construction enhances durability, while the integrated mesh ventilation keeps you cool on those hot summer days. Kinetic jerseys are engineered to race at the highest levels, but comfortable enough to wear on an all-day ride. This jersey does it all, and is one of the most popular choices in the history of fly racing. The Kinetic Sim pant is a high-performance pant at an unbeatable price. Its ultra-durable 900D construction, coupled with multi-directional stretch panels. The BOA Fit system took this pant to a whole new level, adding top-tier functionality without impacting your wallet. Kinetic pants are that perfect blend of race-winning performance and everyday comfort. The Kinetic Sim gloves are a perfect go-between for those wanting knuckle and palm protection, but also needing premium grip and feel. The adjustable wrist closure offers a more secure fit, and silicone finger grippers create better control. The Fly MX 2025 Kinetic Collection is the most versatile gear set in the off-road landscape.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colors and bring your kit to life with personalized details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. This is my time.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we're 2 races into this Motul MXGB British Championship. Like I said, slightly new era for British motocross at the high end, and I have to say, 2 belting races so far on a sunny day at one of the most famous motocross circuits in the world. What's not to like? I mean, it is Mother's Day. I mean, I get that in the UK, so hopefully your mother likes motocross and you say, I'll tell you what, Mum, I'll treat you to a lovely day. We'll stay in and watch motocross and I'll buy you some flowers.
Indeed. hat tip to all the mothers, especially the ones here at the track supporting their sons and daughters through their motocross careers. And I know that mine was very supportive of me, and it's great that they get a special day. But we are here now for the Apico MX1 Race 1, the premier class of British Championship, Jeff. And again, we've seen 2 great races already with our RFX 125 and our MX2 Championship Moto 1, but this is the one with the big hitters. This is where everybody wants to be. And, well, yeah, I'm ready.
I'll tell you who's ready. I want to go into the finer details of it, but I just bumped into Conrad Muse in the toilet.
Oh, okay.
So, and obviously we quipped. He goes, yeah, pre-race nerves. I said, yep, for you and I both. So Conrad going through his ritual. He's ready to go. Surprisingly, some would say it's a surprise. I guess it is. He didn't top qualifying. Phil, I'll take it away of who did what there.
Yeah, so qualifying then, it was pole position then for the man returning from European teams. I think he was on the Smicker team last year, but back with the Chambers Racing team for 2025, the 811. The Welshman Adam Sterry, he took pole position with a 2-minute 9.012 on that 811 KTM. Literally 0.2 of a second ahead of the 426 of the True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse. Josh Gilbert then, he came in third on the 326 on the Lexa MX Honda. Then it was the 41 of Tristan Purden on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. The 714 of Brad Todd, he came home in fifth. Martin Barr 6th. John Adams 7th. Joel Rizzi on the 450 Triumph 8th. Chris Mills 9th. And 10th was Jamie Carpenter. So that's your top 10. Any surprises in there, Jeff?
Not really. I think Purden has obviously come over to the UK now a couple of years and really established himself. So solid rider. Gilbert, always shown the talent, now doing GPs. Rizzi, because he's a bit of an unknown quantity now moving up to MX1. So maybe I'd expect Joel to be a little bit higher up maybe. Brad Todd's such a stalwart and goes super fast in qualifying. But no, John Adamson we know has got a turn of speed as well. Maybe Jamie Carpenter after his performance, at the last week, you'd expect him to be a little bit more. But again, finding himself in with that new team and bedding in. So
I think he's had a few injuries as well, Jeff. So a good shout out then to Brad Todd, 5th. He's the Scottish champion from 2024. Was going to be starting this season as a privateer, but he's now been backed by Decoy Off-Road and Bike Sport Newcastle. Gavin Linscott, the man at the helm of that, I still think they're up there in the north east.
As far as I know, yeah.
And so the man from up there in Wigton in Cumbria and Scottish champion, he's a solid 5th in there. For me, he's the Ben Musto of the MX1 class. He's the guy that's got there by grit and determination. And we had a bit of a chat yesterday as they were going through tech, and he was just like, "Yeah, I've got old enough now to know that crashing hurts." And
but he's a charger. Chris Mills, giving him a mention as well, because Chris is obviously British rider, but we haven't seen too much of him in his career because he kind of basically went straight over and started racing in Belgium and Holland, done a lot of racing there. But he's a talent, and he's back focusing now on British motocross, so expect good things from Chris Mills.
Surprise for me, Matthew Meo 18th. I would have expected a bit better from him. The Frenchman, supposedly, he's one of the guys that we see doing the Beach Championship in the Championship Les Sables in France. So for him to be not inside the top 10 at Hawkstone in the sand, it was a bit of a surprise. But again, new team, not ridden here before, I don't think. So maybe he will pull something out of the hat come gate drop time.
It's certainly a different type of sand. Obviously, beach racing is something else, Latuke and all that. I mean, we call this a sand circuit, but as we said, it's definitely got a little, not as deep as it was down the years. So we're just waiting for them to come out on this one.
Yeah, so looking out over the circuit then from the sandpit, and looking then at the Apico corner. I've come into the Hawkstone International a couple of years ago, and that was just a bottomless bog in that turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, how different it is. Under these conditions, it's dry. They put a lot of water down, but it's not as deep as we'd expect Hawkstone to really be at this time of year.
Yeah.
So it's going to make a different race circuit. It's going to be fast with more sharp end bumps. So bike setup, it's not those kind of big, nice rollers. It will eventually get like that, but you can see how dry it is on the top there.
I mean, there was talk yesterday. Oh, it might even end up being dusty, and I think it will. We've got a glorious sun and quite a strong wind, which is drying the track out. But there you can see our leaf blower guys. No, that's the camera. We have our leaf blower guys out there on the gates as we wait for the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Race 1 to come to the line. We've got our Phoenix Tools fastest lap. Did we get an official one on that one? Was it definitely Bobby Bruce for the MX2?
It was absolutely Bobby Bruce in MX2 that set the quickest lap of the race. So, yeah, thanks to Barry and everybody at Phoenix Tools. Phoenix Tools fastest lap. We'll do the same in this one. We'll keep an eye on it now. We've got live timing at the event here back up and running. So I can keep an eye on see who's doing what. Traditionally, you'd expect it's going to be one of the front runners that obviously sets the quickest time. That's not always the case. Some of them get a bad start and pull out lap times of ridiculous speed further down the field as they work their way to the front. But yeah, as you can see, it's absolutely perfect out there. There's the K-Tech bowl corner. That's the kind of avenue of brands. I can't remember, speaking to Elliot Spencer, that's going to be doing a lot of the social media for the championship this year. We kind of funneled the brands in so they all lead towards the finish line. You can see there, you can see the guys from Goggles there, Triumph. As I said, so many partners of the Motul MXGB British Championship. Apico being one of them, of course, sponsoring the MX1 class that you are about to see. Bell, DP, Dirty, Dirt Store, of course, Fly, Fox, FXR, Gaern, Honda, Jude Morris Racing Foundation supporting the Under-21 Championship. We will tell you when we go back to MX2 where they're standing in that championship after the first one, because that's in a championship within it.
Yeah, it will take a couple of races for everything to find its feet with regards to points. We're going back to the Phoenix Talks fastest lap then, as we suspected. The RFX 125 fastest lap was the 55 of race winner Ryan Waggett took that. And in MX2 race 1, no surprise, Bobby Bruce on the 79 DRT Kawasaki took it there. So those two guys are Phoenix Tools fastest lap winners.
Yeah.
And both of them also the Planet Moto first lap winners as well.
Yeah.
So they've swept that, which is not unsurprising.
No.
But there's always going to be a chance that the man that doesn't lead across the line on the first lap is going to put the fastest lap in and not win.
The Planet Moto First Lap Leader Championship actually turns out to be quite good, quite entertaining as we go along. It's surprising. Certainly when we were doing it back in the amateur classes, back with the Fastest 40, it would certainly be variations of riders getting good starts. But of course, we do a points tally with that, and whoever scores the most points across the board at the end of the year will then get a trip down to Spain. We'll go into all those good tracks down there. Where they're going to get to ride and get accommodation, all those kind of things. So that's really cool. Going back to our list of incredible sponsors, as we said, we've got the K-Tech, Kawasaki, Jude Morris Racing Foundation, Michelin, Moto Verde, Oakley, of course, Phoenix Tools, Planet Moto. The list goes on and on. We're getting ready. Looks like they're starting to fire them up. They're going to be coming to the line for this, the opening moto of the Pico MX1 race here at the Motul MXGB British Championship.
Adam Sterry then leads them into the gate. And like I say, he's a man. He had a decent MX2 career. Did a lot of GPs, far more than you would ever think. And he finished sixth in the world, and he behind the likes of Jorge Prado. I think his teammate beat him as well. But when you look at the year that he finished sixth, which I think was, I want to say it's 2019, but on my encyclopedic knowledge, not as encyclopedic as it should be. But he had a good MX2, and I think he just aged out a year too early, and then obviously up onto a 450 against the best guys in the world. On his day, well, he's as quick as any of them.
Of course he is. Obviously former British champion anyway. He's won a British championship before. Represented Team GB, Motocross of Nations.
He's been on the podium.
Yeah, an incredibly wet Assen.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't go, but my son was there, and he was like, mate, this is unbelievable. And then obviously when our boys put it on the box, and again, this is the part of the history of Hawkstone Park and all the rest of it, Motocross of Nations back in the day, all this kind of stuff. This is what, having the likes of Adam Sterry back in the championship, he's been riding the ADAC for Schmecker KTM and other teams over there, and won races against the likes of Max Nagel and all these kind of guys. So he's got a good pedigree. And as we look at the number 6 then, the number 6 Fantic off Carlton Husband, the Phoenix Tool rider. I think he's been with that team 7 or 8 seasons now, so he's definitely, he knows his way around that team.
He does. We always said about rider styles now that they're all varying. Carlton is a good adjective to explain it if you don't know Carlton Husband. Swashbuckling.
Yes.
He's that kind of like all action hero. He's given 100%, and I think genuinely that's why, likeable lad as well, of course. But I think that's why Barry sort of sticks, because he just knows he's getting 100% of him, and you can't ask more.
No, and a lot of team owners will stick with guys who just tick their boxes. Also coming to the line there, the 95 Chambers KTM of Dan Thornhill, and the guy had a fantastic result at Le Touquet, him and his brother.
Yeah.
Again, they race as a family. My first proper MX commentary gig for the British Masters back in the day. Dan and Adam Sterry were battling for the lead in the Big Wheel Championship, and here they are.
So very quickly, just before we go gate drop, another call out to our incredible sponsors. We're going to run a very quick advert. We'll be straight back for the gate drop. Don't go anywhere. Scrap that.
Yeah.
We're too close. We're too close to the start of the race to get the advert in. No stress. We don't want you to miss the gate drop. Obviously, we'll squeeze that advert in a bit later on, because without those guys, we ain't going racing. Phil, take it away.
So here we go then. 15-second board, 5-second board, waiting for the gate to go. Away they go. And let's see who's got the whole shot. That looked like it came from the middle as they go into turn 1. Does everybody get that through there safely?
Safely this time. They'll get pushed to that bank. That's what we saw in the MX2 race, Phil.
I cannot see who that was that took the whole shot.
No, not
now,
just
I've got
yet.
a feeling that might be the Triumph for Joel Rizzi. It looked like a black bike.
Yeah, black bike, black kit. No, it wasn't. It was Chris Mills.
Chris
on
Mills.
the black Yamaha.
Right, so it was Mills that took the whole shot. Number 27, rider down. But it looks like it's Sterry that's already gone to the front on the 811. So Sterry to the lead.
Is that Brad Todd there? I think. No, Gilbert. Sorry, in the... Was it, or Purdon? It could have been Purdon up to third, I think.
Louis Kessel there in a tussle in the middle on the number 7. And Ryder bringing up the rear of the field. But that was a ripper of a hole shot from Chris Mills.
Yeah.
So already...
into the sandpit. We're going to see who's leading as they come out of that. Well, we know who's leading. It's Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM.
Purdon there in second, possibly.
In the yellow. So
on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. So he's there in second. They come through to complete the first lap. And we'll see who our Planet Moto first lap point scorers are. So at the moment it looks like Sterry and Purdon are going to be first and second. Possibly Gilbert across the line in third, but we'll see that as they come towards us for the first time. So there he is, the 811 of Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM from Purdon. Then it's Mills, Conrad Muse. In fact, Muse not in the top 10 as I can see at the moment.
Seventh.
He's
Currently seventh.
So our Planet Moto first lap then, Adam Sterry, Tristan Purdon, Chris Mills, John Adamson, and the 184 of Jamie Carpenter. So Carpenter 5th, Jason Meara John Meara is 6th, Muse 7th, Brad Todd 8th, Josh Gilbert 9th, and the 33 of Ben Edwards. That is your top 10 across the line.
Keep an eye on Ben Edwards. He's been doing good stuff in the Scottish Championship. He's strong.
Has.
He's strong in sand conditions. It'd be good for a solid result if he can stay in that top 10. Purdon showing some real worth here. Chris Mills, as I said, he's got the minerals. He's back doing all the British Championships, so that's good. I think that was John Adamson going from, as we look at, from right to left, swinging across the track.
Martin Barr in there. He came across the line in 12th, just in front of, just behind Matthew Mio. So he's got a trial through. Rizzi there in 13th, Carlton Husband 14th. Liam Knight in the 134 SR KTM, he's there in 15th. But it is our race leader, Adam Sterry, our fastest qualifier. He will be looking at trying to get away at the front of this one.
And he loves Hawkstone, let's be honest. It's really his local track, you know. He's
North Wales.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's done many a laps around here, so it's right up his street. Literally not too far from obviously his home in North Wales there. So this will be a real confidence booster. I mean, he's a confident lad anyway, but to step back into British Motocross, if he can bag a race win straight off the bat, game on.
He's already putting some decent time into the 41 of Tristan Purdon on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna as they come towards the sandpit. Nicely in there, and he's already got the length of that straight there, Jeff.
I love the way you can see his frame grinding out on the sand there on landing. He's looking sublime, actually, I have to say. What we're going to see here is actually, I mean, Conrad would have hoped for a much better start, of course he would. But for the sake of a good race, you know, we're now going to have to see what he's got to come through the field.
I'll be honest with you, if he'd have got the whole shot, I would have been a bit, but no, let's see what he's got. There is your second place man, the South African Tristan Purdon, then on the SC Sport Homes team, run by former British champion Neil Prince. They've got a big squad down there, and they do a great job. So there's Purdon, a big gap back to third, and it's still Mills in third.
Oh, Jamie Carpenter nearly washed the front end in front of his teammate there on that Crendon True 7 Honda racing machine. So they're riding in tandem.
Todd up to sixth. So Todd having a good ride. Looks like John Adamson has started to fade back. He's gone back to ninth. But Brad Todd on the Honda from...
yeah, he's on the DK Honda, I think.
Yeah,
that's what he's run.
From Bike Sport Newcastle.
Oh, Bike Sport, yeah, Brad Todd, yeah. My bad.
Oh, big parking, bit of a big parking moment there. So that was Mills got sent out wide by Jamie Carpenter, and Conrad Muse bagged them both. So I think that Muse is now up to fourth, Jeff.
Yes, he is. Okay, I know it's early doors and this may change, but in a sand race it very rarely does. Right now, your Phoenix Tools fastest lap rider, take a guess, Phil.
Adam Sterry.
Good guess. Good guess. Yes, Adam Sterry is your Phoenix Tools fastest lap so far of the race with a 2:13.386. There you go. Let's see if that gets any quicker throughout the race and if anybody can shave some time off that.
That was a nice hop there by Tristan Purdon over that little double into that turn. So Conrad Muse has got to get his finger out, and obviously if he's going to try and chase down Adam Sterry, he's currently looking at what we've got now. I probably think he's 7 or 8 seconds adrift. He's going to be knocking on the door for that Phoenix Tools fastest lap award. But here is our race leader then on the Chambers KTM into the sandpit to make his way around to complete another lap. And Purdon has got a nice gap there, so that these two have broken away.
This is going to be good because Conrad, I tell you what, he's got some ground to make up.
Yes,
this is going to be a really interesting race to see if he can peg them back. Being chased there by his teammate, this will be good, following him around. I just want to highlight as well, remember, a different format this year. It's going to be gate pick for the second races, second motos are done on your lap times from this moto, not your position or your qualifying this morning. So right now, as it stands, of course, Adam Sterry top qualifying, but as the quickest rider in this race thus far, he will get the first gate pick.
He will indeed, but Conrad Muse then on a rip up Hawkstone Hill with teammate Jamie Carpenter on that True 7 Crendon Honda team run by Dave Thorpe. Been around in the British Championship for a long while, and Muse announcing that earlier this week that they're going to be doing a few rounds of the AMA and a couple of select GPs, which is great news for the British fans. Always good to see British riders going over and having a bash at the AMA, especially when you know everybody on the other side of the pond won't have a clue who he is.
I'd like to think they would now, because obviously he put in a good performance at the Nations this year, but you'd like to think, but yeah.
But yeah, it always
the majority won't.
The majority won't, and it would be great to see him up there and having a go. I know that Ben Watson was keen to go out there and do it, but I think the date switch of the GPs, which obviously has meant that we've had to move around, means that doesn't work out for him. So it's a shame for them. But obviously Conrad Muse then, he's now got to try and chase down our race leader, Adam Sterry, with Tristan Purdon away in the distance. It's 6 seconds then between Sterry and Purdon, and a further almost 7 seconds back to Conrad Muse. So pretty much 16 seconds the gap. We will try and keep an eye on that as Muse makes that nice hop into the turn.
So just to tell you, obviously last lap around, which was the first real complete full lap, Sterry bust in a time of 2:14.318 and Muse was 2:16.023. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Obviously Conrad coming through a bit of traffic, Sterry on that Chambers KTM with a clear track, but I tell you what, that's still quite a margin, nearly 2 seconds quicker.
Well, my visuals on that tell me that I don't think Conrad's pulled a great deal back on Tristan Purdon on that lap, so if he's not catching Purdon, he's certainly not going to be catching Adam Sterry as they come under the Ashbrook Bridge. And again, this corner riding completely differently to how it does when it's wet. Nobody goes up that high when it's damp. It's just a horrible sticky mess all the way up that berm for reasons I've never fully understood. But he comes across the line to complete another lap on that new for 2025 Honda.
Okay, he's starting to wind up the wick now. He's taken a second out of his last time, but not taken a second. He's taken a second out of Purdon, Conrad Muse in third, but lost a second to Sterry.
Yeah.
Sterry still going quickest. And that's why he's got the gap up to 8.4.
Well, that's motoring away. And, you know, you wouldn't say that Adam topping the time sheets this morning was against the run of play, but because obviously he's a top lad and he knows his way around this Hawkstone track, but he's putting in a solid moto here, backing up his fastest qualification and doing a great job. And he knows we're getting the board from his mechanic, who is former British champion and MX of Nations rider Greg Hansen.
Yeah, good, Greg.
Saw him in the pits. Great hero of mine, Greg Hansen. He was the guy in our centre that went to ride GPs, and was fortunate enough to interview him in here in this very room last year. And it's great to see Greg back in the paddock, twirling the spanners. Purdon's down. He's overshot the berm. So that's a blow for the South African.
Well, he's got to fight back. I mean, I think Conrad was gaining on him anyway. Not think, he was. So he'd come under pressure anyway. In many ways, maybe, I mean, he'll want to hold down second for as long as he can, but you know, it's to regroup. Maybe he can pick up on some of Conrad's lines now, which might have been faster because he was closing in on him. But look at that. I mean, like, Sterry's just gone.
Yeah.
You know, he's way down the track at the minute.
The battle then down there, it's Carpenter, Todd and Josh Gilbert. That's those three riders that we can see there in shot, and then it's a bit of a gap back to the 212 of John Adamson on the second of the Lexa Hondas.
I can say this off screen, you can't see it in a minute, but I can tell you that Martin Barr is not pulled out of the race at this one, but he is in the pit area, missing a helmet peak. So I'm guessing that Martin Barr, the Apico Honda racing rider, has taken a bit of a spill there. He's just getting his breath back, taking some water. Knowing Marty, he'll probably roll back out to get some laps in.
He looks like
Bearing
he's
in mind,
struggling a little bit.
Yeah, he does, yeah. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that right now. We're also keeping an eye on Conrad to see if he can close down this gap, which is now 11 seconds.
Well, but that's coming down because it was 16 before, because it was 9
Right.
from it was six or 7 from Sterry to Purdon, and then like 8 seconds back from Purdon to Muse. So that gap has come down 5 seconds in 2 laps. So Conrad Muse is on a rip. So I'm expecting that his next lap time may well be purple.
Proof's in the pudding, Phil. Let me just put that into context. Last time around, Adam Sterry did a lap of 2:15.203. Conrad Muse last lap around a time of 2:13.4.
So 2 seconds taken out that lap, but still to see whether he's actually managed the fastest lap of the race.
No, that's still Sterry.
That's still Sterry. So
quickest lap of the race. Phoenix Tools' quickest lap of the race has gone to, and still remains with Adam Sterry with a time of 2:13.386.
There's Todd in the battle then with Carpenter and Gilbert. So an all Honda battle there. And we've got the official UK Honda team with Jamie Carpenter, the DK Racing Bike Sport Newcastle of Brad Todd, and then Josh Gilbert on the Lexa MX Honda. Completely self-supported job, apparently. So they've just chosen to ride Hondas. So there's Purdon, then he will be kicking himself.
Ooh,
that was
nicely
nice.
done,
Yeah,
it was.
He made a good job of that the lap before as well.
Yeah.
He'll be kicking his, but that's where he went down, it's a really easy place to go because the loose sand gets dragged into that turn, and if you just get a little bit out of shape on the braking bumps, you're off. And I think that's what he's got a bit out of shape on the way in. There's our race leader, Adam Sterry, and this is the gap back to Conrad Muse.
Just coming up a bit short, bouncing off the top, but carrying that momentum through. He's absolutely really ripping it now because you can see the gap he's pulled on Purdon. Just for you Joel Rizzi fans and Triumph fans, Joel's there propping up the top 10 currently on his Dirt Store Triumph.
And let's be fair to Joel, first time really racing competitively on the 450 this season, and that Triumph is an all-new bike which they're obviously developing as they go along. I think there's only Tom Guillon in France, Max Nagel in Germany who are getting any kind of help, as well as the Dirt Store guys. So they're developing that bike. It's a fresh bike, the 450 this year, 250 out obviously on his second season.
We have a new Phoenix Tools fastest lap. Again, no surprises for anybody, I should imagine. It is Conrad Mewse. He has now gone quicker than anybody on the circuit, including Adam Sterry, and busted out a time of 2:13.242. So there you go. The rider on screen is pulling in the race leader. It is now down to 8.9, and if he keeps doing that, he's taken that last lap nearly 3 seconds out of Sterry. I think we could be in for a cracking last 5 minutes of this moto if it carries on like that.
But we'll keep an eye on the gaps out the front. But if we could go and have a look at that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th between Carpenter, Gilbert and Todd, because that looked like that was shaping up when we got that really excellent drone shot earlier on. There is the 4.26.
Yes, the gap on track is basically Gilbert is now closing in on Carpenter. You're absolutely right. There's not much in that at all. So hopefully we catch up. A little bit of leg drag, a slight mistake from Adam there as he was just trying to redirect his line. Didn't want to follow the lap rider there, which of course you should never do.
A lot easier to stay out of the way of the leaders when the track is how it is now. Sometimes you pick a rut and you're in it for 5 corners and there's absolutely nothing that you can do. As we look then for the race leader then. Absolutely inch perfect from Sterry on the Chambers KTM then.
He has been executing that really well, by the way, the entire race.
Yeah.
Much cleaner from Conrad coming in this time. Didn't bounce off the top. He's finding his flow. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be game on, I reckon, in about 3 laps.
Well, let's see what we've got. There's Purdon. Purdon comes in a little bit deep. And then we wait then for the battle. If we hold this shot, we'll see the battle then between Carpenter, Gilbert and Todd. And we'll see how close these guys are. But they're a long way adrift. Here it comes. So that's Carpenter. That's Gilbert. And have we lost Todd? Just starting to drop off the back a little bit. So that one not as tight as it was when they went across the line last time, Jeff.
No, not quite as tight. Now listen, these riders, like, you know, they want to race and win and do the best they can for themselves. I'm sure Josh Gilbert would also, I don't think he'd be overthinking it. Maybe I'm bigging this up too much, but he'd also like to make sure that, you know, a team that he used to race for, that he tries to pick off the rider ahead of him at least.
Of course, there's always a little bit of that. You know, beat your teammate and then beat the bloke that's on the bike that you used to
ride. Yeah.
But I think that the reason that obviously Josh enjoyed his time with the official Honda team, but obviously he wanted to go and do GP stuff, and I don't think that was on the table for him if he stayed at that team. So he moved on. And again, another good rider, Josh Gilbert, and we've seen him. I think we've seen him do. I think he did. Did he do an AMA?
He did.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he just hovering around inside the top 10s, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then he had that big crash. I think it was at Hangtown where he hit one of the track pole markers and injured himself. Yeah.
So that was Carpenter and Gilbert, and there's the 714 of Brad Todd on the DK Racing Bike Sport Newcastle Honda. So that is your top 6. Then it's the 212 of John Adamson, and there he is, and still sporting a couple of shiners from the crack that he had in practice a few weeks ago. I think it was. I don't think it was a race, was
honestly,
it?
like a genuine couple of belters.
Oh, Purdon
did he
dragged a footrest.
Did he?
Oh,
I missed
that was a proper moment there.
I just turned back to the screen to see him landing with perfection. So,
mate, he was. Look, there was 2 people who thought he was off that. I was one, and he was the other.
Yeah.
So he did really well to save that. Hopefully, our team in the trailer at MXGB TV picked that up for the highlights reel at the end. But that was a proper moment. In fact, has he gone down?
No, he's okay.
He just seemed to take a little bit of a while to appear.
He's comfortable. Here we go. No, that's the replay at the start. So look at that. That was a power move by Sterry.
Sterry around the outside of Chris Mills.
I tell you what, that was a lot of confidence because Mills could have put him down there.
Oh yeah, he could have done, couldn't he?
But didn't. And that was there you go. That was Purdon crashing out early doors.
And there we go. Watch that.
It was all right. He was in control with that. I think
that was just the tail end of that one. I think. No, this is the thing where he dragged. That's it.
Oh my days!
Now you can see.
That was a brilliant recovery, though. That wasn't luck with the recovery. That was a lot of skill.
Dirt Store MXGB TV replay there. Absolutely bang on from our guys in the truck. But Purdon lives to fight another day and fight his way up the hill on that SC Sport Home Husqvarna. But that was definitely a moment that he will remember. But let's go back to the front then, because Adam Sterry to Conrad Mewse is 3 seconds.
Oh, here we go.
So he'll be able to see him. So it's the battle at the front now that we're rubbing our hands for.
Yeah, it is definitely, and you know, this is going to tighten up because we're at 18 minutes. We've got 7 minutes plus 2, though, don't forget. It's a 25-minute plus 2-lap moto, so plenty of time for Conrad, the speed that he's going, to put a move on Adam Sterry. And of course, you're carrying the momentum. It's hard when you're leading a race and you've had a 16-second lead pegged back to find that kind of, let's go again, let's try and fend the guy off. So we're just sticking with Tristan Purdon here on the SC Sports Homes machine, but we obviously got the top 2. Adam Sterry, just going to find him on 811.
No.
So Conrad Muse there in second, 426. Then it's Purdon, then Gilbert, Carpenter for 5th, Todd for 6th, 7th is Adamson. Then it's Jason Mira. Good to see Jason committing to the full British Championship, obviously coming over from Northern Ireland there. Then we got Joel Rizzi and Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools. Fantic there propping up the top 10.
Right, we had a change for the lead over the back there, because that's is that Muse leading, or is that still Sterry at the front? These are our race leaders.
Oh, he's already gone by.
He's gone by, he's passed him round the back.
So he's wasted no time at all. While we were sort of just focusing on Tristan Purdon there, Conrad has blown into the lead, carrying all that momentum. Now it's up to Sterry to dig deep. Even if he could he'll be disappointed he's been pegged back, but he also knows where Conrad's at. And for Adam, if Adam can now live with him for the remaining laps of this moto, that'll be something to hold on to going into the next race.
Definitely, and we were watching the times, and it had kind of steadied away at 4 seconds. So I think Adam Sterry made a mistake somewhere, and he dropped a bunch of time, and we just took a little bit. They were out of sight, and we just didn't pick them up. And Conrad Muse leapt into the lead.
Well, he's absolutely flying, and
he is.
These two have totally checked out, by the way. They're 20 seconds sort of, well, Purdon's about 20 seconds further down the track. So timing is now just frozen here for me. So we'll go with the visuals here then. You can see that Conrad has got into the lead and now carrying all that momentum on the Crendon True 7 Honda. It's where you'd expect him to be. It comes as no surprise. He going into this as a firm favourite. He hasn't got to deal with Jeffrey Hurlins this year.
No, he hasn't. That's is that the 401 of Jack Benniston that I think we're looking at the moment? Is this that? We'll try and pick Conrad up. That's the 300 of Charlie Hamlet.
Yeah, it's Charlie out there, enjoying himself. Had a little chat with him earlier on.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I'm aware of the fact that there's a mass of red bikes out here that all look the same. And
yeah, it's not so easy. It's easier when you're outdoors and seeing them, but when you're looking like you guys, we actually obviously look for a TV monitor, and but you can see the big gap now.
Oh, is that Conrad?
That Conrad.
That's Conrad into the that's Conrad Muse.
If it's not Conrad, it's a very fast tail end rider. I can say that.
Yeah, so he's under the Ashbrook Bridge then. So how long we got left to run down in this one, Jeff?
Well, my timing has gone, not my personal timing, just I don't know is the answer to that, because basically it's frozen, and so I don't know. But I reckon we're a couple of laps off of the 2-lap board currently.
Yeah. I think that's what did for us. I think the timing had frozen when we were looking at the gaps between Sterry and Conrad Muse, and they were a lot closer than they appeared on the timing screen. But Conrad then blasts up the hill on the True 7 Crendon Honda. There is the 811 of Adam Sterry in second. The gap already out to 8.5 seconds, so that's a 10-second swing in 3 laps.
Wow.
Conrad has definitely found his mojo. He'll be taking the Phoenix Tool Fastest Lap Award. And like I say, you mentioned Jeffrey Hurlins earlier on in the race, and Jeffrey was very, very complimentary of Conrad Muse last year, saying that he gave him some of the hardest races that he'd had. And he was definitely coming here to get some exercise and be pushed, and Conrad Muse certainly did that.
Further down the field, Phil, I'm just looking out the window. They are starting to spread out a little bit now. Josh Gilbert has, as you can see, a 2.2 second head of Carpenter. Likewise, Todd is now 2 seconds back. They've all just started to sort of distance themselves from each other, basically, so it's not so intense down there now as they start to sort themselves out in this first moto. But of course, Moto 2, completely different kettle of fish. Last moto of the day, it's going to be rough. We're probably going to have more shadows on the track. The sun's going to come round.
It will be different for these guys for sure. But Muse then from Sterry, from Tristan Purdon, the South African on the SC Sport Homes Husky. Then it's Gilbert on the Lexa Honda, Carpenter on the True 7 Crendon Honda, Brad Todd on the DK Racing Bike Sport Newcastle Honda, then John Adamson on another Lexa Honda. The red bikes are doing the do.
And I'll tell you why, because they're good. You know, like there's no doubt about it. The new CRF range obviously developed and helped with the Lawrence brothers and everybody, and Tim Geyser.
Yeah.
Nice bit of kit.
And they're cheap this year as well. They've done a big thing with the price point on those. Jason Mira on the Motorcycle Gas. He's there in 8th. Joel Rizzi's gone up to 9th on the Dirt Store 450 Triumph, and Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tool Fantic. He rounds out the top 10. So as this first of Apico MX1 races draws to a close, we've still got a few laps to go, but Conrad well and truly away with this one. Sterry has 23 seconds on Purdon, and he currently has 16 seconds on Josh Gilbert. So those guys getting the starts as the two lap board looks like it's been readied through the little bit of the gap in the window that we can see through.
Yeah, it is. It should be next time around. When you watching Conrad in full flow, it is a thing of beauty. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He is sublimely talented.
He is.
Everybody in British motocross has known the potential of Conrad for a long time, probably more than he ever knew, actually, when he was a bit younger. And it was interesting talking to him last night in the Michelin 125 Youth Academy. We had him over talking about his trials and tribulations to get to this point, and it was quite refreshing, Phil, wasn't it, to hear him say, do you know what? I struggled there for a few years. It's not as easy as you think.
Exactly that, and I think it gives a realisation to the youngsters that the lot of a professional motocross rider is not an easy one, and the mental game is every bit as important as the performance on track. As we watch the man who at the moment is the top man in British motocross.
See, just what he did there, that looks so easy.
Oh, well, I watched that and go, yeah, I could do that.
We can do that. You and I can still do that.
Not a chance.
No. That's the trouble, you see. We sit here and watch top riders and think we can still do it, Phil. Got to get a reality check.
But again, really nice. Just a little bit of a scrub there, not too wild in the sand, because obviously if you get away from you on the landing, especially with the rutted up slopes, you can easily end up on your ear. Here he comes then and just nicely pops into the sandpit. And again, when you go and look at that from the other side, Jeff, that's a completely blind send. There's no, oh yeah, I'll just have a peek over the top. You're committing to that. Oh, rider gone down.
Did Conrad get hung up there? I think he... no, he just took his time. He turned it tight.
Yeah.
That rider literally... There you go, the perils of leading the race.
Yes.
That rider literally crashed right in front of him on his line.
He was under his front wheel, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that's why Conrad had to park it up, literally hit the binders and just make sure, obviously, to avoid riding over the rider that had crashed in front of him. Lovely. Just a little bit of preload there. You see how that's hooking out? It's got a dip just before the takeoff, but Conrad was preloading the suspension to jump over that tiny little hole that's forming. Oh, I love stuff like that. That's what's obviously makes the difference between a top level rider and an average one.
And we can nerd out on stuff like that.
Guess we can, absolutely, and we will.
Yeah.
And we won't apologise for it.
I think it's fair to say that Conrad Muse didn't panic off the start. He knew that he'd got the moto pace, and he worked his way through the field. Had a nice pass up here, and his teammate ran Chris Mills wide. Chris Mills still there in 11th, just in front of Ben Edwards. Liam Knight in there, Rizzy down to 14th, Dan Thornhill 15th, Charlie Putnam in a good 16th, 17th Luke Benstead, 18th Sam Nunn, 19th Declan Whittle, and 20th the 103 of Max Broadbelt. So they're your point scorers in this first Apico Factory Racing MX1 Moto of the day.
It's quite a statement from Conrad. It's almost ominous, actually, that what he's done here, because he's obviously he didn't make a start. He was a long way back, and it's a statement ride, because if anybody's going to beat him in this British Championship this year, they're going to have to work exceptionally hard and step up to the plate.
Well, the man top of that list was definitely Adam Sterry in my book, and Adam maybe just like, do you know what? I haven't got the pace. It's a long championship. Do I throw it up the track trying to beat Conrad Muse when he's having a good day? or do I take my second place and we'll go again in Moto 2? And again, that's how you build a championship.
Totally.
A lot of riders don't suss this out until it's too late. But Conrad Mewes then on his way to what will turn out to be a reasonably comfortable win. Oh, he took a risk there. That could have been a braver man than me. But again, over the table. And again, getting that right, that gets so rough under there. That's where Musto went down at the last round last year. Just got caught out on the stones and the big holes under the bridge because it does narrow there quite a lot.
So it's going to be 1 lap to go. You can see the 2-lap board there as he spins it round. 1 to go then for Conrad. Plenty to work with here. 16-second lead. Yeah, he won't back it down, by the way. He's got to that level where he just focuses. He races against the stopwatch, and that's how he's going to keep doing it. He's going to push on this last lap. And actually, sometimes that's the worst thing to do. We've all been there. You think you got it in the bag. You mentally just switch off.
And you took the front somewhere.
Exactly. All of a sudden, you're hitting bumps that little bit slower than what you used to or have been. The bike then handles in a different way, and before you know it, you're on your backside. So Conrad will keep pushing all the way to the end here on this Crendon True 7 Honda racing machine. And, of course, the program that Dave Thorpe has put together, all that wealth of experience with Honda over there, that they're a tight unit, they're ultra-professional, and they get the job done.
They do indeed. Here is, it's not Adam Sterry, I think that will be... can't say that's that's a rider who's a lap down, but this is the like I say, Adam's just going to go, do you know what, I'm not able to run that pace for this at this end of the race. I'll take the second place and we'll go back and we'll try again. But it was impressive off the start, to be fair. He fought his way to the front, and Chris Mills took the whole shot, and Sterry made the pass and started to walk away from Tristan Purdon as Mewes made his way through. Be interesting to know what Purdon would have done without that tip-off, but he'll still be well happy with the third crash or not. So as Jeff wings his way off to winner's circle to get a chat with the 426 True 7 Crendon Honda rider Conrad Mewes. We'll wait for the rest of the riders to come across the line. But for the final time into the Honda hole, as it used to be called, resplendent with the Troy Lee Designs banners. So thanks to Troy Lee again, another sponsor stepping up to help the championship. Round the final turn, and Conrad Mewes will take victory in the first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races here at the first round of the MXGP British Championship. A convincing win in the end, and we wait for Adam Sterry to come across the line. And he's tailed off to the tune of some 20 seconds, but he will know that he's got it in the bag from Tristan Purdon, not wanting to take any additional risk. Maybe work a little bit on bike setup or a few other bits and bobs. But that will, that's been a hard moto. Sterry looking down at the back of the bike, so maybe he's got a puncture. We'll have to see if we can do that, but he certainly looked down at the back of the bike, so maybe that's what caused it. We missed the pass, but a lot of time the freezing didn't happen, didn't help us at all, because the gap was way out, and then all of a sudden Mewes was in front, so maybe a mistake or a bike issue for Sterry. We'll try and get the hard word on that, but here's our race results. Then it was a win for Conrad Mewes, and the 41 of from the 811 of Adam Sterry, and the third showing Tristan Purdon. And then as it stands at the moment, Josh Gilbert in fourth, Jamie Carpenter fifth, Brad Todd sixth, John Adamson seventh. I'm pretty sure these guys are still coming across the line. We pick up, oh, beautiful bit of riding there. Purdon coming through the woods. Highlights of race one in our Apico MX1 race one. And there is our race winner, the 426 of Conrad Mewes. Lovely pre-jump, as Jeff commented on, just got the bike so well set up there. Out of the bell corner and just landing nicely. You can just see that there's a little bit of a ridge there. And then again, nice brake tap there, as you see the, and as he makes his way into the corner. So we'll go over to Jeff then in the winner's circle, and he's there with Conrad Muse.
Okay, welcome down here to the winner's circle. Rob's just grabbing the bike mechanic. Conrad, you've started your championship with a race win, but I'm guessing by the look on your face, you know, you always want more, you want total perfection. And as much as you won the race, you don't seem overly happy.
No, that was, yeah, weren't the best race for me at all to start the season. Start was mega. I just got a bit too excited and leant back too early and then got swallowed up on the sand. So that was that. And then come back through, got into the lead in one, but I'm not happy. I didn't ride how I know I can ride, and we're going to go back, make some changes, and hopefully we're going to be 100% in this next race.
Obviously, you want to win this championship again. You won it before, you know, but looking at the bigger picture, you're also expanding yourself out a bit more this year. You're going to do some AMAs and stuff like that. So I guess that's why you always want to push yourself to your absolute limits. It's not just a case of winning. You want to win and win right.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like, I certainly ain't going to mix it up with the likes of Chase Sexton riding like that. So, yeah, we need to go back, regroup. And but like I said, every lap I want to push, and then I just wasn't able to. So we got the win, which was great. Fantastic to start the season like this. But on my behalf in riding, it just wasn't there. So we're going to go back to the drawing board, make some changes for the second race, and come out swinging.
We'll let you do that. Go and get scrubbed up. Well done. Conrad Muse taking the race win in the first Apico MX1 Championship race. Brilliant to hear that as a British motocross fan, that Conrad wants more. When he's actually commenting about he wants to go and race Chase Sexton and those guys, it just shows where his mindset's at. He's just won the race by nearly 16, 17 seconds and he's not happy. So for British motocross fans, that's fantastic. Okay, that's us done with the first block of racing. That was the Apico MX1 class. We're now going to go back to the start, the second moto of the RFX 125s, which is going to be epic. 3 more races to come. Don't go too far. Sit back. We've got some more ads coming your way. We'll be back with more racing shortly with the RFX 125 class. See you in a bit.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
So here we have then the official results of MX1 Race 1, Arapico MX1 Race 1, and Conrad Muse then was the winner on the 426 from the 811 of Adam Sterry. Third, Tristan Purden on the 41 SC Sport Homes Husky. Josh Gilbert there in fourth on the 326. Fifth, Jamie Carpenter. Sixth, Brad Todd. Seventh, John Adamson. Eighth, Jason Meara. Ninth, Carlton Husband. And 10th, the Frenchman Matthew Mio on the SPS KTM. A good race then, Jeff. And fair to say that Conrad Muse showed us everything that we expected of him.
Well, Phil, I don't think you can hear the interview, Phil. I
can't hear the interview, no.
So, yeah, he was quite disgruntled with his performance.
Oh, okay.
Which doesn't bode well, does it, for the others, really? You know, he's talking already, which is what I said in the interview there. He goes, well, that's not going to cut it when I go and race Chase Sexton. Lovely thought, that is.
Okay.
So he's thinking that way.
I totally get that. What I also noticed that you maybe didn't see was that Adam Sterry, when he came across the line, was looking down at the rear of his bike. So whether he had a rear wheel puncture or something, I do not know that, so we'll find that out.
Try to, yeah, absolutely. So we got that going on. A big shout out, of course, again to the Dirt Store. The whole team there getting behind this live stream. So Dirt Store, go and check them out. They're easy to find. Basically, for all your motocross needs, they got loads of top brands that you can go and buy. And the more products you buy from them, the more they support us, along with everybody else. People like Apico backing us as well, RFX, all those guys. But a personal big shout out to the guys at Dirt Store for getting behind MXGB TV. And also the guys at Motul, of course, coming in as the new series partners, title sponsor. So a big up to those guys. And I said, we've got a list of amazing people that we're going to announce and try and get as much info you as the series goes on. Manufacturers like Honda and Kawasaki backing what we do. There's a long list. You'll see a lot of them over social media as well. Don't forget as well, we've got the Prox Pit Pass. You can go and see that.
Yes.
In the week. I don't know what actual day that's going to go out, but keep an eye on the socials. That would be like a little vlog from behind the scenes. We got Benison there. He's had a problem on his sighting lap, which is not cool.
And that's not a nice place to tip off, because that's a really steep jump. This is on the way down to the bridge.
Yeah, that's the famous, what used to be a double jump. No longer, of course, filled in, but that iconic Nick Haskell photo, which we've actually put on some tour T-shirts.
They're on some tour T-shirts for sale in the centre of the circuit. So there is our race 2 for our RFS 125 class in the holding area. And Jeff, we saw a cracking race 1. And obviously, race 2, the grid is going to be decided by fastest lap. And it's fair to say that we've only got the results here from race 1, and we don't have the grid for race 2. So I won't say your guess is as good as mine. I think it's fair to say...
All I know, who was the quickest.
It was Ryan Waggett.
So I know Ryan Waggett is the first rider that's going to get the first gate pick. Beyond that,
we'll see them as they come out onto track. So, but that's the way that it's going to work here for the remainder of the season. A little bit of, just a little bit of something different. And it does mean that if you have a crash in your first moto, if you can get back going and you can go and put in an absolute nailer of a lap, you've got the chance of starting inside the top 10, even if you've not scored points in the previous moto.
Yeah, which I think that was the whole concept. Paul and everybody, like, you know what? Because that happens. That is very much the nature of our sport.
Yeah.
Obviously, previously, we've just gone both gate pits to the line for both motos has been on your morning qualifying.
Yes.
But they're changing it up. So it's kind of similar to AMA Motocross, but the fact that we're doing it on lap times, not your first moto result.
Yes.
So that's an interesting thing to look at. So as you can see, we're in our little booth here. Phil, you know, we got there it is, the new logo, ACU behind us. Big shout out to those guys. And we said everybody supporting the series. Motul.
Look at that future racer there.
Yeah. He's got his Minecraft top on.
Oh, look at it.
Even I know what that is.
Yeah, you see, I didn't know what that was. Making his little jump there on the top of the track. There, he's got all the sand behind him in the world, but it's Supercross.
No, he's going to go back. He's probably been told off about getting his trout. No, you don't care. Kids should be rolling around in dirt. That's what they do.
Excellent. So they come to the line. Looks like Charlie Richmond then is going to come to the line. I think we've already seen Ryan Waggett go by, because obviously Waggett took that. We know Waggett was officially the fastest rider.
Then it was Gardner. Then Moncrief must have set the 5th quickest time. And then it was Drew Stock there. Yep. So that's how we're doing it.
171 of Cameron Green Algae in there as well. So there was. So he took the whole shot from the outside. We did have this discussion about the smart guys go all the way to the left of the gate, and you can see that Gardner there looking. I mean, it's really easy just to ride straight into that gate, not have to mess. And I'm sure that there's guys that have done that. But again, these guys will be up for the Planet Moto First Lap Awards again, and to get those points for that Spanish holiday at the end of the season.
I'm just going to mention it, being slightly biased. There you go, 3 riders there, like I said, have all signed up to the Yamaha Blue Crew program, where they get the chance to go and race. It won't be at the Motocross of Nations this year, but the Super Finale, where Yamaha take riders from all over the world. This year it's going to be tied into one of the GP races, which I can't announce yet. So, but anyway,
that's cool. Obviously, Motocross of Nations at Ironman in Indiana this year. So normally, if it's a European race, that takes place there but everybody else coming to there. So Fabian Junior Morrison then hit on the 259. Shame we didn't see him on a Kawasaki last time he was on a big
I know, the
Kawasaki.
259, yeah.
And we actually did a meeting at Cuss's Gorse, and I swear to God, I have never seen anybody drop the hammer as hard as he did. You're familiar with the wave section at Cuss's Gorse up to the tabletop? He had the entire length of that lead after one lap.
Yeah, that was his local, because he's from Andover and around that area. Obviously, we don't longer have Cuss's Gorse, but that was, I would say that was his local practice track. So he knew his way around there.
Yeah, he was really good. I think he ended up getting nabbed, and I want to say, might be Austin Beastie that beat him and came from away. And obviously, he's a guy. Now, was he somebody that we were expecting to see here this weekend?
I think Austin, regards of outdoor, he's done well in an arena cross.
Yes.
He obviously won some rounds, won some races. I'd expect to see him out there. Obviously, we had a few of these guys that did the arena cross, the Futures class. Harry Lee's out there. Obviously, he won it. He didn't win it, but he won a bunch of races. Zane Stevens also raced it.
But I thought that I saw Austin's name on a pre-entry list, but obviously maybe he's not here through injury.
I think he was on the but he's not actually. I don't know why he's not here, but I'm sure he's registered for the series.
So the Lexa MX KTM 125 of the number 9 of Mackenzie Benison comes to the line. He was the guy that got cross-rutted on the upslope of that slope. So here we go then, Jeff. We're getting ready to drop the gate for the second time for the day on this RFX 125 class. It was Waggett that won from Gardner and Hayden Statt in Moto 1. How's it going to go? Here we go, 5 to go. They're away.
Oh, who was that? Someone on Yamaha stalling it off the gate. This time it looked like the whole shot nearly came, but right at the last... See how Statt turned in right at the 11th hour.
Is that Statt or is that...
No, that's Lucas Moncrief on the Free Flow Madison Crescent Yamaha. No, it's not. It is Hayden Statt. Sorry, I'll take that back. Well, yeah,
so
you're
Statt
absolutely
then
right.
From Waggett, 17 in there in third. That's Harry Lee. So a good start for Lee this time as the rest of the field stream through. We'll try and see who it was that hit the gate as everybody comes through.
Oh, look how that is starting to cut up now. Nowhere near as bad as we've seen it, but still, that I can speak from experience, Phil. That is a nasty hook, that right there.
That section a lot better than it used to be. It used to be 2 or 3 small jumps, and they all cupped out horrifically. At least you only got one chance of throwing it into the weeds down there now. But they make their way down the back end of the circuit for the first time. We'll see if they've got the ability to send it into the sandpit with this now being... And he does. Statt sends it in. Waggett in there in second. So Statt, he will want to try and win this one. And at this point, we have to try and do the maths to see whether the 3-1 beats the 2-2.
Yeah, well, obviously, at a point, Waggett, if he stays there, if the flag was to come out now, Waggett would win the overall.
Yes,
but
it's
obviously a long way to go.
Yeah, 3-1 against the 1-2. We'll wait and see who comes across the line.
Yeah, so it is Hayden Statt across the line first. So here's your Planet Moto First Lap Leader Award. So Hayden, there he is, 5:48. He is going to pick up the 5 points in that championship. It's 5 for the first across the line, 4 for second, obviously 3 for third, and then 2 for 4, and then 1 for fifth. You get the idea. And then we top them up at the end of the year, and whoever's got the most across all 3 classes, as far as I'm aware, is going to be going down, winning the competition to go on a Spanish ride holiday, which, by the way, you can do. Go and check them out.
Yeah, great company. They've been doing that for a lot of years. So it was Statt from Waggett, from Charlie Richmond, Harry Lee in 4th and 5th, Lucas Moncrief. So that's your point scorers for the Planet Moto First Lap Award. So Drew Stott came across the line in 10th, and we're looking for Cameron Greenhalgh, Zane Stevens. They were the guys in the top 10. Where did Freddie Gardner come across the line?
That is Drew Stott, I think, just hit the deck back there. I'm sure that's Drew. It looks like him. He's in O'Neill kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So he just tucked the front end. That's not good for him. He's going to have to regroup. He's got plenty of time, of course, 20 plus 2, but still not where you don't want to be laying it down on the opening lap and making life hard for yourself.
No, so Statt then leads this one from Waggett, and it'll be interesting to see if Waggett can do in the second race lap time wise what he did in the first. And it certainly looked like whatever issues Statt had in that first one, if at all indeed he had any at all, whether Waggett is going to be able to run him down. Again, just getting that little bit of, I'm not following anybody, I've got a clear track. I've got a chance to check out, is Waggett going to have anything for the 5:48 of Hayden Stat?
So we're still waiting for obviously 3 minutes on the clock already. So we'll get them all settled in, another couple of laps, and then we'll let you know once the timing actually does refresh of who's set the fastest lap thus far.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, and I would imagine that would have been Hayden Stat. But we'll wait to officially get the numbers on that.
But let's say Stat then, 14 years old from Durham, so he's 4 years younger than the guy chasing him down, and that's a big 4 years in motocross. So Stat off an 85 last season, onto the 125 this season, could still have stayed on an 85 for another year, Jeff.
Yep, absolutely. But the right thing, move him up that way. He obviously shooting to be like a future MXGP star. That way, he's going to get enough years of racing in that 125 class to make it count. He is. I'm not sure if he's competing in the full EMX Championship, but he's obviously just recently done the first couple, or he certainly did France and did, you know. So yeah, he's up and running.
But as you see the shadows then going up the Hawkstone Hill, very, very bad. Our race leader then at the bottom of the hill, and like I say, the way that it goes into darkness here, goggle lens choice. The sun is not particularly low at this time of day, and these guys getting into, they're the first of our second motos here, so they're probably going to be okay. But as the sun starts to go down a little bit more, obviously the clock's changed apparently last night. Much the, anyway, for 6 months of the year the camper clock is right. But yeah, everybody only got up because their phone did it for them. But the sun now, obviously, we're a little bit higher in the sky. But that is always something, especially in the early part of the year when there's not so many leaves on the trees. Visibility in this kind of conditions, where you're going from the dark to the light with the sand here, it can be a real problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not in a position right now. Live time, and again, we've got gremlins in the system here with the classic modern technology. It's great when it works. It's so infuriating when it doesn't. You're seeing the timing is all correct on the screen. What we're saying is struggling to find the lap times a bit further down. Okay, so bear with us. You know, we're not going to miss a trick regards of who's in what position. We just can't give you the. I can't bring you up to speed with the actual lap times.
So Charlie Richmond then in third place. He's starting to close down on to the back of the 55 of Ryan Waggett on that Raji Racing KTM. And obviously, if he puts the pass on Waggett, then that will hand the overall to Hayden Stat.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this class already. It's like we're first round in, and oh, nice. That was very nice. He got that thing right nose high, as did Waggett, and then just a little tap of the rear brake, push down. Of course, that's the old gyroscopic movement. Brings the front down. Something
you can do nicely on a 125 without risk of stalling the engine.
Yeah.
Not so good on a 450 if you get that wrong. Ask me how I know, but I'm sure you do.
We all
well.
do. Just trust me, it's not a nice experience stalling a bike in the air.
No. But so Waggett then not able to run the pace that he ran in the first round. Another little mistake there. But maybe after the 450 has been out on track, obviously when they were out this morning for the first race, first main race on track, tracker would be in a lot better condition than it is now.
Absolutely. And I can say, you know, like you were saying about the shadows, you can really start to see it now. I mean, that was light in their first moto. The sun's gone right round the back of the famous Hawkstone Hill now, or virtually 3/4 of the way around. And look how dark it is at the top there. So, yeah, it will play a bit of havoc with these guys, but they'll be well focused. And Hayden Stat, obviously, listen, he knows they're not daft. They would have known at this point. Look, still a long way to go. But listen, they might not doing maths. They might not doing maths at school, but they don't mind it when they come and do the racing. So basically, Hayden will know that as it currently stands, he's sitting second overall because he finished third in the opening moto. And here go 3-1 if the flag came out now, but Ryan Waggett would take the overall with a 1-2.
Yeah, but it's still all to play for.
So Harry Lee has made a move there on Lucas Moncrief. Oh, no, he's not. He was there anyway, wasn't he? Sorry, my apologies for that. So that's the top 5. It was Drew Stock, wasn't it? We lost tuck the front end. He's now up to 10th according to our timing.
That is a real good recovery. And Freddie Gardner's down in 16th. So the man that finished second in race 1, he's not going to figure in our overall podium unless
he gets a march on.
Yes, I think that's fair to say that whatever problems he had early on in the race, he's too far back to trouble the podium. But he'll be looking to carry on. If he can get back into the top 10 and score some decent points for the championship, that'll be as much as he can hope to take out of it today. But there's Richmond then on the number 30 S Briggs Commercial Yamaha.
Well, by my maths, if it's as it stands right now, obviously a lot can change, and it probably will. But right now, you're looking at Ryan Waggett to win the overall, Hayden Statt to get second, and Charlie Richmond for third as it stands.
Oh, Statt cased that jump big time there. We've got to ride it down on the approach to the jump. Yeah, not one of our race leaders, but Richmond then is keeping Waggett honest as they jump out of the sandpit. And again, this will be getting quite chopped up. It was the 204 that was the rider that had stalled there, so he's just got going again.
Yeah, it's still a fast pace out there. Just looking at the track, these guys, you know, they're going to feel it in a different way. When you get a deep Hawkstone park, you're just really physically exhausted from almost like having to pull the bike through the deep sand and really pull on the handlebars to get over the bumps. Not so much this time around. They can just attack it a bit more. But I should imagine they definitely feel it through their wrists and ankles by the end of the day. There's a lot of sharp edge bumps out there.
There's no easy day at Hawkstone.
No, there never
Whatever
is.
the conditions, it's a proper hard day. So I think it's fair to say that these guys have earned their corn. And like I say, we've got 13-year-old riders out there. 13, 14, 15. Waggett at 18 is probably one of the oldest riders out there at the moment. We're going to just drop in a quick plug for one of our sponsors who brings you this live stream for free, and we'll be right back. So we see our race leader then, Hayden Statt, bouncing into the sandpit, with Waggett still giving chase. 5 seconds the gap, with Charlie Richmond another 3 seconds adrift. So the overall, I think, is really rests on whether Waggett can keep Richmond at bay. And nothing else that Hayden Statt can do at the moment other than win this one and go into the podium with a 1-3.
Right now, Hayden Statt, although he's just concentrating on getting the race win done, I'm sure in the back of his mind, he's like, come on, Charlie, do me a favour. Just do me a favour. You don't need to catch me, but just pick off Ryan, and that will give him the overall.
And obviously, Richmond then currently sitting in third, 3-4. He's already on the podium anyway, and I don't think if he moves in front of Waggett, I don't think that's going to make a great deal of difference. He will still be third on the podium. But this is one of those things that...
yeah, if that was the case, Phil, if Richmond makes a move on Waggett and goes into second, it would work out like this. Statt and Waggett would tie on points, but obviously Statt would get it on the better second moto result.
Yeah.
Waggett would obviously get second on the box, and then Richmond would get a third. That's how it would all unpan. So he's not going to gain an overall position, Charlie Richmond, by overtaking
And
Ryan
he's got a massive gap back to fourth as well. So maybe he's just going to go, do you know what? I don't really need to be pushing this too hard. I've got a good third, good points for the championship. As our race leader then already into the traffic.
But they're kids, so they're probably not going to do that at all.
They don't.
We don't want them to, actually, at this point. Let's get them racing all the way to the flag. It'll be even better. So I know Charlie, if he has the opportunity to put a move on Ryan Waggett, he will. But he's got a long ways to go. It looks like Ryan has actually started to pick up the pace a little bit, I would say. I'd say he's probably coming back at Hayden Statt a little bit here.
Hayden Statt getting into traffic now, obviously just moving up off an 85. Do you think that Statt's had as much experience with racecraft and dealing with back markers as Waggett? I would have probably said not.
I would have said not, and another reason for that is because in his 85 career and early as his 65 career, what he has always been, Hayden Statt, is an exceptional starter. He absolutely power to weight ratio for 1 year there. I think it was on the small wheel 85. Yeah. Man, he was out of the traps like, you know. So he's always been a good starter. So I've never really can think of Hayden having to come through the pack too much coming through his career.
Well, Waggett's definitely starting to close a little bit. Like I say, it's under 3 seconds now, and they've got another just coming across the line to complete another lap. So if it's gone down again, I think Waggett will think this is game on.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree with that. Because, you know, he's still comfortably leading the over. Well, he's not comfortably, but he's in the driving seat to win the meeting overall. But again, you know, if you've got a pace going, why? And you know you're catching the guy in front, why would you just, you know...
Oh, he's going to catch these at the top of the hill. Couldn't be a worse place. 2.5 the gap then this time as they came across the line.
It narrows up there, Phil, as we know. So it's going to be interesting to see if Hayden managed to get past those. He got past 1 or 2. But I would say Waggett is now... Oh, look at this. He's right on him.
He is, isn't he? Right there with the graphics hanging off the front would go that KTM. But there's your race leader stat, and I don't think that's 2.5 seconds now, Jeff.
No, that has definitely come down. Although Ryan got held up a bit there. But once he clears them, he's back to clear track. Yeah, there you go. He definitely got held up.
I don't think there's any danger of Richmond catching Waggett, because that gap's out to almost 10 seconds now. So maybe Waggett's just gone, do you know what? We're going to give this another run. Going away from the first round with a 1-1. That'll be a great result for him. And it'll maybe put the pressure back a little bit on Hayden Statt. And obviously, as you said, with Jamie Keith on the JK Yamaha being the fancied run and this one out injured, both of these guys will want to get their points in the pocket for when he returns at round 2.
I can, you know, just speaking about Jamie, he's going to come back. I should imagine Jamie Keith is already, if he's watching this, his mindset is already thinking, well, I'd prefer it, obviously, if we had a different moto winner each moto, because at least then that's not 50 points I'm having to crawl back. It's still going to be up there and around the 45s, 47s, but...
We've seen championships decided by half a point, Jeff, so it's little details like that matter. I mean, obviously, it would be a real good thing where, you know, the lowest, you know, if somebody went 1-6 for the win, he'd be happy to see that, but we're not going to get that. And
yeah, it's going to be a big ask for him when he comes back. Effectively, he's going to lose a bunch of points, and he knows if he's going to try and win this championship, Jamie Keith, when he comes back, he's literally going to have to win every race.
Here. He's getting much closer, Jeff.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, our race leaders, they're already under the bridge. So here they come round the turn. That's a back marker. Statt will be the next guy into shot here. So there they go, and that's the top 2. They've just got another back marker. There's your race leader, Hayden Statt, and he's got in all sorts of trouble with the back markers.
Well, he's cleared them. It looks like Waggett might. No, he didn't.
No, Waggett's there. So he cleared him. He's going to be on him up the hill. Is Waggett going to have a run at him? Here they go.
Well, this is absolutely game on now, because, you know, like I said, Waggett doesn't need to. He absolutely doesn't need to race him here to take the overall win. But if you're going to win, let's be honest, at this stage, a 1-1 sounds better than a 1-2, and those extra points as well. And if you're feeling confident enough at this level, go for it. You know,
he's right on him, Jeff.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time here. He's caught him with so much momentum. I think he's probably going to blow by in the next half a lap. He runs it wide, puts up the inside and takes him. There you go.
Awesome pass then. So Waggett takes the lead. A couple of laps ago, that didn't look like it was on, but I think that maybe Waggett just like, well, Richmond's dropped off a bit, I'm going to have a go. And that was a really nice move up the inside. No contact needed. He just moved him out of the way. And as a result, Statt drops back to second. So he will still finish second overall.
Bit of experience there, you know, a bit of maturity. Like we said, Ryan, you know, 18, whereas obviously Hayden a bit younger.
It's a big 4 years in motocross.
It is,
14
of course
to 18.
It's a big 4 years in your life. Like, you know, like the difference between being a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old. All those wonderful things in life that start distracting you.
Remind me what they were another time. Oh, that was a big moment from Waggett. That was a Purden moment.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, we're calling that a Purden moment if you were seeing the MX1 first moto.
But the man on the Raji Racing KTM fights his way back to the front, like you said in the first race, Jeff. If you're going to wear pink, you've got to win. And he's definitely done that. And he's already started to pull a decent length out on Hayden Stat then, after passing him just about a quarter of a lap ago.
Yeah, he's had a nice timed run on this. He looks confident. He looks at ease on the bike. He's not overriding it. He's letting it dance around a little bit. He's not too shy of that front end coming up. He's in total control of it. Another little tap of the rear brakes, doing everything right. It's looking good here at this opening round in the RFX 125 British Championship. For Ryan Waggett, I'm just seeing no sign of the 1 lap board yet, or 2 laps to go, sorry. So we've still got a little while yet. Apologies, we haven't got the timing clock up on there, as we said. Just we do our best for future rounds.
That was really nice. Waggett proper then sent it into that corner. And again, there's no giving them ruts. Those ruts are like concrete. There's normally a little bit of wiggle room in the wet, but there's nothing in them today. And he just properly sent it into there. And his lead, well, he said it was half a second. Well, obviously the timing's frozen, but he's got at least a 3 or 4 second lead as they came across the line last time by. There he is at the bottom of the hill, up into the belt corner. And yeah, it's a decent lead now. Stat's ridden a good race. Like I say, the 14-year-old showed his speed at the start of it, but just hadn't quite got the strength to hold off the charge of Waggett. No man from Carlisle, who will go away from this first round at Hawkstone Park with a nice healthy championship lead, probably about 8 or 10 points I would imagine, over it will be Hayden Stat and Charlie Richmond. We're looking down the leaderboard to see if many progress has been made, but obviously that's well, we're still getting times updating on that board for some reason, Jeff, so I'm not aware whether that is actually updating. Charlie Ucklebridge showing as 12th. The number 14 of Freddie Gardner, according to our tower at the side from our K-Tech tower, he is now up to 7th, so that is a good recovery, and that may well see him 4th or 5th overall. Lucas Moncrief drew Stock back to 6th, so Stock has made a really good run through the field as well after that early race tip-off.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I can't on my phone here trying to get the actual live times. You'll see, I think it's all right on the column. I think top 5 is edging towards including Lucas Moncrief in that top 5 along with Freddie Gardner, but let's wait and see. There's still plenty of racing to go. At least another 3 laps, 4 laps here. We'll see as he comes around. Here comes Ryan Waggett, race leader number 55. He's run 55 at Motul, remember. Okay, we've got some timing back. Yeah, sorry, apologies. I mean, you're seeing on the screen, but so Ryan Waggett, he's also set the Phoenix Tools quickest lap time of the race with a 2:25.991. So it's a good day for him right now. He's also took that in the first race, so it's all good, and he's leading this one. Hayden Stat still there in second, then it's Richmond. So yeah, it's getting tight. I was just seeing the gaps here between. So Lucas Moncrief there and Harry Lee. There's not much between those two, so that's still an ongoing battle. Drew Stock is now starting to close in on them a bit. Yeah, and Freddie Gardner is also closing in on the pair of them as well. He's taking a couple of seconds out of them. So it's starting to really tighten up for 5th, 6th, 7th, basically back there. From 5th from Lucas, Harry Lee actually, so 4th down to 7th is getting a bit tasty.
So the points then, the battle obviously for the championship, 16 races, and they all matter. And DNFs are as much a killer as anything, but you've got to make sure that when you get the chance to take good points, that is exactly what you do. And at the moment, Ryan Waggett heading for A11, threading his way through the slower riders. But great to see a full grid of 125s out here this weekend, Jeff. Like we said, the fact that we've had 2 classes virtually full and 1 where we've had to run an LCQ, certainly a breath of fresh air for the British racing scene here at the ACU Motul British Championship.
Yeah, I knew this class would be good. I think most people in British Motocross knew it would. Just 125 racing in general is just always great. Stick a load of testosterone fueled youth riders on it, then you definitely get some brilliant racing. Just get a highlight here that Drew Stock, you can see on your leaderboard to the left there, he has now made a move on Lucas Moncrief. He's gone up. It's tight racing. Harry Lee is only another second up the track, and then Freddie Gardner is only 2 seconds off the back of Lucas Moncrief. So like we said, the 2 lap to go board is out, so keep an eye on those positions from 4 through to 7, because that all could change on this last couple of laps. I would say the top 3 are pretty settled at this point, Phil.
Yeah, they are indeed. But last lap this time by then, Jeff, I think. So our race leader, again, that step, normally that's a proper soggy mess in the bottom of there. But it's beautiful March weather has blessed us here at Hawkstone Park. 1 lap to go then for race leader Ryan Waggett on the Rudgy Racing KTM, and it did look a little bit like Hayden Stat had got him covered in the earlier part of the race, Jeff, but he's we've got a rider down at the bottom of the hill.
That's number 9, I think. I think that's Mackenzie Benison.
Yeah, he's gone down. Again, just caught one of those square edge ruts. So easy to do.
Marshall's absolutely on it. So the riders, the ruling, of course, with the wave yellow is it's a significant reduction of speed. Preferably keep your wheels on the ground where possible. So the guys would all see that and coming out of that corner. So he's safe.
Yeah, but our race leader then for the final time out of the bell hairpin there in the woods. And again, the shadows will be starting to definitely play a part. Stat still there in second position. Now through the avenue.
Well, there you go. I could hear the event commentator Ben Rumbold above us going nuts there. The reason why is because Freddie Gardner is on a march. He's blown past Lucas Moncrief and Harry Lee and is now all on the back of Drew Stock with 1 to go, or half a lap to go. Well, for the race leader at least. Here we go. He's comfortably 11-second lead. It's been an immaculate performance, I've got to say. Race management's been really good as well.
I think he would have happily taken the second, Jeff. I don't think he pushed on too hard, but as Stats allowed it to come back towards him, he's just got his finger out, and obviously you're going to get a chance to talk to him in Winner's Circle and find out how it went for him. So as he wakes his way down through the waves for the final time, another win and the overall victory. And here he is then up under the tree around the final turn, and it will be a well-deserved victory for the 55 of Ryan Waggett. He goes 1-1 here at the first round of the RFX 125 British Championship. It will be Hayden Stat that comes across the line in second place on the 548, and here he is. Led the race for a good bit, but he just got away from him. And then Charlie Richmond will come across the line in third position. Take third, and your overall should be as it is there. It will be Waggett, Hayden Stat and Charlie Richmond. Drew Stock may well be fourth overall with a 4.5 if he can hold off Freddie Gardner. A big leap then from Stock in there, leading in the early part of the race. Waggett then not getting over the jump there. But this was the pass for the lead. He went up the inside and just showed the edge of the track then to the youngster. And but Waggett then taking what was a comfortable victory in the end. He didn't hold shot, but worked his way to the front, and he will take a 1-1 to the second round of the championship down there at Canada Heights. So Waggett from Stat. And Jeff is over in Winner's Circle with Ryan Waggett.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the winner's circle, and quite rightly so, because not only has he won both races, he's won the overall maximum points haul. Great first day at the office.
Yeah, good to get both wins in, get me some more points for the rest of the season.
So Ryan, you got some good people in your camp. Like we were saying about, like, you know, we've seen you around British Motocross for a long time, but now you're in the kind of big leagues. You know, it's all the 125 championship. A lot of people to thank. Do you want to list them off? Because let's be honest, we need support in this sport to go and do it.
Yeah. Mum, Dad, Moto Coach 38, Blues tyres, rip and roll goggles, Moto Verdi, keeping us clean, 91 Moto for the good looking kits, and Moto Shack for the graphics.
Indeed, they are. Like I said, mate, you're a commentator's dream because we can spot you nice and easy. You rode a controlled race there. Just tell us, we felt in commentary that you were just kind of biding your time a little bit. You were comfortable in second there, and then when you decided, you put the hammer down. Was that the case?
Yeah, I knew it would be pretty hard to get past on this track. Yeah. But I thought if I waited till the end of the race, maybe you'd get a bit tired, so I'd be a bit easier to pass him.
Well, good luck, mate. Well done on the rest of the season so far. He's off to a flyer. There is your overall winner. So he takes victory here at round one in the RFX 125 class, Mr. Ryan Waggett. Ryan, you move on out. Just move on out. You go and celebrate with your team over there. We're going to bring in, let's get Hayden Stat in. Come on in, Hayden. Sorry to make you work, Hayden, and push his bike after a hard 2 motos. We'll let you rest now. You can stand up on it or sit on it. I'll come around here. A solid day for you, mate. Like you said, you're stepping up the 85s. You're a growing young man. You're still finding your way on the 125. But you've got to be. You didn't win the overall, but you've got to be pleased with your first outing. Plenty to build on.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my first weekend at the British here. 2 good results, a third and a second. I believe that puts us in second overall. Yeah, I really enjoyed the weekend.
Did you know, I mean, he was keeping you honest there, but then he started to sort of wind up the week with Moto. Was you conscious of that? What did you have left in the tank at that point?
Well, I'd pretty much used all my energy in the first 5 laps just trying to pull away from him. Yeah. And I managed to get a good few seconds of a gap where I couldn't hear his bike. And then I made a mistake over the back section and my rhythm was just gone like that. And as soon as that happened, I just heard his bike again. I was like, I wanted it so badly, but I thought I best not risk it now because it could come in handy later.
You've got another 7 rounds to overcome that. As always, mate, all you guys get good support. You want to give them a name check because I'm sure without them you wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dig, Armour Vision, yes, RFX. They're all on the shirt.
Everybody on that jersey. We won't go through them all, but a long-standing supporters.
Manchester Motorcycles, been with us since pretty much an auto. Yeah,
they have.
Blues tyres. Thank you so much for their support.
Well, there you go, mate. So I think by my reckoning, second overall, well done. There's Hayden Stat. We're gonna pull you out of the way now. Come on out, Hayden. And we bring in Freddie, who I think, again, I don't know the official on this, so don't quote it, but I think Freddie would have got 3rd overall, which is why we brought him up here. He's also rocking the rather cool Thor Miami kit or whatever that is. Freddie, that was a tough one, but my God, you came on strong at the end.
Yeah, I think that fitness is really paying off with that. I just made a real stupid mistake first lap. I think I was in just outside the top 5 and just tucked the front end on a bank and just couldn't pick it up. So last, I think I got back to 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I think you got 4th right on the line here. Could have even been 3rd because I had to walk away because I have to come out to do this. So I don't actually know where you finished, but I think you got 4th.
Yeah.
So that was a solid ride. And of course, that was enough to get you here. I think 3rd overall.
Yeah, well, I knew it was about 4 laps to go and I could see all 3 ahead of me. And I just kind of caught them all and just managed to pass them, and just my strength and fitness has just really paid off.
That's encouraging. Although you obviously won the overall, you'll be going away thinking, well, at least I'm in a good place with regards to the physicality and how you're feeling on the bike.
Yeah, well, I think my goal today really was to podium, and obviously I got 2nd in the first one and I had a good chance of getting 1st overall, but yeah, I'm glad I could salvage it with a 3rd, so.
Right, let's quickly sign off. Obviously, you ride for your dad's own team. Anybody else you want to thank?
Yeah, Ride Gloves, Parts Europe, my dad, Goggle Tech, HGS, just everyone on the bike really, Goggle Tech, our mechanic Jeff, Bell helmets, yeah.
Nice to see you, mechanic Jeff, back doing his thing. That's good stuff. Well, look, mate, well done on a solid third overall. There you go, Freddie Gardner. That's the RFX 125 class done. They're going to go back, scrub up, well-earned drink before we do the podium. Don't go too far, because now we're back with MX2 Racing about to come out. They're on their sighting lap. We're going to go to a quick couple of ads, and we'll be back for the final MX2 Moto. Don't go away.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Start you want. The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do.
And let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, Black Betty had a child, bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild, bam lamb, she said a word not of mine, bam lamb, the damn thing gone blind, bam lamb, I said, oh, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam
lamb. This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. all the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
So welcome back then to Hawkstone Park, as we just want to wrap up then the final results of our MXGB 125 race, our FX 125 class. Race results for race 2 then was a win for Ryan Waggett on the Raji Racing KTM. Second, Hayden Stat on the HS Racing Yamaha. Third, number 30, Charlie Richmond on the Spencer Briggs Commercial Yamaha. Then fourth place at the death was Freddie Gardner. So that will have, I think that got him on the podium, Jeff.
Yep,
it got him indeed. That was a great, that was what Ben was going mad about upstairs. And then fifth was Drew Stock. 6th, Harry Lee. 7th, Lucas Moncrief. 8th, Lewis Spratt. 9th, Zane Stevenson. 10th, Cameron Greenhalgh, giving us an overall. With the overall winner then, Ryan Waggett taking 50 points. Hayden Stat second on 42. With Freddie Gardner sneaking his way onto the podium with 40. From Charlie Richmond in 4th on 38. Drew Stock 5th on 32. Moncrief 6th on 29. Harry Lee 7th on 25. Greenhalgh tying on 8th with 25. Zane Stevens 9th on 24. And 10th on 22 points was Lewis Spratt. Our fastest lap award for our Phoenix Talks fastest lap again was Ryan Waggett, so we'll go 2 for 2 with that, but won't take the Phoenix Tools the Planet Moto first lap leader, because that went to Hayden Stat this time, so that's the first change of the thing.
Yeah,
we'll move on to MX2 and our Jude Morris Foundation Under 21 Championship, as well as our MX2 class about to get underway, Jeff.
Yeah, so just to reiterate on that, this is a kind of championship within the MX2. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's for riders who are under 21 or under. So there we go. And we've had some brilliant champions down the year. Tommy Searle, I think Mark Hucklebridge won it as well. You know, some great names winning the under 21 championship. But of course, we're doing that under the Jude Morris Racing Foundation, which is the under 21 partner. So Mark and Lucy, obviously Jude's parents, big shout out for them, because obviously since we lost Jude, they started this foundation. You can go and check it out. It's JM Racing foundation.com. Go and check it out, and maybe even contribute, because since they started this thing, since Jude's death and in his legacy, they've already got so much money up together. It's like they've raised, so to date, 114,500 just for UK air ambulances, which is just immense. I think that's incredible for the amount of time and whatever. I mean, that's a lot of dough.
It's an unbelievable amount of money for a fantastic cause, and it's great that obviously the air ambulance benefits not just this sport, but lots of other sports. And as a result, through the week when we're all not throwing ourselves at the scenery sometimes, everybody in everyday life, because the air ambulance is such a great charity.
If you just want to find out more about it, I'm going to very quickly give you the website address. Go to airambulancesuk.org/the Jude-Morris-fund/ and then you will find all about it. Make a contribution, because by doing that, you are helping our sport.
Most definitely.
No doubt about it. So yeah, go and find them. It's the JMR Foundation on Facebook. It's the JMR_Foundation_ on Instagram. You'll find it. They're all over YouTube. Get behind it. And in memory of Jude, and also thanks to Mark and Lucy for their incredible contribution in Jude's name to British Motocross. And proud sponsors of the under 21. Let's see who's going to come out on top of that. Let's go see who's going to come out on top on the MX2 class. Bobby Bruce currently in the driving seat.
Yeah, he took race victory in race 1 from Tommy Searle and Gian Dunson in 3rd. But that did close up at the end. The margin of victory was 3.5 seconds by Bobby Bruce from Tommy Searle, with Dunson just a further half a second back. And Dunson then taking victory in the under 21 category from Ben Musto, who was 4th, and Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He was 5th. And then Billy Askew came through. That was a good 6 from Billy Askew. We didn't see any of him on camera. He made obviously not a great start, but he fought his way through for a 6th place. 7th place was the 337 of Glenn McCormick on the Chambers Racing KTM. His teammate 456 of Ollie Colmer was 9th and 10th. Was 8th. The 479 of Josh Vales on the Phoenix Fantic was 9th, and the 410 of James Barker rounded out the top 10. James Barker and in search of sponsors. And he rounded out the top 10. So there is Tommy Searle as we look across the gate on this what is now a very nice afternoon here in March to the penultimate race of the day. All of our sponsors lined up there in the trade area in the centre. Moto Verde, FXR. Fantastic shot then. Oh, that's motocross. Look at that.
I'm loving the long shadows as well. That's kind of cool. We'll be able to even tell even clearer if we hold that shot of who's quickest out of the gate. In fact, hopefully our directors are here, because hopefully the drone can stay up there for the start of the motor. I'd love to see the gate drop from this angle, actually.
Oh,
we can see who's going to maybe get the early drop out of the gate. Obviously, when we're down either end of the gate, you can't see it so clearly, but...
I think Jake Nichols is up the far end there.
He is far outside. Bobby Bruce second from the box, the doghouse.
Here we go
on
then,
the
Jeff.
left.
Away they go. Oh, Tommy got a good one. He bangs bars with Bobby Bruce down the start straight. Freddie Bartlett off, I think, at the start there. We'll watch them as they go.
Love that. Yeah, it would look like, is that Tommy that
That's a Tommy
barges way?
Searle hole shot.
Oh, no, it's Askew.
Billy Askew, what a start.
Obviously, getting confused with his teammate there.
In that case,
I'm sure that was Billy. It doesn't look like Tommy to me. I think that's... I think that's his number, isn't it?
I think Tommy's there in about third or fourth as the rest of the pack all stream through turn 3. We'll just catch them as they come out over this jump.
Yeah, that is Askew.
Yeah.
That's definitely 441 on his back, not 100, so...
Oh, Doonson's down. That's the 574 of Doonson, so he's a third place rider in Moto 1. Oh, mare for him.
Well, we know he's got the minerals, we know he's got the speed, so pretty much like we've seen in other races already today, he's now going to have to get to work.
But they've got to stop the mistakes, and this is what the riders at this level have got to start doing. The race leaders already into and out of the sandpit. So it is Billy Askew on the 441 Dirt Store Triumph that leads from the 79 DRT Kawasaki of Bobby Bruce as they come to the completion of the first lap and get our Planet Moto first lap point scorers, and it is going to be Askew that's going to come across the line first.
I think that might have been... could have been Musto still there.
I think it's Musto. No, it's not McCormack. Yeah, McCormack. Tommy's showing as 4th, Coleman 5th, so that's your top 5 point scorers.
Garland making a good start as well. Liam Garland.
Great to see Liam Garland up there. He's, like I say, on his new team. So Garland then there, but it's Askew from Bobby Bruce, McCormack, Searle and Ollie Colmer. Garland 6th, Musto 7th, Mio 8th, Stevenson 9th, Lennox Dickinson 10th, Nichols 11th. Shadows now lengthening as they come through the woods, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just looking further down the list. Heyman's got some work to do. He hasn't made a good start after a good opening moto. He's down in 17th. I'm just looking at other riders of note. So, yeah, he's down there. Bartlett, we saw, we think, crashing off the start. It's showing Dunson on 32nd on the opening lap.
Did we see Werner in there at all? Did he make the start for this one?
I don't think he did, you know. That's a valid point. We think that might have been him that... Yeah, we don't get a chance to get out there and find out between races what happened, but we seem to think that might have been him that crashed in the sandpit in the opening moto, or maybe off the start. That's speculation, but he hasn't made the start in this one. He's not even on the...
Okay, so that's not great news then for Sean Simpson's Gabriel SS 2014 in their pursuit of backing up their MX2 Championship that they won last year with Kaz Valk. So it's Glenn McCormack on the Chambers KTM. He's having a good run as well. So Askew from Bruce, from McCormack. Tommy's now up to 4th and each. Oh, a big send from Tommy then over that big tabletop as he closes in on the back of McCormack.
So here comes Askew. Now Bruce looks comfortable there. Of course, Billy, you know, he'd love to take a race win here. Even if he can't win the overall, to come out of round 1, Billy Askew with at least a 1 race win would be a huge confidence booster for him. I've got a suspicion that Bobby Bruce is going to have something to say about that.
But you know what? I think that having each of those guys come away with a race win today, that would be so good for the championship. Give both of those guys a little bit of confidence that that they need. I know Billy's had a bit of a tough time with it, injury and stuff as well, and just to get a race win on that triumph on his main British Championship debut on it, that would be an absolute... that
what
would
a
be
nice
fantastic.
line. Did you see Tommy go across?
Yeah.
He basically chose one part of the track where the ruts haven't got overly bad and went across there on a 45-degree angle. This is new.
Oh, we got a camera at the top of the hill.
Somebody's been busy between motos, walking all the way up there.
Oh, my Lord. Well, that's fantastic. That's that just goes to show the effort that our MXGB TV team have been putting in. Thanks to Dirt Store for backing that, and great to get those shots at the top of the hill. But Tommy then past McCormack. Yeah, I looked at that and I'm like, well, where on the track are they? That completely threw me. So Askew from Bobby Bruce. McCormack then demoted to 4th as Searle has passed him. Then it's Coleman, Musto, Florian Mio, Leon Garland having a great run in 8th, Nichols 9th, and Gav Stevenson up there in 10th. We did say Dixon Honda racing man. He didn't mind being called a veteran. He's been at this game a long time. But great battles all the way down the field, and some pressure then coming onto McCormack from Ollie Colmer.
Good to see Ollie starting to find some real form again. A youth rider that came through, moved into EMX. He looks like he's going to make the move here. Tall. I think he must be, what, 6'2", 6'3". He's a tall lad. He was always tall on the 85.
He was a big lad on an 85, but I mean, he's almost Kendi Dyker-esque now. In the way that he rides, as much, not just his physical size, but the way that he manhandles the bike around. And you'd have to say that he's a guy that really needs to be on a 450 soon, just because he's going to struggle. So we watched our race leader. It looks like
starting to go away, aren't they?
Yeah. So it did look there like Askew was coming under pressure from Bobby Bruce. So we cut back to the leaders, because that looks like that might be getting pretty close.
Yeah, they're definitely the top two are starting to check out, though. There's no doubt about it. They have really set the tone here for this race, and I should imagine they're going to go at it. It's going to be a big ask for Tommy Searle to hold on to the back of them. So Tommy in 3rd. McCormack's been now pushed back. You'll see that will refresh as they cross the line on your K-Tech timing pole. There you go. Tommy Searle now in 3rd. McCormack, Colmer, of course, made that move. Dennis McCormack. Musto looking good. I'm going to call the...
There's the top of the hill again, and Askew still ahead of Bruce at the top of the hill. Big pass up the inside.
Oh, Colmer running it in there hot.
Yeah.
So, just to tell you, the Phoenix Tool fastest lap of the race goes to, right now, Bobby Bruce. He has just turned the time the lap previously with a 2:18.861.
He's closing in there, Jeff, on the 441 Dirt Store triumph of Billy Askew. It's Tommy coming under all sorts of pressure from Ollie Colmer as well. McCormack still hanging in there. Then it's Musto. Mio in there on the SS KTM. So this top 10 kind of has a bit more of a what I expected feel about it from the first race. There was a lot of guys who weren't in there in that first moto, but they're all at the sharp end now. But Askew leading. I've got a feeling he led a couple of these last year, but his debut fought the Dirt Store Triumph team in this championship.
That was tidy, I have to say. Billy was lovely through that section. Askew just picked the front wheel up, used that hole, hit the downside perfectly and launched again. I think Bobby Bruce has just taken a little moment, a little breather. As much as that's not taking anything away from Billy Askew, maybe Billy's just got on the march, but I'd like to think that the rider in 2nd, Bobby Bruce, has got the experience to not let him get too far ahead. Maybe just had a little run on him, seen where he's going, reassess. Oh, maybe not. It looks like Askew's just decided
he was a lot closer the last lap by Jeff. That's why I called it to get back to this battle, because there was only a couple of bike lengths between them. We'll have a look at the lap times if there's any hope of that, and see whether it was a mistake from Bruce or just Askew getting his finger out. But that was, again, so smooth, not firing it into the berm. This is some top-class riding from Askew, just really dancing that Dirt Store Triumph around the bumps, staying out of the deep sand, keeping himself on the hard-pack part of the circuit so as not to bury the bike.
Yeah, well, he definitely went quicker. So last lap around, he did a lap time of 2:19.65, whereas Bobby Bruce has gone back to a 2:20.628. So a little bit of both.
Back at the top of the hill.
A bit quicker. and Bobby went a little bit slower.
So there's Tommy still in third. Coleman was right there again, not quite as close as he was last time, where he tried to put a move on the multi-time British champion at the top of the hill.
Well, we also know he's leading the under-21 race in the race for that in this one, because he's also your race leader. It's pretty simple, that one.
Yeah, and that, I think, with Doonson going down off on the first lap, and him being a few places in front of Ben Mustoe, that will put Billy Askew in for the overall in the Jude Morris Foundation under-21 championship, and it will probably get him on the podium in the main class.
It will. I'm just looking for where Doodson, if he's got up the field here. I can't see him on my list so far. Maybe I'm scrolling through too thick. All right, it's basically saying currently that he's in 32nd position and a lap down. So he still hasn't crossed the line. They're all crossing the line now. He should be over the line by now.
I think
so maybe he might have pulled out.
I think he will have decided that, or maybe it was decided for him that things are not going his way, and he's so a double DNF then in this race, or a DNS and a DNF for Sean Simpson. That's not. That's a brutal start for his British Championship defence for the team. As we look at the 79 of Bobby Bruce on the bike at Dixon Kawasaki.
Well, we don't know that for sure. That could be timing playing havoc. We don't know, but so far, anyway, if we're going by timing and scoring, he's outside the top 30.
He's not going to be scoring any points. He's not going to be troubling the scorers today. Oh, Bruce coming up a little bit short into the sandpit. Askew has started to just gap away at the front a little bit. Tommy Searle then only has a second over Ollie Colmer. Again, difficult to trust the timing. We'll try and get a view of those guys in the background.
This is going to be a good test for Billy Askew. Can he hold on? No, I can't remember. Again, this is where I'm going to be put straight. I don't recall him winning a race at the MX2 to this point. Has he? In British Championship? I don't think he has.
I don't think he has, but
he's come close. But anyway, we stood corrected. But this is...
Well, you're going to be able to, if he does, you'll be able to ask him in the post-race interview.
Yeah. But either way, it's whatever happens, if he holds on to it, it's going to be a brilliant confidence booster for him.
Yes. And there we see Coleman all over the back of Tommy Searle, the Chambers KTM man.
Just goes to show how steep the Hawkstone hill is, because you don't even see them coming up it.
No.
And then that last little bit, they appear. So the first part, that kind of as you get towards the top, then you come over the brow, it gets really steep up there. So we got kind of two races amongst the top four here going on at the minute. Then there's a bit of a gap. As you can see, here comes Mustoe putting in another solid ride.
Yeah, the man from Cheltenham. He's definitely been kind of my dark horse for the season, and I think he'll be gone because obviously he came through to 4th in the first one, and he's currently running 5th in this one. So that will be 4th or 5th overall, possibly, for the 18-year-old on the Acer United Gas. But here is our race leader, Billy Askew, then on the Dirt Store Triumph. Nice. Oh, that was inch perfect.
Really having to work it. You see the strain on a rider's body, where he's G'ing out, wheeling into that face of that jump. That all goes through his legs, through his spine, up through.
Yeah.
Brutal old game, isn't it? And he makes it look effortless as he's got a nice little lick going on here. He's riding a good rhythm, and he's got a good flow going right now, and that's probably why he's starting to just check out a little bit from Bobby Bruce. So I'd be interested to know what's going on under the lid of Bobby Bruce there, whether he's thinking, I'm holding back, or is he
take the overall?
Yeah.
And the gap's definitely gone out, Jeff. So that's. I think this one now. I think we're going to be up to 5 seconds when Askew comes across the line to complete another lap, and he's going to be just then holding that gap steady and not letting Bruce get any closer.
The smart thing for Bobby would do, if he feels like he's not quite got enough to catch up and overtake, would be exactly that.
He's got 8 seconds or 6.5 seconds on Tommy Searle, according to timing, which may or may not be correct. But he's certainly got a gap that he can defend, and again, it's all about not taking risk, bringing the points home, and this is what Tommy Searle does well. You know when a win's there, and if it's not, he will just take the points. So race leader at the top of the Hawkstone Hill, and that's definitely gone out now. You can see he's out of sight. See Bruce then almost looking like he's having a rest at the top of the hill. The colours at the top of the hill there, absolutely fantastic.
Radiant. Yeah. So yeah, it's looking good for Billy Askew right now as he starts to check out. I think you're right, Bobby Bruce. Well, look at that. Tommy Searle's coming back a bit.
Yeah.
To that. We've just trying to get this timing to refresh here to give you some exact times. I'm struggling with it.
That shot at the top of the hill, that's actually a drone, apparently.
Oh, right, okay.
Just sat there minding its own business.
Brilliant.
Don't you just love technology? We can get live shots on the top of a mountain, but we can't get timing. But anyway, here he is, Askew then. Now he will have a good look across at Bobby Bruce and know that the gap. There's one of the good things about Hawkstone, especially when there's no leaves on the trees, you can get a chance just to have a quick look over the shoulder, but nothing. Askew just concentrating on the race in front of him. Oh, that stepped out a little bit there, Jeff. He just lost the rear on on landing rather.
He's looking good though. I think he knows he's well, he hasn't got it yet, of course, but he's looking mighty fine, choosing his lines nicely. And as we said, we don't know at this point how hard Bobby Bruce is actually pushing. Okay, we're just seeing Florent Mio off your screen.
Yeah, he's just took a bit of a digger, so he's a retirement.
He has got a clout on the nose somehow, and he's got claret pouring all out not out of his nostrils, out in the middle of his nose. Yeah. So, don't know if he's taken a rock to the head or he's had a crash, but anyway, he's out of this one, the Frenchman.
So just to recap then, the top 10 as we've got them on the K-Tech Tower. Then Askew and Askew leading, Bruce second, Searle third. Coleman there still challenging in fourth. Then it's Musto. Jake Nichols having a good ride there in sixth. Mio then, he looks like he's gone out on that lap, so he won't be there. So McCormack will move to 7th, Heyman to 8th, Callum Mitchell 9th, and Liam Garland in 10th. We'll take this opportunity to take a short break and hear from some of our sponsors. So Tommy Searle then starting just to get away from Ollie Coleman. I think Coleman's had his go, and I think that's. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think a 4th place for Ollie Coleman, first round of the championship. He'll be happy with that to back up the 8th that he did in race 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think that'll be a 6 overall, possibly. The overall is going to be the lower leaderboard places. So at the moment, as it stands, I think it is going to be Bobby Bruce from Tommy Searle. And then 3rd place, well, 3rd place could be 6-1. Will that beat Musto's 4-5? I think it will, won't it?
I think it would, yeah.
And like I say, because we haven't got the automatic scraping of the data for that, we can't give you the updated overalls. But our timing team upstairs, Nick, did a great job with that, and had that in my hand within a minute.
What I can say,
the line.
What we do know, we can definitely work out who's going to win the overall at this point. That's the main thing. And if it sticks like it is, it's the rider currently in 2nd on the Bike It DRT Kawasaki. That is Bobby Bruce. He took the opening moto win, which he was very pleased with, and I think he's just doing enough here. Thinking the bigger picture, I'd like to think that he's got something in the tank, if it came down to whoever won this race was going to win the championship. But we are at the opposite end of the spectrum, the opposite end of the scale. And you can't lose a championship. You can't win a championship round 1. You've heard it said a million times, but you can sure as hell lose it. And so Bobby don't want to be in that position where you're going home with playing catch up.
So it looks like the timing is starting to update again, Jeff. We've got a few things clicking through on the side, so we might be back in harness. But the shadows then starting to really play in at this far side of the circuit. You can barely see the riders coming through the trees. That was a brilliant shot this morning when the sun was on the side of the hill. Wait for him to come into shot. Not sure. There he is. Yep, the 441 of Billy Askew. Again, still only a youngster.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, he's like I said. He's
that was a big moment.
Bobster had a bit of a side shift there, the rear end kicked out, and Tommy's not out of this, by the way.
Tommy Searley's he did this at the end of the last one, didn't he? He got a wriggle on the final few laps.
It's been a good ride from Coleman, like you said. I think the overall is one thing, but the fact that he's sticking with this lead bunch in this moto will be huge for him, I think.
Challenging Tommy Searle as well, so still looking at the possibility of going forward a few laps ago. But now I think late in the day settling for a really nice 4th place to add to his 6th in Moto 1 for the Chambers KTM team will be a just reward for a man who you will have to say is certainly getting a bit on the big side for a 250. That's got to kill him off the starts, Jeff.
Yeah, it would do. Okay, so we're coming up 19:24 on the clock in this 25 plus 2 lap moto. You can see where everybody is on the abbreviated leaderboard. The K-Tech suspension leaderboard to your left there. Big shout out to the guys at K-Tech doing what they're doing as a series partner. Of course, if you race this series, you can go and get your suspension service by them. They're every round.
Yeah, they're based up at their Colville way up by me, and they've been there for absolutely donkey's years. And their businesses have gone from strength to strength. I won't say they were a cottage industry, but they certainly weren't working out of a massive premises that they are now. And they obviously service for dealers and all sorts of stuff. So proper suspension tech stuff there available from K-Tech.
So it was the timing glitch. So now looking at it, Guillaume Dusson is actually still circulating. He's
that's great to hear.
So
that's great to hear.
Obviously,
and he has just popped up, and he will get a point.
Yes, he's made it into the points, so a long way back. From what we can work out, his teammate Werner's not out there, didn't start this one. So, but Dusson is there. He's still circulating. So, apologies earlier on. We were only going on the information we're given. Now it's updated. He is still circulating, and he's moving up the field.
And obviously, all of this stuff about injuries and bits, but that will be updated on the Crocs.
Bit pass
later on today, which obviously it may sound daft. We're here at the circuit. We know less than anybody. We're in our lovely little comms booth, tucked away with no internet. Look at that fantastic drone shot. That is, if motocross gets any better than that, I would love to see it.
Yeah, we're isolated from the outside world. Of course, remember, we've also got, I'm going to be doing a little brief at the end of the day. That's in association with Ride. So the Ride race recap, where basically I'm just going to quickly run through what happened today for socials. So, because you're going to, if you're watching this, you don't need to watch that, but anybody else, pass it on. Don't forget to watch that. Loads of social media and etc. will come following each round and the lead up to the ones that follow. Guys are doing a good job with that. Track looks great, good branding. Like we said, it's like a new era for British high-end championship ACU motocross, and it feels good.
It certainly does. And just to see Liam Garland, then he's there in 11th. He's having a decent run on the number 24. The SRE services fueled by Garland Power Sports KTM. I'd say good to see him back after many seasons of struggling with injury, and he's just happy to ride himself back in. Not been on the bike that long, and he's not had a bad day. 17th in race 1. A few struggles on that one, but he's just on the outside of the top 10 as we stand at the moment, as Bobby Bruce comes through, not jumping into the sandpit. Let's see if Tommy gives it the send. Tommy is closing in, Jeff.
Yeah,
those gaps are coming down, and if Bruce goes to third,
I don't know. What did Billy get in the first one? Okay, so he's out of it.
Billy's on a 1.6 at the minute.
So Bobby would still win the overall by my reckoning with a 1.3.
Yes.
Tommy wouldn't be far behind, mind you, but he would still do it. He'd still get it done. So he can afford to even drop a position to Tommy here. He couldn't afford to drop any further than that, I wouldn't have thought. But that would mean Bobby would have a 1.3. Tommy would have therefore a 2.2, which
he's a lot closer this time, Jeff. It's down to 3 seconds now, under 3 seconds.
Yeah, so by my reckon, he'd win it by a point. That's how it would be.
Yes.
Obviously, you got that 3 point swing. It's 25 for a race win, 22 for second. So Billy would end up with if Tommy makes the move on Bobby, he'd end up with 44, but Bobby would have 45.
Yeah, well, as it stands at the moment, there's Tommy just coming through. It's amazing, even in the light and the way the bikes, like everybody changes, people still have their own riding. Oh, is that a back marker gone down? Is that who's that gone down there?
That's Mira.
It is Meara. That's Caelan Meara just tipped off. He was just hugging the line round the front, round the bottom of that corner just to try and stay out of the way. And I think he's just again. Look at it. Look at the light and the dark and the shadows. If there's a tree root in there, you'd never see it. And he just tipped off there and ended up rolling down the track. But he was happy to make the cut, I think. So he was the last of our guys to make it through from the LCQ. So he'll have been happy to get his 2 motos in as we look. That was lovely, the way that he carried the front wheel onto there, Jeff.
Well, he's doing that in a lot of areas around the track, wheeling over those horrible holes that always form at Hawkstone at the base of all these jumps.
Yeah, you've got to do that if you want to get any kind of attack up the faces of the jumps. But it's fair to say that all of the jump faces today are as good as they've ever been with regard to although they're still quite rutted, they're not footrest deep like they have. Oh, that was nice. A little bit of leg swag.
Yeah, he's feeling it. I think at this point, I think he's got it. He knows he's got them covered. And he's a confident lad anyway, Billy Askew. But I think the way this race has gone down, listen, he won't be complacent. He'll expect a late charge, maybe from Bobby Bruce. But I think at this stage, he's feeling confident he's going to get this done.
Yeah, let's see what Tommy's doing, because obviously he hadn't given this up. He was closing down on Bobby Bruce a little bit on that previous lap. And the gap from Askew back to Bruce does look like it's gone out a little bit. Oh, again, another little kick. Off up into the shadows. Oh, we've got a look at that. We've got a lovely shot. It's absolutely fantastic drone shot at the top of the hill.
Just how they pop into view, like I said, that shows how steep it is. There's Bruce looking behind him. Tommy's coming. Tommy's coming. No nonsense there with back markers. Tommy was straight into it. Yeah, well, I'll tell you why. Because last time around, Tommy Searle took 2 seconds out of Bobby Bruce.
We still got who's our Phoenix
and
Tool
actually,
fast lap?
It's still Bobby Bruce is the Phoenix Tools fast lap winner at the minute. But the quickest rider on track by 2 seconds is Tommy Searle.
And here he is, he's closing down on Bruce as they came across the jump there, so that gap is coming down little by little on every turn. We wait for Askew to appear out of the trees. Fair to say that our camera crew here doing a fantastic job of picking these riders out through the trees, because it is really not as... It doesn't look bad on camera, but when you're looking at it through the trees, it is really difficult to pick these guys up. But here is Askew then making his way through the traffic then as we come to the close of this second of our MX2 races.
Yeah, it's all going off behind. I could see right there in the background. If we go back to the riders in second and third, Bobby Bruce, number 79, Tommy Searle, 100. Searle was right there. He was literally inhaling the exhaust fumes coming out the back of Bobby Bruce's bike at DRT Kawasaki. So we're going to let Billy go through. We're going to see when we come to the sandpit. Hopefully we'll pick up this battle for second.
Yeah, so Askew will be the first of our leaders into shot, and he's just making his way through traffic. And then we look into the background and we wait to see Tommy Searle.
He's done him.
So yeah, he has. Searle's managed to get round the outside, so Searle is now up to second. Is he going to put a run in on his teammate for the win?
Well, that would change everything.
And the overall.
The overall is now right in front of him. His teammate is the dangling carrot.
Is he going to want to give one up to these pesky kids?
No, he is not. Absolutely not. If he can catch and pass Billy Askew for the race win, trust me, he'll take it. So it's game on. Billy Askew's got a nice little lead, but Searle is absolutely ripping round here. He took 2 seconds out of him last time around. My timing's gone down again, so I can't tell you. We have to do it visually.
I think the traffic is just going to get in Tommy's way. That's a big gap going up the hill. There is Bruce. So there's your race leader, Askew.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
That is not Tommy Searle.
Where's Tommy then? Oh, maybe... Has he crashed? He's now dropped back behind him again, so he's made a mistake.
There?
So we've missed that. So somehow he overtook him.
He definitely passed him.
And now he's made a mistake. So now, yeah, so it looks like he got into second, but it was momentarily.
We'll probably get home and find that out. Nothing of the sort happened, but he was definitely level with him coming out of the sandpit.
We're so excited, Phil. We're starting to just hallucinate. We're seeing stuff that's not actually happening. No, we're convinced he actually got past him there. It looked like it, but everybody's going to pull us up if we got that wrong.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're back to status quo how it was before then. So, but it's showing on the leaderboard, so I think it happened.
Yeah, definitely, because Searle was in front as they went across the line. So if he got tangled up
I think he might have crashed on that corner after the pit lane straight.
Maybe. He's got tangled up with the back markers on the inside of that turn, and I think Bobby Bruce has railed round the outside.
Yeah.
We'll say that, and we'll find out later on. That's something for you to find out for afters.
Let's stick with it, Phil.
So here is then Billy Askew, an absolutely faultless ride, it has to be said, from the youngster on the Dirt Store Triumph. It will be his first victory on this bike, I believe, or certainly his first British Championship race victory. And I won't say his poor performance in race 1, because his 6th from what was a really not great start was a real good come through the pack.
Yeah, it was.
And he's backed it up with a race win. He'll be going away from here really happy. Obviously, be interested to hear what he says on the interview, but obviously I don't get that feed. I can just see your lips moving.
You can watch back afterwards. He's got the confidence to look behind. He just needs a little check. I wouldn't say that was the ideal place to look behind.
No, but
just the way you had a launch in there. But anyway, he feels confident enough to do it.
Here he comes then under the Ashbrook Bridge. God knows how many times I've walked over that over the years.
He's slowed up to the point. I hope he's not got confused and thinks he's already on the last lap.
No, he's...
Here we go. One lap. Yeah, so 1 lap to go.
But I think he's still far enough in front. There's Bruce.
There's Searle. Yeah, so no, he's just got to stay switched on this last lap, Billy. Not take any huge risks. I mean, he can't slow it down too much, but again, he's got enough to work with there where he can just take the edges off it. He can be a little bit more patient with back marks, and it looks like Bobby's doing exactly the same.
Bobby just takes a look over his shoulder. Will this be his first MX2 win?
I think it would be, yeah.
So that would be great for Steve Dixon's team to come away with a championship lead, and good for Bobby's. Obviously, he had a really rough start to the season, and as a result, it was with the weather in Spain definitely gave him a hard time. But yeah, Tommy dropped off. He's 7 seconds adrift now with Bobby Bruce. So all of those guys have checking out. But we'll have a look and see. Josh Vale 16th. Gyn Doonson's got through to 17th, Jeff. So he's not made a massive amount of progress. Props for Bailey Sutting as well. He's 12th. Rafe Broadley 13th. Gavin Stevenson 14th. Lennox Dickinson in 15th. 16th Vale. 17th Doonson. Then it's Freddie Bartlett, Max Harris, and the 661. He's there in 20th. Well, I've not got on my list. Oh, Josh Coleman. So Jeff is going to wing his way to victory circle as we watch the 441 of Billy Askew make his way round the final lap here. Nice line there, running wide. And any other day that will just collapse underneath you. But this dry and hard underneath Hawkstone Park circuit, giving these riders plenty of options here today to go and search for that elusive line. And as a result, Billy Askew will come as a double in. Nice drop in there. But he will come and take what I think is his first moto victory at British Championship level. And it will get him at 1-6. Will it get him on the podium in third? I believe it will. And here he comes out of the final corner, and he will get the checkered flag. And a great win then for the Dirt Store Triumph of Billy Askew. But our overall victor for the day is the DRT Kawasaki of Bobby Bruce. He will take the overall. And Tommy Searle should come across the line on the number 100 Dirt Store Triumph. There he is. He will come across the line and take third place. And then it will be Coleman, Nichols, then a great ride through the field for Nichols. Charlie Heyman will take 6th, Musto back to 7th, McCormack back to 8th, Barker 9th, and Callum Mitchell 10th, although they haven't come across the line yet. There's Coleman, he comes across the line 4th, Nichols 5th. Well, I'm sure you'll agree, that was a fantastic MX2 race 2, a well-deserved victory for Billy Askew in that one, a great start, and he pretty much checked out and got a nice gap at the front, was never challenged, and he will definitely be well happy with taking that. But our overall victor will be the DRT Kawasaki of Bobby Bruce, and again, well deserved from him as we just catch a few replays. There's the 337 of Glenn McCormack and the the 4.56 of Ollie Colmer. Then the teammates on Chambers KTM battling for position, and this looks like the point where Colmer made the leap past his teammate, and obviously McCormack will not have wanted to run it in hard on the teammate. Tim Chambers then, a man who's been supporting sport in this country for a long time, and great to see him making the move back to GPs with Adam Sterry, and obviously Ollie Colmer as well going to some of the EMX stuff. And here is the 441 of Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph, showing us the form that took him to victory in this second of our MX2 races. So Jeff's down there in Victory Circle, and we will go and have a word with him.
Yes, indeed. Here we are with Billy Askew taking his first British MX2 race victory. Looks like a little afternoon ride in the sun. You're hardly panting, you've got hardly dirt on your face. If you're going to do it, what a way to do it. That was nearly wire to wire. You've got to be absolutely pumped with that, particularly for your new team as well.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I've felt good out there. It's usually my style when I whole shot and then just ride up front good, and that's what I did, and that's how I feel comfortable doing it.
Your teammate started to push on there. He got in a second momentarily, and then we're thinking, oh, what's Tommy going to do? Is he going to try and chase down? But it looked like he was in control the whole time. You're getting your pit boards, but we see you look back a couple of times. You knew what was going on, right?
Yeah, I sort of had a gauge on where they was, so I was just making sure not to do anything stupid and then bring it home, really.
I mean, Billy, you're a confident lad anyway, but this is now got to give you that extra boost. Like, you've done it in youth level, you know. This is it now. This is like the big leagues for British Championship Motocross, and you've just gone out and gone wire to wire in that second moto. So, I mean, it's a big confidence booster for the rest of the series for you, surely.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while since I've been here, but it's only been a year. But it's been a long time coming. I've definitely had the pace, but I've just needed to put it together like that, and then it's definitely going to give me a bit of confidence going into the next round, and hopefully we'll do the same, get the whole shot, and then just do my riding up front, and that's where I'm most comfortable, so let's see if we can do that again.
But not only for British Motocross, for EMX 250, it's going to give you a massive shot in the arm.
Yeah, definitely. Just every little thing just gives you a bit of confidence, makes you a better rider always, so super happy to finish the day on a win, and got good pace, and should be good.
There you go, your Moto2 race winner, the first for him and obviously for the Dirt Store Triumph team. I was going to say go and get yourself scrubbed up, but you barely even need a shower. So there you go. You move out of it, Billy. Well done. We're going to bring in the overall winner by our maths. I'm sure we've got this right. Equally ecstatic, a little bit stiff, a little bit sore. Bobby Bruce taking the overall. Bobby, obviously great first moto for you. Like you said, you just want to build on it, get back on track with your career, as it were. But that second moto looks like you played it smart. You give it a little run there for a little while, and it looks like you're just kind of like, okay, I know where I am. I can take the overall by finishing second.
Yeah, I mean, Bill started off with a really good pace. Like, the pace in that one felt a lot stronger than the first one. So I just towed on the back of him, and then Tommy was coming, and I knew his game plan was to push with 3 laps to go. So I sort of held back a little bit, and then he actually passed me, and then I think he stalled it. But yeah, to get the overall and the red plate is not what I expected, but I'm happy I'm in this situation now.
You'll have a happy team manager as well, because, you know, Steve sometimes doesn't show his emotions, but I'm sure he'd be over the moon with this as much as you are.
Yeah, we needed this as a team, I think, after the last few weeks. It's good for everyone.
Well done, mate. It's good to see you back. It's good to see you back at the sharp end. Go and get yourself a few blisters, but that's motocross. That's what we do. All the best for the rest of the tour. There you go. Your overall winner in the MX2 here at the Motul MXGB Championship Round 1 at Hawkstone. It's Bobby Bruce. Again, we don't go too far because we've got one more race to go. We're going to wrap it up with the Pico MX1 class. Who is it going to be? Well, you're about to find out. We're going to go to a couple of our sponsors, people backing us all the way. Don't go too far. Continue to watch us on Dirt Store MXGB TV. We'll be back in a moment with the final race of the day here at Hawkstone.
whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, Black Betty had a child, bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild, bam lamb, she said a word not of mine, bam lamb, the damn thing gone blind, bam lamb, I said, oh, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Okay, welcome back then, everybody, and our MX1, a Pico MX1 main race and a final race of the day out there on site lap. We will just briefly recap on the MX2 Moto that just wrapped up, and it was indeed a win for the 441 of Billy Askew. As the rest of the riders file their way round from Bobby Bruce. We saw the interviews there with Jeff, and he spoke to Billy Askew and Bobby Bruce. Obviously, Bruce taking his first victory, and then Tommy Searle, he will take second overall. But it's been a great day's racing, Jeff. It's been so good.
Absolutely. It's like I've said, a new era to it. The weather's obviously helped. There's a vibrancy. Look at that, plenty of colour to it. A lot of people, it's slightly. We normally start the season a little bit earlier, so I think that's added to it. The anticipation, the wait to get it all underway, and I just think it's just been some really good racing. Certainly at the sharp end, further down the field as well. Obviously, everybody getting involved. This list of incredible amount of sponsors that are getting behind it. Notably, obviously, Motul is the title sponsor. Premium engine oil used by factory Honda, used by so many top teams. It's grade one stuff. It's fantastic. So thanks to those guys. There we are, rocking, showing the love.
Yeah.
Dirt Store, of course, we wouldn't be doing this without them.
No,
this live stream. So
everybody's enjoyed our coverage of the Dirt from Dirt Store, MXGB TV. We've certainly had a blast doing it. It's been really good. I think the action has been excellent. The coverage has been really good. And with our issues aside, with the unfortunate, with the obviously anybody who's ever been to Hawkstone and knows how fantastic the phone signal is.
Just what phone signal
exactly? And obviously we've even had trouble with Starlink dropping out, which is unheard of.
Yeah.
But anyway, that aside, it's been a great day. We're here for the last race, and obviously we saw Conrad Muse waltz away in the first one. As we look there on the down on the holding area, the 95 there of Dan Thornhill, changing to yellow on the Chambers KTM, and the 190 of Luke Benstead, 22 Travis Steele's in there as well. But yeah, that MX1 race then, a great start from Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM, but he did not get to hang on to that lead. But what I will say is, I think I said to you before, Jeff, that he was definitely looking down at the rear of that bike as he came across the line. So whether there was some a puncture, a problem with the rear wheel or the rear brake or something, because he did seem to give up quite a lot of time fairly quickly. Caught us on the hop with the live timing, so we actually missed the pass. And Conrad just then kind of cantered away at a rate that I would not have expected him to do. So maybe if you get a chance to talk to Adam Sterry at some point, we can find out what that is. And obviously the Prox update that you're going to do after the meeting.
Yeah,
they're the kind of things that we need to find out.
Absolutely, yeah. The guys will be going round. Don't forget to watch that in the week, as we said, the Prox pit pass. Our team are actually going to go round and just speak to the riders. That's not something I'm going to actually do, but
yeah, we have got a great team.
We've got a great team of people
doing all the social stuff.
Yeah.
We don't have to do that. We're kind of stuck in our little hutch all day, calling the action as we see it on screen. But we've got a great backroom team going out there and getting all the stuff done for the socials. They've done all the promo and got everything ready for us, and it's been absolutely great. You can see track is looking absolutely on point. All the banners and driving in on Friday afternoon, it just looked it just looked really, really nice. And it's been the fact that we've been blessed with great weather and great racing. I think it's kind of the start to the season that everybody needed.
Absolutely, and as we said, so many brands getting involved. I'm actually being quite taken back. I've been involved with this a long time. British Motocross obviously was part of the fastest 40 team that have now taken over this British Championship. So, but the amount of sponsors, new sponsors, real high-end brands in our sport getting behind it, manufacturers jumping on board, Honda, Kawasaki, Triumph, that's a good start. We can get to
medics there taking in a bit of sun look.
They're the real unsung heroes. You've got the St. John ambulance taking care of everybody here and soaking it up. I bet they're thinking, God, I wish I could take this top off and get a bit of raise. But it's starting to get a little bit chillier out there as the sun goes down and the wind is still kind of whipping up. But kudos to those guys, and I'll say it right now before we forget, all our track marshals, everybody, all the people that you don't see that do what they do. So big kudos to them. And of course, like we said, all our sponsors. So actually, before we get the gate drop on this one, let's go throw to a few adverts. Don't go anywhere, because as soon as the adverts are finished, we're back with the gate drop for the final moto of the day.
So we are back on the line then for the final Apico MX1 race. The 411 there of Declan Whittle on the Lings Triumph comes to the line. And the 711 slots there in behind him. That's James Cottrell. He was a DNF in the first race. Louis Kessel there on the KTM. All these bikes pulled down hard. There's the 220 of Josh Canton. He comes all the way from Haverfordwest, right in the west of Wales.
That's out there, isn't it?
It is out there.
That road seems to go on forever.
So let's not forget, as they come to the line, this was done in the order of fastest lap. Comes to the grid first, so almost certainly that will have been Conrad Muse, Adam Sterry in there as well, Tristan Purden. That was your top three in Moto 1 with Josh Gilbert, Jamie Carpenter and Brad Todd rounding out the top six.
I just want to highlight one of our series sponsors are actually racing in this race. There's Jake Preston. You can't quite see him now on the JPR KTM. He's the second one in.
The Substance KTM,
so Jake is obviously Spiral Graphics. That's his company, and they are one of our graphics partners, our series graphics partners. So big up Jake for getting behind the series and also racing it.
Yeah, we've got a few DNFs in the first one. Charlie Putnam was a DNF. He was going really well until obviously he tipped off somewhere. So he did 10 laps. James Cottrell, Thomas Murphy, obviously we saw Martin Barr, and Charlie Cole was a DNF as well. So the Phoenix Tour Fantic man did not make the finish, and there's a few gaps on the start line there, so we'll just that will obviously be why we've got a few short on the line, but we wait. Then here we go, 5 seconds, away they go. Who's made the whole shot? Looks like another rider from the outside, Jeff.
Yeah, that is the favourable line. I think this live stream's giving it away. That looks at Jamie Carpenter, I think, is it?
Yeah, that's a Honda. It's definitely a Honda at the front, and I don't think it's Muse. I think it might be Carpenter. You could be right.
Obviously, they're teammates in the same kit, but that looked like Jamie's style to me.
It did. Or they all make their way through.
Could have been
Turn
Gilbert.
Through. Yeah. Oh, my. There's Preston in there.
Let's see. When they get out into the open field, middle section, we'll be able to tell you who that is. I think that's Carpenter that's got the whole shot.
I think it's Ben Edwards. I think that was the 33 of Ben Edwards.
Could be.
So there's the 912 of Joel Rizzi on the Dirt Store 450 Triumph. He's making his debut on that bike. British champion. Oh, somebody's gone down there on the other side of that jump. So he had to swerve to miss that. So there was a rider down there, but I thought it was Edwards that took the whole shot. Well, that's definitely Sterry.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is Edwards there now on the inside.
Back
God, I thought he was going to get landed on there.
Oh, we were hanging on to each other on the chairs there. So that was a massive move. Was that Conrad or was that Carpenter?
I think that's Conrad, isn't it?
I think it is. Oh, big kick from the back end again, just to make things easy.
Well, we're about to find out when they go across the line. We'd like to think so. Live timing will actually update on our screens, but it's not, which is typically annoying.
But it's Sterry that's going to lead him up the hill for
it's
the
Gilbert.
first time.
That's actually
Josh
Gilbert.
Oh, that was a massive move from Gilbert as we go to the drone shot. And here's Sterry at the top of the hill for the first time. Our Planet Length Moto first lap leaders, Sterry from Gilbert, from Edwards, from Mio and Brad Todd. So that's your top 5. Muse back in 13th. So
God, if he wasn't happy in the first race, he's not going to be happy in this one. That's an even worse start.
Yeah.
He's going to have to really get the hammer down in this one.
I would really like to know who it was who went down. It was definitely one of the top 5 that went down over that tabletop on the far side, because Rizzi had to properly step on it to miss him, and he'd been on the ground a while, I think, as they come out of the darkness of what was the Bright Bell hairpin, which is now very much not. On the first lap of this final Apico MX1 race.
Great start for Ben Edwards. Ben can ride, man. He can absolutely, like, these conditions are, like we said, plenty of tracks like this up at Scotland. He's made a good start. So I'd like to see Ben, if he can, dig deep, hold on to a nice solid top 10, maybe even higher in this one.
So Sterry then leads away again for the second time. Didn't take the whole shot, but he was there to make the pass on Edwards down the back end of the circuit and led into the Honda hole on lap 1. And again, it'll be interesting to see how his pace goes. Like I say, not getting to speak to these guys between races now, so very difficult. But there's Gilbert. Edwards is still hanging on in 3rd. Mio then in 4th. Todd 5th, Adamson 6th, Purden 7th, Jamie Carpenter 8th, Carlton Husband 9th, and James Cottrell in 10th. Martin Barr out in 11th, so Marty managing to get himself back on the grid after that tumble in race 1.
Both of these riders, obviously, if they take a race win, huge confidence boost. But I think Gilbert in particular, if he can get a race win in this one, I think that will really help him with his the GPs.
Yes.
This year, give him another little boost of confidence going into them. He's starting to put the heat up. I think he's closed a little bit on that lap.
Be interesting to see where Muse was. Like 13th across the line, 10 seconds adrift at the end of lap 1. And as they go up the hill then, nice line there from Gilbert, just taking a little bit of the higher line and jumping over the bumps on the way up the hill. And he's always, I thought he'd overrun that then and got the wrong side. You have no idea how steep that last little bit is, let alone the bit further down. And in fact, if you can see, that is the banner at the back of the start straight in the background there. That just shows you how steep that is.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm just seeing Conrad Muse up to 7th is showing on your screen there, but I'm checking his lap times. Quickest Phoenix Tools lap of the race so far is by your race leader, Adam Sterry, with a time of 2:19.018. So he's quickest. Muse last time around, let's just have a quick look, 2:21. So he's 2-3 seconds quicker than the riders in front of him. I'd expect him to be in a couple of laps at least up to Ben Edwards in 3rd.
Yeah, I think Muse has just got the better of Carpenter there to move into 6th, but it's really difficult to tell as they came out of the light, out of the dark into the light. But there was definitely a group there, and Muse was working his way through. But there is Gilbert. Sterry just a few seconds up the road, 1.5 as they crossed the line last time.
Well, the beauty of this 2-moto format that we have, and of course with the points differential, you get that extra 3 points for a race winner, 25 points, 22nd.
Yeah.
Conrad's got to win it, because Sterry, if it stays like it is, he can't. Even if he gets up to 2nd, it's not going to cut it.
I mean, that age-old thing, a second's as good as a win. No, it's not. But in this case, Sterry is in the box seat. Here they come then, and these guys have checked out quite a long way. It was Ben Edwards still in 3rd. But Gilbert is still keeping Adam Sterry honest at the front, but the rest of the field not even into sight. The Chambers KTM then makes his way round to complete another lap. One thing, I tell you what, who I do think have had a nice day today is the mechanics. because these bikes have come back and they're looking really not. They're not hammered to death. They're not steaming.
No.
They're not absolutely plastered in sand. They never have an easy day.
No, I was
but
just
this
gonna
is
say,
an easy day at Hawkstone as they will ever have.
I was going to say, careful what you say, Phil. You have the Mechanics Union on our back, and we don't want that.
Yeah. But Gilbert then chasing down Sterrywalk, trying if we keep this shot. This is how far they're already on the way back down the hill. And our third place man of Ben Edwards, he isn't even in sight.
Well, he's holding strong, though. I mean, it's a good ride here for Ben.
In fact, that looked like Edwards had gone back one to fourth.
Adamson made the move.
Adamson passed him, yes. So that means that Conrad is still there in fifth position.
But he was right there. I saw him in the background, so he's right there. I should imagine that he would probably, by the end of this lap, go past Adamson and Edwards, the speed that he's coming through the pack. But my God, he has still got some work to do from there, even when he gets into third. Because he's got to win it. As we said, if Sterry wins this one, even if Conrad gets a second, it's not going to cut it.
No.
The overall race victory will go to the Chambers KTM rider of Adam Sterry, your current race leader.
And it will be a nice return to the British scene full time for Adam Sterry. He does come and do the odd British Championship round wherever possible. When his German commitments from last season allowed him to, and so he's not a stranger to racing here. But being back on a British-based team for quite a long while, and as I said earlier on in the broadcast, Jeff, he's definitely that year that he was on the factory 250 KTM, the Krone Racing team that for him and Henry Jacobi, that was one of his best seasons. And if he'd have just had another year at it, I figure that he could have really given himself an elevation into 450 that he ran out of time to get. You can see the ruts on the landing there in that sandpit as he flies in, just clips the top.
Yeah, I think that some of them
Gilbert was a lot
lovely.
nicer. Yeah, that was
pushed it
perfect.
down. But I'm intrigued with the gap. I think you could see in the background going into what would have been the old Whoop section was either John Adamson or Conrad Muse or Ben Edwards. I think it was John Adamson.
Yeah,
that's the gap. I mean, the gap now between third and second is growing.
Yes.
So it's not going the other way. So we've got to hope that, or Conrad's got to hope that he's got to put some moves on, make some early moves, and just try and bridge that gap.
A rider there in the holding area. Can't quite see the number on that one. It does look like a Kawasaki. And
looks like Gilbert is now starting to actually close in a bit. Let's hold this because this shows the gap that Conrad's going to have to peg back if he's even already up to third, which I think he might be. Yeah, there he is. Right. That's what he's got to pull back.
Right, so
that is a lot.
In that last lap, he's taken a massive amount of time out of these two guys, which is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. But now he's got clear track. He's going to have to make it count. We are, well, I'd like to say if my time, we're only 8:42 on the clock of a 25 plus 2. Long way to go.
We saw this in the last one. Look, it's a long race. A lot can happen. But like I say, if my kind of, not spidey sense, but I have a feeling that Sterry just had a little bit of an issue in that one because his drop-off was more than I would have expected. That's getting really chewed out there on the landing there, Jeff. That looks horrific.
And again, of course it is, it's motocross.
But the thing about it being dry and making it nice is also what makes bits of the track like that are awful, which would be much better if it's wet. But there goes Conrad then, over that jump in the centre of the circuit.
17 seconds, roughly. Maybe a little bit more, give or take. He's behind Sterry in this one, who's currently leading it. And Josh Gilbert, by the way, is now starting to close in. Last time around, he pulled a... Oh, no, they're back and forth. Basically, at the front, they're kind of yo-yoing on times. This is the one. The next 2 laps, this is where we'll see if now with a clear track, if Conrad is going to start taking chunks out of the 2 in front of him.
And what we need to understand as well from the lap times is he... are the others coming back to him, or is he making headway?
Yeah, exactly.
Because if their lap times stay as they are, that's going to make it pretty difficult.
So last time around, both the leaders recorded a lap time in 2:18 bracket. Conrad was a 2:19.
We've got a yellow flag there on this jump. Hopefully that's not one of our race leaders. Don't think it is. Come under the bridge. Not quite sure who that will be. But our race leader then already over the line. 1.5 seconds the gap from Sterry to Gilbert, according to our K-Tech tower.
Let's see. Ah, well, get this. Wow, that last time around, we didn't see it because we were following Conrad. Josh Gilbert has gone into the lead while we were watching Conrad Muse. So Gilbert's gone into the lead, and in doing so, set the quickest lap of the race. So he is now the Phoenix Tools quickest lap of the race leader with a time of, and he was for about 16 seconds, because Conrad Muse has now gone quickest with a time of 2:17.2. But the point I'd like to make there is he's not taking chunks. He's only taken tenths.
A little bit. So let's have a look then. So is this...
So he literally took only 0.2 of a second out of Gilbert. He took a full second out of Sterry.
It's not going to be enough. So there's Sterry. And Gilbert then should just be in front of him. There he is on track. So at the moment, this is a 2-2. It's suddenly not going to be enough for Adam Sterry. Gilbert is, well, it's an impressive ride from the Lexa MX Honda rider. He's definitely wanted a bit of it. Oh, Sterry just had a little lent into it a little bit there. And yeah, it's 14 seconds is the gap. So Conrad is definitely coming, but there is your race leader, the 3.26 of Josh Gilbert on the Lexa MX Honda. His teammate John Adamson currently sitting in 4th position.
So as it stands at the minute, Conrad will win the overall with a 1-3. Sterry will go second with a 2-2. Gilbert, I think, will end up the 3rd position. He got a, what was it in the first race? He got a 4th, so a 4-1.
Sterry's back in the lead. A big mistake then for Gilbert. He ran right off the edge of the track.
Is his bike steaming a bit?
No, I think he went into some wet down the bottom end and got caught in the sand. Had just caught it, the steam. So Gilbert made a mistake, ran wide, and Sterry back to the lead.
Okay, well, that is going to have implications again on the overall. So now the pendulum swings back.
You weren't even halfway through telling us how Conrad was going to win.
And now Sterry is now back in the driving seat with regard to the overall.
Has Gilbert gone, or is he just dropping back? Because it was a big mistake, but whether it was a mechanically induced mistake, I do not know.
That's a big gap suddenly.
It is a battle. We've got the.
Okay, let's hold it on this if we can, because Gilbert's dropped way back.
No, there's Gilbert. So it was.
It was a mistake.
It was a mistake. So there's Gilbert, and then Conrad needs to be coming in, and there's Conrad.
Oh, my God. Right, let's check the times. Because if
11 seconds then.
Wow, there you go. Wow, so, okay, here we go. The Phoenix Tour's fastest lap of the race is now Conrad Muse again. So here he's starting to get a march on now. So a 2:16.5. He's got the gap down to 16 seconds still, though, to the race leader.
I'll tell you what. So it's coming down. It's 11.
Yeah.
They've checked out. Jamie Carpenter now into 4th. He's passed John Adamson. Todd 5th. Edwards has gone back to 6th. Husband 2nd. Is there in 8th on the Phoenix Talks Fantic. Then it's Mio, and then finally the number 10 of Mira. So he's backing that up. But here it is, race leader, and now back in the box seat for the overall, Adam Sterry.
I'm not much of a betting man, Phil, but I'm going to go on a limb here and say it's any one of these 3 for the overall.
There's no flies on you, but you can see where they've been.
Oh, dear. Well, yeah, that should be. Right now, as we said, this rider, the Chambers KTM rider of Adam Sterry, from up there in North Wales, as we said, this was, he's ridden plenty of times here growing up, coming through the ranks. Very much a bit of him. And like I said, Phil seems to, like we got quite sure. We think he had maybe a little issue towards the end of the opening moto that slowed him down with technical issue with the bike. Be interesting to see, because it was a bit like he kind of hit the wall a bit.
Yeah, but Adam, look, there's nobody fitter than Adam Sterry. He just isn't an unfit guy. He trains and trains and trains. You see him in the pits. He's a professional athlete. So just literally as he came down this bit of the track, he got to about here on the last lap, and he just had to look down at the back of the bike as if a puncture or a moose or whatever, something was definitely not right. And we'll see if how this is going to come down. But he just needs to keep it going.
Well, he's had a good lap here. A good lap in the sense of he's had a good lap, but he's also had the benefit of Gilbert dropping right off the pace and making that mistake. So that's gone in his favour.
The gap back to Conrad was 11 seconds, and I think it is still over 10. So at this rate...
It is still over 10, for sure.
At this rate, he's looking like he might be okay. And then we see at the top of the hill, Conrad Muse closing in then on Josh Gilbert as they just drop down out of sight. So Muse then will make the pass on Gilbert as they come down the hill.
Yeah, so Conrad is now just over 10 seconds off the race leader, Sterry. He's just,
There they
just
come
shy
out there, yeah.
Yeah.
Out of the shadows, who's it going to be? Oh, is it Conrad going to dive down the inside?
Just didn't quite pan around with the guys there. I reckon Conrad had the line there.
Yeah.
Let's see. We'll soon find out. Okay, so if he's made the move on Gilbert, now he has clear real estate.
Yes.
Nobody in his way, a clear track. Yep, so he made the move. There it is. So here we go. It's a repeat of the opening moto. Very much so, but he can't settle for second. They are currently tied on points. Basically, they both got 47 points each, but the rule in motocross, if you're new to this game, is if it's a tie on points, it is the better second moto result that gets the priority.
Yes.
And right now, Conrad is on a 1-2.
He is. So
not a 2-1.
It's a 2-1 that's going to take the victory for Adam Sterry as it sits at the moment. And if Conrad Muse makes the pass, he'll go 1-1 and he will take overall victory. But it's in his hands. Sterry has just got to try and keep her. How are we doing for time, Jeff?
Well, if those gremlins stay out of the system and this thing keeps working, we're on 17 minutes and 15 seconds. So there you go. We've still got 7 minutes plus 2 laps. So plenty of time. You're basically looking at around another 11, 12 minutes of moto time to go. That is enough time for Conrad to claw it back. It's coming down. Is it going to come down quick enough?
A little bit of a mistake there from Sterry.
Oh, I see him have a little look over his shoulder to see.
No, that was Conrad. So Sterry's already through.
Yeah, but Conrad was just looking across to see where Sterry is. So he's got visuals on him. Makes a big difference, doesn't it, as a rider when you can see him on the same part of the track. Suddenly you get that extra little bit of emphasis. You find extra energy levels. But he's absolutely hammering it now.
6.3 seconds, Sterry's...
oh, he's coming now.
Yeah, so there Sterry goes out of shot. And here comes Conrad Muse into shot. So,
yeah,
the man on the True 7, Crendon Honda, is doing as he did in race 1. I'll say he's keeping his powder dry. He's had to ride really, really hard. That was Tristan Purdon going through shot there. So Purdon obviously had an off somewhere. Don't know where he is in the overall standings. But he's definitely not going to back up his third place in Moto 1 because it's currently there is Josh Gilbert. A great ride from Jamie Carpenter then. Conrad Muse's teammate is a long way adrift, 30 seconds, but he's there in 4th, just in front of Brad Todd in 5th, who's now found his way past John Adamson. So the man on the DK Bike Sport Newcastle Honda, Brad Todd, the Scottish champion, he's going to back up his 6th in the first race with a 5th in race 2 as it stands at the moment. Edwards is there in 6th. Adamson has dropped to 7th. Husband 8th. Mira 9th. And Martin Barr in 10th. Matthew Mio dropping down the leaderboard. He's 11th. Rizzy is in 12th. Luke Benstead in 13th. Liam Knight 14th. And Tom Murphy in 15th. And the last of the point scorers, the 103, is Max Broadbelt. He scored a point in the first one. He's there 16th. The 401 Jack Beniston. Nunn in 18th. Whittle in 19th and Dan Thornhill in 20th.
Conrad there just pushing into that jump on the angle. That was sublime. Yeah, just going back to the top sharp end of the top 10. So John Adamson, who was running up there, he's still there in 7th, but he slipped back a couple, so he must have made a mistake.
He's gone. He's just a bit again. He's recovering from that big off.
Oh yeah.
Sterry not making the leap into the sandpit. He just got
look at this, just like that.
So Sterry then under pressure now. Conrad is going to be all over the back of him when they get to the drone shot at the top of the hill, almost certainly. In fact, it's not even going to be that long. So maybe the pace that we saw at the end of the race in race 1 was just Adam Sterry giving everything that he could through the whole moto, and as a result, he's coming under pressure. But here they go up the hill then. Sterry goes up the left-hand side. Here goes Conrad. They've got back markers to deal with as they're making their way through the shadow. Sterry's made a mistake at the top of the hill. Did he get through that as a back marker? I think maybe made a wobble.
I think he did.
Yeah,
just
Sterry,
about.
No, Sterry's still there. It was just really difficult to tell who was who on that head-on shot. They're coming down the hill. Like I say, that was a great shot this morning. We can't see a thing now.
This is obviously a case of almost the inevitable here, I think.
Here we go then. Conrad's going to go down the inside.
Same as before. We've missed the actual move, but we're pretty confident. He had the inside line.
Yeah.
I'd be amazed if he doesn't come out in our next shot on top. Is that trying to stem that inevitable flow, really?
Yeah.
It looks like he's gone into the lead to me. There's Conrad.
Yeah.
There's Sterry.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, so Conrad Muse, back where he feels like he obviously belongs. 1-1 going for the overall. But if he was disappointed in the first one, he's going to be even more angry.
Yes.
He's going to be an angry overall winner.
Yes. But I think, in fairness to the camera guys there, I think that if you pan right now, that bit there is going to just be complete darkness. There's going to be nothing in there to see. It's bad enough coming up the hill. So Sterry then back to second, but he's had 2 good races today. He'll come away thinking, well, we're second in the points. Okay, Conrad's on a rip. He's the guy that everybody's expecting to win. We finished second. We just need to be better at Canada.
Listen, you've got to stay in the game, haven't you? How many times have we seen it down the history of, all the sport? I mean, notably, the first one that springs into mind was the Supercross Championship last year. Eli Tomac, he's going to win it, he's going to win it. Fine up the... No, he's not.
Exactly
and
that.
Sexton was there to pick up the pieces. So, this is just round 1 of 8. Long way to go.
No, so it'll be interesting to see whether Adam is happier with his second than Conrad is with his win. But this was where Conrad made a bit of a mistake. But you can just see the low sun and the shadows absolutely playing havoc. An overcast day at Hawkstone is always better than what we've got here. But it has been, the track was, like I say, it was quite hard underneath. It's been dry since the International pretty much. I know they put it, they flattened it all off and sealed the surface to protect it against the weather, but I think that this has been one of the most unsandy Hawkstones that we've had in a long time. There's the 7 of Louis Kessel. But there's your race leader then, the 426 of Conrad Muse on the True 7 Crendon Honda. Oh, this is the drop off the top. Oh,
that's cool.
What a shot.
And that looks nothing. Doesn't that look anything? The elevation drop that you're seeing when the rider comes into view on the right-hand side of that shot and then goes out of it on the left, they've probably dropped about 200 foot or more from when they come in elevation. Maybe even more than that, I would say.
Yeah, it's a long way down that hill. So here should be, I think our race leader has already gone through, because I think Louis Kessel gone through and he passed him at the top of the hill. So race leader Conrad Muse, second Adam Sterry, third Josh Gilbert, fourth Jamie Carpenter, fifth Brad Todd, then it's the 33 in 6 of Ben Edwards. I've got a feel for Josh Gilbert a little bit, because obviously he's getting himself into the lead. He lost all of his momentum with that issue, and whether I don't think it was a bike problem, but if he could have just hung on to the lead for a few more laps, you never know. He might have managed to pull enough of a gap to hang on at the front.
Yeah, it just seemed to take the wind out of his sails, didn't it? He was there, he made all the moves, the quickest lap of the race at that point, and maybe if he ran it in deep in a wet spot down there, all got round the gear shifter, the rear
all
brake.
sorts of stuff, Jeff. Exactly that.
Yeah, we don't know, but caused him a slight issue. But it was his mistake from what we could make out.
I think
he ran it wide.
As you get to the end of the waves there, it just kind of tightens up a little bit and goes a bit narrow, and then widens out again. And I think he just maybe missed it. He was going down the outside and missed the rut, and then he's ended up in the soggy stuff on the outside. We walked down there quite at the International, and it was really, really easy to get that badly wrong without doing much wrong at all. So that's what looks like what happened to the Lexer MX Honda of Josh Gilbert that caused him to give up the lead back to Adam Sterry a few laps ago. But here is our race leader then, Conrad Muse, doing Conrad Muse things and taking another victory, 2:17. Bearing in mind that fastest lap in qualifying was a 2:09, so we're about 8 seconds a lap off what we did in qualifying, and bearing in mind that the track is now beat to death.
Well, it's interesting to see how Sterry is, again, just kind of... Again, we don't think he's hit the wall as such, but I think he's just conceded.
There's
I mean, he's only 17 seconds
you see the jump there?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the bit in the middle, that's actually a flat road. So they're dropping from there down onto a flat road and then jumping down again. It's absolutely excellent.
Yeah, I love that. And we got to obviously get more drone footage as we go along in this championship at varying different tracks. We've got to be careful at some of them. Might struggle a little bit when we get to Kanaha Heights. There's electric pylons and trees everywhere. But
you've got to be careful putting your own up there.
Yeah, but certainly when we get to some of the more open venues like Landrake and Preston and whatever, we should be able to fly with confidence.
Yeah. So have you got any battles further down the field, Jeff, that we can be having a look at?
I'm just looking at that. They're taking a lot of time. I mean, the gap now is really stretched out. I wouldn't say there's anything overly tight. Actually, Still waiting for the likes of Brad Todd, Ben Edwards to come across the line to see the differences between them, because it's saying they're 1 lap down. Of course, they're not. It's just waiting for the timing to refresh. I think the top 10, to be honest, Phil, is pretty settled.
Yeah.
There's no obvious one standing out to me here on the times right now.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we can't show battles that aren't happening, and we'll continue to follow our watch the fantastic form of our race leader, Conrad Muse. And like I said, he's come into the championship as the favourite without a doubt, and despite 2 what we would call fairly lousy starts by anybody's standard, he's ripped through the field and come back from 13th on lap 1 to lead this one with about 10 minutes to go.
I take that back. There is a bit of a tight battle going on now. All the times have popped up between John Adamson on the Lexa Honda there in 7th, Martin Barr on the Apico Honda, who we saw go out at the opening moto. We think he took a crash, beat all his peak off it, whatever. There's only there's less than a second between those two, and Carlton Husband is right there as well, only 2 seconds back. So the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th is arguably the best battle in the top 10 right now.
We can try and pick them up on the multicam. We will do that, but they're not
2 laps to go, I think, Phil. Have I looked at it? There is, yep.
So we're drawing to a close on this one. I think we just need to bring them home now, Jeff. This is, like I say, going to be... is this going to be the pattern for the year? We said this morning that we thought the MX2 class was going to be the one that gave us the most surprises. And I think that's gone pretty much to form. But I don't think that we'd have, if we sat down this morning, that we'd have thought we would have had to see Conrad Muse fight his way through the field in the way that he's had to.
I mean, for the sake of entertainment, Dave Thorpe and Conrad and the team will obviously hate me for saying it, but I'm going to go out and say it anyway. For the sake of entertainment, we need him to get bad starts at every round. But he won't want that. He'd be fuming under that lid. He was after the first moto, and he won the race by I don't know how many seconds. But like I said, after the first moto, I love the mentality that he's now got. You know, he's looking at the bigger picture. He wants to win the British Championship. He's clearly excited the fact that they're going to go to America. He's not talking about, oh, let's go over there and see how I get on.
He wants to win.
He wants to go over there and make a statement race when he goes there and be right at the sharp end. So that's fantastic. To hear that kind of attitude from Conrad.
But, he's bringing it home with some style. That line there, that's the one that we saw in the MX2 race as well, from Billy Askew, just on that outside edge of that lump. But it's been a fantastic day's racing. We've had beautiful weather here at Hawkstone for the opening round of the Motul MXG British Motocross Championship, and Conrad Muse wrapping up this final Apico MX1 race to go 1-1 and take overall victory. It's certainly what he will have had in mind.
I mean, yeah, look how much he's stretched it now. I mean, it's 26 seconds. I mean, at the start of the race, he was 20 seconds behind. That's like, you know, so
one to
at
go.
the end of the day, like he's literally nearly, like the swing is nearly like a minute. That's quite huge as he goes off on his last lap here. Keep it on the island. As we said, Conrad will push all the way to the flag. There's going to be none of this like, oh, I'll just bring it in. He wants to make every lap count, regardless of his progression, getting faster and faster to ultimately try and go over there into the AMAs and maybe a couple of GPs and show the world what he's actually made of.
Yeah, just putting a lap there on the 74 of Tom Murphy, who's had a good run in 15th. It's been what I've also enjoyed is seeing the guys that we don't usually see at the British Championship. It's been again almost a full grid in this one, but there's been battles all the way down the field. Stewie Edmonds there, he's down there just outside the top 20 with Josh Canton, Jake Preston, but all of these guys are coming here and having a go, and it's been great to see. But Muse certainly been the class of the field as we as the pre-race favourite anyway. No surprise, but certainly is watching him fire his way through the field. The best and the nice style, and again the sun and the shade on the various parts of the circuit now definitely going to be at their worst as we close in on this final moto. I'm not sure what the time is, but we've got to be getting to the good side of 5 o'clock if we're not there already, and as a result of that very, very easy to get caught out. But this final run around the outside, down through the waves, it's one of the bits of track that we never really get to see, and almost impossible to cover down there without having a dedicated camera, and it doesn't really add that much to the job. But here he comes then for the final time into the hole past the Troy Lee banners. It's already one of our many sponsors here this weekend. He's going to find his way up the inside of this back marker into the final turn and come through to take victory for the second time today in our Apico MX1 Championship. So a victory then for Conrad Muse. Hopefully he will be a little bit happier this time than he was. Made hard work of it in the first one. We'll wait for Adam Sterry to come across the line. And like I say, he will have done his level best to stay with the race leader, but at the point when he realises that there's no point anymore, there comes Adam Sterry. So 2-2 for Adam Sterry, the 811 on the Chambers KTM on the day. That's a good result for him. And the 3-4 for Josh Gilbert will get the Cornishman on the podium on the Lexa MX Honda. John Adamson was running in 4th. He's dropped back to 10th. It's going to be a long while before we get all these riders over the line. There's Louis Kessel. But the pace of all these guys at the front, absolutely on rails. 21-second margin of victory then for Adam Sterry. Gilbert across the line in 3rd. So there's the moment that Adam Sterry put the pass on the 33 of Ben Edwards to take the lead as the rest of the field streamed through. Coming out of the woods on the first lap, 4.33. Jack Lindsay, he was a retirement. We saw him in the holding area, and then this is the pass for the lead. Like I say, the shadows playing havoc with the cameras, so we're panning round here. And that was the launch. And a win then for Conrad Muse. So as Jeff is making his way towards the victory circle, the winner's circle. I just hope that you've enjoyed our coverage here of round 1 of the Motul MXGB British Motocross Championships from Hawkstone Park. We are very much looking forward to seeing you at round 2, which is, I think, on the 18th of May. I'll double check those dates, and is indeed 18th of May at Canada Heights, Swanley in Kent. The Sid Cup Club hosting us down there for round 2 of the championship. It's been a fantastic day's racing. We've seen Ryan Waggett take the win in the RFX 125 Championship. We've seen Bobby Bruce take victory in MX2, and Conrad Muse then taking 2 race wins for the overall victory in MX1. Our Phoenix Talks fastest lap winner then for that final moto obviously was Conrad Muse, and we will go over to Jeff, who has him in the winner's circle.
In a few minutes' time. Thanks very much for coming. Take care.
Okay, that's the first round in the history books here at the Motul MXGB 2025 British Championship. Conrad, you were quite angry, quite livid, even though you romped the first moto. I should imagine it's a repeat of that. You didn't make the start you wanted, you had to work hard.
Yeah, I just messed the start up again on my behalf, which made life a little bit difficult. But I was happy with that one. My riding was better. We made some changes in between. Bike was working great in that one. I struggled a little bit in the first one, but speaking to Adam there after that one, he was struggling in that one. So I think the track is just in general very difficult today. But it was awesome. I loved every minute of it. 1-1. Perfect day to start the championship. And yeah, good job to the boys too. They rode awesome, and it's nice to have Stez back in the British paddock.
Just very quickly before you sign off, the track, yeah, it was a bit different, a bit drier than we'd normally expect it. Was that the reason why a little bit different with bike setup, finding your way a little bit as the day went on?
To be honest with you, I thought it was the opposite. I thought it was actually a bit wet. Like when we went out in qualifying this morning, the way I've been describing it today is it's more like the international than it is the British here. It's more a bit heavier and things like that, which all week I've been setting my bike up for hard square edge bumps, and yeah, it just weren't the one in the first one. But we made a quick change, and yeah, bike was working perfect. But massive thanks to Rob, my mechanic, for grinding away all the time. My team, Crendon 27 Honda Racing, couldn't have done it without them.
Good stuff. Well done, mate. Congratulations on it. There you go. He's the overall winner, leading the championship. Obviously, Conrad Muse on the Crendon Fast Track True 7 Honda. Conrad's going to move out of the way. We're going to speak to all the top 3 overall guys here very quickly. Let's bring in Adam Sterry. He's going to ride in. The beauty of an electric start means he doesn't have to fire it into life. I'm going to shake hands because it's good to see you back in British Motocross, mate. Solid first day. I mean, Conrad's a tough guy to beat, but you gave it a damn good go.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming into it, we knew Conrad was the guy to beat, and yeah, for the first round, I guess it's not too bad, 2 second places. A little bit disappointed with my second half of the races. I don't know, the shock gets a little bit hot or something, and yeah, I can't ride how I want, and it's the first time I've come across it today. I don't know whether it's the track being harder than usual, but normally in the winter in the sand it was all right. But happy to be back in the British. Nice to race here at my local British Championship, and yeah, good start to the season. 2-2 could always be worse, and I had good starts, good aggressive, and the first few laps we just need to work on that problem for the second half of the races.
You might not have been happy about it, but you're going to make my co-commentator happy because he actually called it in that first one. He said, I think something's wrong with the back end of Adam's bike in that first motor, and he saw it, and that's probably obviously what it was. The shock just maybe going off. But as we said, it's good to have you back. Great, obviously, with the Chambers racing team as well. How's that working? Nice fit coming back to ride for those guys.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say thanks to Tim and Mike, obviously from Chambers. They believed in me, and yeah, it's nice to get a good result for them. And like I said, I'm happy. Everything's going really good. It's a good group of people, all pushing for the same goal. British team, and yeah, good to build from here. Now I've had a couple of bad years, which didn't help my confidence and stuff. So it's nice to build from there, and yeah, see what we can do and try and edge a bit closer and improve in the GPs and see where we are in the next few rounds.
It's good to have him back. It's great to have him back. Adam Sterry coming in second. Thanks, Adam. You move out of the way. Well done, mate. Let's bring in the third place rider overall, Josh Gilbert for the Alexa team. Back on a Honda, but obviously now riding for a different team. Well done, mate. Good stuff. Josh, a solid day at the office. You know, like we said, you want to be there or thereabouts in the opening round. You've made it onto the box. We couldn't quite see what happened there. You got into the lead. You set the quickest lap of the race at that point, and then just out of our view, we couldn't see what happened. So tell us what did happen down there, bottom end of the circuit.
Yeah, I had a really nice line around the outside, and Adam was sort of up the inside, and I just kept the flow going, and I passed him where I made the mistake. So the lap before, I just carried some good momentum and went right around the outside of Adam, and then the next lap I come round there, and the line just went into a massive bog, and as I come round, I just hit all the water, and I just got a tidal wave of water where all the water had ran off to the side of the track, and they've dug a hole, and I got stuck in there. So I was on the clutch trying to get back out, and my hands are all wet, and it really knocked the wind out of my sail that day, because I was feeling good and feeling quite aggressive because we've had a bit of a day today, I'm not going to lie, and yeah, I just forgot about all that in that race and knuckled down, and I thought we was on for a good race, and then that happened, and it just it did take the wind out of my sail a little bit, and then obviously Conrad went past, and I kind of just settled for third then after the day that I've had.
It was good, again, because we saw a load of steam come up, so we thought you might have had a bike issue, but I'm glad you've put us right with that. Well, listen, well done. Obviously, you're with a new team. How's that going? Tell us how it was with the guys over there at Alexa.
Yeah, it's good. We're doing the GP, so that's always really nice, and that's where I want to be and do. And then obviously being back on the Honda through, like I'm thankful to Chris at Lexa for giving me the opportunity to jump back on the Honda and see what we can do, and like Mark Eastwood with the suspension, it's all a privateer thing, so it takes a lot from just no manufacturer help, but yeah, we're doing what we can, and hopefully we can progress as the season goes on.
I hope you do that as well, and good luck in the next GP and also the next British round. There you go, coming in third, Josh Gilbert for the Lexa team. Thanks, mate. You move on now. We're going to wrap this thing up. So there you go. It's just been a fantastic opening day here at the Motul MXGB British Championship 2025. Big shout out to the guys at Dirt Store for getting behind, obviously, the live stream. All our other sponsors, massive thanks to them. There's a huge list of them. I'm not going to reel them off now, mainly because I can't remember them all. We got that many of them. They're all on the logo behind me. There you are. So they get in their name check. Don't forget, round 2 is on May the 18th at Canada Heights. We'll again be going out on Dirt Store MXGB TV. Make sure you get there if you you're in the vicinity, rather than watching it on live stream, get there. You can always watch the live stream afterwards and support British Motocross. It's been such a brilliant opening day here at Hawkstone Park. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks to our crew, track marshals, everybody involved with British Motocross for this new era. We appreciate it. Remember to watch the socials in the week. There's loads going on. We got the Prox Pit Pass. We're going to do the Ride Race Cap. You're going to see all that. Loads of photos, load of video. Keep following the series. Keep enjoying it. Let's build it up and make British Motocross right back on the map where it should be. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on May the 18th.